folks, he's not taking it seriously at all, to the point that David actually says, "Do you even want this job?"
Oh, that would have made me uncomfortable.
Yeah, it really tips it a little bit more than what you see. Meanwhile, while all that's happening, you see Pam leaving for the day. She doesn't do a talking head. She's just leaving for the day. She gets in the elevator. She goes down the elevator. And then when the elevator doors open, Jim is standing there. And she says, "You're back." And he says, "Yeah. Do you want to go to dinner?" And Pam says, "Yeah, I do." And she walks out of the elevator, and Jim pushes the camera back into the elevator. And as the doors are closing, they walk off together, and he puts his arm around her, and they smile at each other.
Oh, no. I don't like it. I don't like it. I like the way it is.
Well, I touched base with Dave Rogers, who said that that scene exists. That alternate, he's like, "I have that in an archive." He's like, "I think we should throw that up sometime. You could see it if you want." But he also said that it was never, ever part of the cut of the show. They always had the one in that you see now, and then they would play the alternate for people. Everyone voted for what you see. But they also shot in New York an ending where you see Karen crying because Jim broke up with her.
And I'm sure Dave Rogers has that. I picture Dave Rogers having this hard drive in a vault, and it's like Mission Impossible. It's like ding, 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 with all these codes and traps, because he is holding on to some serious office footage.
Well, listen, now we find out who does get the job. We know it's not Jim. We know it's not Michael. We're assuming it's Karen.
But guess what? Someone else interviewed, and they had an MBA.
Yes, an unknown MBA.
Masters of Business Administration. Is that right?
Don't know. Not sure. Masters of Business something with an A. Guys, it's Ryan.
Ryan the temp will not be getting your coffee anymore. He's going to corporate.
Well, we talked about this last week with Paul because a lot of people wanted to know, why does Ryan get the job? And you know, lady, Dave Rogers told me they did shoot an alternate scene where Karen gets the job, where she's crying in New York and then the phone rings and they offer her the job. So I just think it's very, very interesting how they left options on the table for this big finale. I think maybe in some cases they were still debating who gets the job, how do Jim and Pam get together.
Well, yeah, it seems like they wanted to give themselves some choices, but we also know what was going on at this time, which is that Rashida booked her role on Parks and Rec, and she was going to be starting that job. So they needed, finally Jim and Pam to be together without any kind of distraction. And also Rashida just got a great new job.
Yeah, so she can't be Michael's boss at corporate.
No, she's going to be over at Parks and Rec. And I think there were a lot of story endings that had wrap-ups that didn't make it to air because it was such a big episode. One of them I loved was there's a scene where Jan is moving in. It's moving in day. There's a moving truck. There's like guys, and she's barking orders at them in front of the condo. And Michael's just watching it all in horror. He's like, "Oh, crap. What have I done?" And it's such a good scene.
Oh my gosh. They had to rent that location and shoot that scene, and then it didn't even make it in the episode.
Yeah, I know. But boy, is it going to set up some good stuff, like dinner party.
Oh, yes, dinner party. I am so excited for that episode. I'm so excited for season 4.
I just watched the dinner party bloopers, and it got me so excited because we laughed our butts off. Oh, I can't wait to talk about it.
Well, guys, this rounds out season 3, and we will see you soon with season 4.
Empat. That's 4 in Indonesian.
Quatre. That's 4 in French.
Do you want me to say 4 in Spanish?
Sure.
Cuatro. Empat, cuatro, quatre. Did I say it right in French?
You did. I-E. That's 4 in Romanian.
See you in season 4.
Bye, guys.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Gabriel, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Paper, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Built on a promise of style, selection, and unmatched value, Ashley Home Store is the #1 furniture and mattress retailer in North America, offering everything from decor and accessories to outdoor furniture and even your next perfect mattress.
Ashley Home Store provides products designed to last, all at affordable prices so you can trust that you are getting the best deal without sacrificing quality.
Go visit a local Ashley Home Store near you or shop online today at ashleyhomestore.com. No summer meal is really complete without the classic taste of Bush's baked beans.
They're the sweet, slow-cooked center of the barbecue universe.
With the sweet taste of Bush's baked beans by their side, the savory flavors of burgers and brats can reach delicious new heights.
Bush's baked beans make the cookout, picnic, barbecue, family get-together meal beautiful.
Summer doesn't taste quite like summer without the sweet taste of Bush's baked beans.
Check out bushbeans.com/officeladies for more information. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, guys.
We wanted to wish you a really happy Thanksgiving.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving.
We are on vacation. I'm probably eating chocolate pie as I speak.
Oh yeah, there's a very, very, very good chance that while you're listening to this, I am eating bread and pie.
But we wanted to share with you guys our Season 1 Second Drink Revisited episode where we answer fan questions and we talk about all of those things we missed.
Yeah, so you might have heard a portion of this when it originally aired as part of our candy bag episodes over on Stitcher Premium, but we are bringing it here for the holidays. We're basically covering everything from the pilot to Hot Girl, so like Season 1.
All the stuff, all your questions, and there's some really good ones. We love it when you guys send these in, so hopefully, while you're eating your leftovers, you can listen to us gab away.
I re-listened to it. I love it. Even though I recorded it, I forgot stuff. What does that say about me?
Maybe you need some ginkgo, right?
You know what? Story for real, lady.
What?
I got some ginkgo biloba to help my memory, and I forgot to take it after.
Come on.
I'm not lying. I was like in college.
Yeah.
And I got the ginkgo biloba, and I brought it home, and my dad still gives me grief. By the way, I think it was a Thanksgiving break. I came home with my ginkgo biloba, and my dad has never let me live it down.
I love that it's become a classic go-to for your dad. That's like such a dad thing to do.
Oh, yeah.
Really quick, before we get into this, lady, what's your favorite Thanksgiving dish?
I love good old-fashioned green bean casserole with the jerky fried onions on top. And by the way, I use canned green beans. I do not use fresh green beans. I do not use frozen fresh green beans. Canned green beans in my jerky green bean casserole with a good can of mushroom soup. I look forward to it every year.
I do love that. Oh, I love that. I love like my mom's gravy, and I don't know how she does it. I mean, no store-bought gravy, no restaurant gravy will ever top this gravy. I think she takes like all what's left in the pan, and then she adds flour to it and whatever. I don't know what else she does to it, but I will drizzle that gravy on anything. It is so good. All right, Jenna, should we get into this?
Yeah, let's do it. Now, I have a couple of questions. These are for you, Angela. I was looking in our mailbox, and I've got a couple of questions for our background expert.
Oh, Lord.
That's
okay.
you.
Okay.
So Haley said, at the end of the pilot episode, there is a cartoon drawing just behind Jim's head on the shelves where they have office supplies and paper, etc. Does anyone know what this drawing is? Angela, can you help us out?
Okay, Haley, I saw that too. These things drive me crazy as well. I want to know who would just cut up like cartoons and actually not do a very good job cutting. It looks like they rip them out and they tape them to the wall. This is like the second time I've noticed one of these.
Well, this was in a time, because when I worked in an office, if you saw something funny, like a cartoon that you thought was funny, that's what you did with it. You didn't post it on your Instagram because you didn't have Instagram. You cut it out and you put it like, but you usually put it in the break room.
I mean, randomly taped to the wall. But I took a photo of it from the TV and
Oh,
it
yeah.
looks like it's been ripped out of the magazine. See how it's like
It
jagged?
looks very New Yorker to me.
Yeah,
it looks
it's
like a New Yorker cartoon.
And it looks like a woman in an office. There's a plant behind her. There's like a bar graph on the wall. And it looks like the man in front of her has something all over his back.
Yeah, or maybe an animal attached to his back.
We don't know because it goes by so fast. I mean, I did a burst photo and that's the best I got. So Haley, I am sorry. I don't know what that comic means other than maybe one of our prop guys thought it was funny and he taped it to the wall.
Well, I have a tidbit about something that's in the background on the wall that we can all enjoy.
What is it?
It is in Michael's office. It's on the wall.
Is it in a frame?
It's in a frame. So there is on Michael's wall a certificate that's framed in the way that you might frame your high school diploma, your college diploma.
Something you're very proud of.
Yes. Michael has framed a certificate from his watch.
When he bought his watch.
He bought his
with
watch.
a certificate.
And it says, Certificate of Authenticity. This certifies that Michael Scott, and he had to write in his own name, is the proud owner of a quality Seiko timepiece. Now, Seiko is a watch. The problem is, Seiko is spelled S-E-Y-K-O, meaning Michael has framed a certificate of authenticity for his knockoff Seiko watch.
Yes. Yes. And he's proudly displayed it in his office.
Yeah.
His certificate of ownership of a watch. I feel
Of
like
a fake watch.
Of a fake watch. I feel like Michael might buy a picture frame that has a really nice looking family as a stock photo and just leave it up.
Oh, I think that's in an episode. I think there's an episode where he keeps the stock photo of whatever came with his frame. All right, I have another one for you, Angela.
Okay.
All right, this is from Taylor. She said, clearly, the filing cabinet trash can joke doesn't go over well with Jan. Do you remember that scene where...
She's like, did you get my mask?
And I say he threw it in
He had me file
a special filing cabinet that's a trash can? Well, Michael covers it up by saying, quote, the joke was originally my brother. Taylor says, Michael has a brother? I feel that in regard to his family, we only hear about his mom and stepfather, Jeff, but never any siblings. Angela, what can you tell us?
Well, you know what? That is such a good question because we really don't know a lot about Michael's family other than the fact that they don't really seem to be very close and they haven't really been there for him. He often talks about throughout the 9 seasons his disdain for Jeff, his stepfather, which I find very funny. But he does mention that he has a brother. He has a line where he says, I love my big brother.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also has this line that this joke was his brother. So he does reference a brother. And then he also references what appears to be his nephew in the nepotism episode. He mentions his nephew, and where people are thinking maybe that's from a half-sister, maybe from his mom and Jeff. So there's not a lot of like information about Michael's family other than the fact that he probably was alone a lot because it seems like his mom remarried Jeff.
Yeah.
And maybe his big brother was away.
Yeah.
I think Michael was kind of maybe a sad kid growing up. I think when his parents got divorced, whatever age he was at, it really affected him. And Jeff really affected him.
Yeah.
But the writers really don't go into it very much.
But I love that he does have that backstory, and this is why he's motivated to make The Office his family. It's why he longs for a family so deeply. And it's why you forgive him for all the mistakes he makes in wanting this.
Yes.
And why he comes on so strongly. We give you this backstory about him.
These little nuggets that
Yes.
he was not happy growing up.
It takes him from just being a big, over-the-top TV character to being a real human being.
And I think our writers did a great job of giving all the characters those little backstories that made them really fleshed out people. And it's also why you root for Michael in the end to go have a life with Holly.
Yes.
Because he finally has his person and he's going to have a family.
Now let's move on to what we missed from Diversity Day. Megan G, among others, said, "Hi. In the Diversity Day podcast, Jenna mentioned that the huge shredder behind her desk was never used, but didn't she shred some things with Meredith's son on Bring Your Daughter to Work Day?" Yes, everyone. I missed this, and I'm so sorry. Yes, the way that Pam finally tries to get some kid to like her is that she shows Meredith's son a giant shredder. I will go on record saying I believe that is the only time we ever used a big shredder, and I think it was a joke when we finally used it, that it's been sitting there for all this time.
I'm sure when we turned it on, like cobwebs came out of it. It was like,
I don't think it worked. I think it had to be repaired.
they had to like rig it somehow.
Well, something else is the door behind accounting, between Meredith's desk and accounting. We never use it. We never go in it. We never go out of it. And that was a big mystery. And finally in season 9, we see what's behind the door. But you know what was really behind the door?
Was the bathrooms,
The bathrooms.
in Video Village.
Yeah, the green room.
The green room where producers could watch what we were filming and where we went to the bathroom.
And finally, from the Diversity Day episode, Shelby wrote, "Why didn't Jim have a diversity card on his forehead?" Shelby, I don't know. But great thing to point out. Why didn't Jim have a diversity card on his forehead? I looked all through there, and I could not figure out if he never had one. I kind of remember him never having one.
Well,
I
wait.
texted BJ.
And what did BJ
He
say?
didn't get back to me. I went over to Dunderpedia.
Yeah.
Okay, Dunderpedia is like the Wikipedia just for The Office, and it lists every person and the card on their forehead, and Jim does not have one. There is no listing for Jim. This is a mystery, and it's just going to remain so. Phyllis has Haitian in a deleted scene, and Devin has West Nile in a deleted scene.
Yes.
But Jim does not ever appear with a sticker on his forehead.
Is it because John has bangs?
I don't think so.
Look at his hair and tell me how you put a note card on his forehead.
I don't know. I think somehow Jim just managed to get out of it. Doesn't he seem like the kind of guy that would get out of something like that?
Somehow. Like he would
Somehow.
just like sneaky because he's cool.
Clearly. All right, guys. Well, maybe we should take a break.
I like it.
All right, let's get into healthcare. Heather wrote in and said, there is a brief discussion about Rain maybe having a lollipop in his mouth at 4 minutes, 50 seconds. She says it's a toothpick. Angela, can you confirm?
Heather, here's the deal. I have now gotten glasses for far away. They're new. I now wear them when I watch the episodes, and I rewatch this part of healthcare just for you, Heather. And I think you're right. I think it's a toothpick and not a lollipop. Without glasses, looked like lollipops. With glasses, I'm like, I bet it's a toothpick.
You're seeing the detail. Brett at 5 minutes, 5 seconds says there's a photo on the wall behind Meredith. Is that Bob Barker?
Yes!
It is?
Brett, yes, it is Bob Barker. Okay, and it looks like it's torn out of a magazine. And Bob has like a striped shirt. He's sitting on a sofa. I swear this was in a magazine. And it's just right below. There's a green Scranton Wilkes Barre wall map index book that's been like thumbtacked. And right below it is Bob Barker sitting on a sofa.
Is this something that Meredith, the character of Meredith, put on the wall, we think? Does she love Bob Barker?
You know what? It fits. He's really tan. He's got a lot of money.
Yes.
He probably knows the best buffet in Vegas.
All right.
This is Meredith's kind of guy.
Next question. This is for you, Angela, from John. Now that we know that Kevin applied for a job in the warehouse, but Michael gave him a job in accounting, does that change the way you look at the dynamic between the three characters in the accounting department? Angela, I want to say that you always had the most amazing backstory for the character of Kevin. Will you share it? This is, guys, now this, we always make fun of my actor prep and my Pam document, but Angela has this backstory for the character of Kevin that she invented, that she shared with me.
Here's my theory for how Kevin got his job. I think Kevin's dad, Mr. Malone Sr., I think he was like all buddies and friends with Robert Dunder and Robert Mifflin. They were the co-founders of Dunder Mifflin.
It was a nepotism hire.
I think Mr. Malone was like, you got to hire my kid. Look, we know he's an idiot. Put him somewhere in the corner. If he makes any problems, I'll pay it off. Just hire him, get him out of the house.
I think this is also why there are 3 accountants. Because you and Oscar have to redo Kevin's work sometimes.
All the time. And like, I have a line that's like, when we're talking about being downsized, I'm like, well, I think I know which department is going to be downsized. I mean, there's one department that has 3 people doing the job of 2. That's like a conversation Oscar and I have. You know, we're talking about Kevin.
With your backstory, I think it totally works that his dad came to him and said, Kevin, I'm going to get you a job at this paper company. Where do you want to work? And he was like, forklift.
Yeah.
I want to work with the things in the warehouse. And I'm sure that Daryl was like, no.
No. And he muscled Michael and he was like, you put him up here. Get him out of my warehouse.
We have invented this. We just want to let you know, John. This is our own brainchild.
John, this is Jenna and Angela fan fiction.
Justin wrote in and said, Jenna, you mentioned your Sounds of Scranton mixtape. I couldn't find it on your website and was wondering if you were going to post your Sounds of Scranton playlist. Justin, yes.
She is. Justin, I want you to know she's embarrassed by it.
I am.
But I told her, I was like, that's what's so charming about it. And you have to put it on, and we're doing it.
It's on there now. I just want to say, it is a bunch of classic rock songs. And my husband saw the list, and he said, this makes no sense. How did this get you in the character of Pam? I don't understand. And I explained to him, when I was younger and I went on long road trips, this is what I listened to as Jenna.
You listened to Pour Some Sugar on Me?
Yeah.
I'm hot, sticky sweet, from my head to my feet.
Yeah. Classic rock was really big in St. Louis, and so it brought me back to a time in my life as Jenna when I was struggling, when I was driving to my receptionist job and I didn't know what I was doing with my life. And so by listening to that music, it did get me in a headspace. Later, when Pam is really upset about everything in season 3, when she is upset about her life with Jim, I created a different playlist for Pam, and it was all very moody, kind of like Norah Jones and Ben Folds, which I think maybe feels a little more on the nose. But the answer is Sounds of Scranton. It's on theofficeladies.com website now. You can find it. And we are also considering, if you guys respond well, we might make a Sounds of Scranton t-shirt. What do you think?
I think we should. My husband said he would wear it.
All right, now we're going to move on to the Alliance episode.
Okay.
Here is a quick list of all the things we missed. Apparently, Angela, we missed a lot. Angry Queen said, a tad disappointed you didn't mention the sticky on Michael's file cabinet at 9 minutes 49 seconds that says whistle and I'll fart.
Let me tell you something, Angry Queen. I'm sad I missed that too. I went back and rewatched Healthcare and the Alliance, I want you to know. And actually, the first time you see Whistle and I'll Fart is in Healthcare.
Bum, bum, bum.
Not the Alliance. Ooh, look at 4 minutes, 7 seconds in Healthcare, and you're going to see it.
Well, it's funny you say that because Lauren mentions that at 4 minutes, 7 seconds in the Alliance, you see a man vanish while walking behind Pam's head.
Yeah, I rewound that like 3 times. Because at first I thought it was just like Devin doing a cross or Creed, you know, because they would, our directors would have them do background crosses so that the office looked like it was still busy and functioning while there were people in the conference room doing their talking heads. And so I rewatched it, and you're right. It's like they edited, and halfway across, Devin is making a cross, and then he just disappears. Wow. Yeah, good catch, Lauren.
Zanel says that at 6 minutes 20 seconds, the show cuts to Pam at her desk, and she is wearing a purple striped shirt instead of a pink shirt she was wearing in the rest of the episode.
Okay, I actually want to applaud you, Zanel, because I went back and rewatched this, and it took me a minute because that purple striped shirt, and probably why the editors used it and hope no one would catch it, is literally just her right shoulder. It is such a quick moment, and you got it, so applause.
Very good. So now we have some questions about this episode. R. Lind said, you talked about a scene where Kelly gets moved to the annex because she bugged Meredith from talking too much, but I have absolutely no idea when this was. I wanted to clear this up.
Okay.
This scene never occurs. This was a made-up backstory that we came up with on the set as the reason why just Toby and Kelly work in this whole other section of the office. The joke was that Michael made Toby sit back there because he couldn't stand him, and Kelly got moved back there because she was sort of annoying everybody else in the office with her chatty chat.
Yeah, this was just a sort of on-set, sort of like made-up story that we would like joke about why they were moved away.
Yeah, the reason they were moved away was because they were writers and they couldn't be
in every scene. They had to be in the writer's room.
Yeah, they had to be able to disappear.
But we joked that we thought it was because Michael hated Toby and Kelly was too chatty.
Yes. Iz wrote in and said, when Michael talks about the 80s party and they cut to the news clipping at 4 minutes, 19 seconds, the article is a bunch of gibberish. All right, Angela, I did an Angela.
I did it too.
I zoomed in on it.
I froze that screen. I put on my glasses and I read the whole thing.
Well, it starts out as a real newsletter, but then the second paragraph is where it starts. Yes. Do you have it?
I do. It says, as anybody can easily tell, this newsletter doesn't really have a lot to say. It's really just a prop to fill in some space and sort of look like a newsletter without really being much of a newsletter at all by typing a lot of words and then just type gibberish words.
This is so Phil Shea. This is the props department amusing themselves.
Yeah.
Which they did often. We have a lot of props from the show. You especially, that you saved, Angela.
Yes.
Where
we've talked about it before, I think. Have we?
I don't know.
I mean, one of my favorite things that I saved was a prop, and it is Dwight and Angela's wedding program. And you open it up, and it's got all of this stuff in there. And that was Phil Shea having fun.
I remember.
I love it.
Pam's wedding program as well has a bunch of like funny misspelled words in it on purpose. And we never address it in the episode, but I like to imagine, as happens with weddings, you get your program, you're like, oh, what? They misspelled the brother's name? And it was on purpose. They would do that stuff. Melissa Dawn wrote in and said, I hope you talk about the fake dead rat in the trap in that scene in the warehouse. A lot of people wrote in about this, actually. A lot of interest in the dead rat. Angela, what can you tell us?
Here's what I can tell you. At 13 minutes, 17 seconds, there is this black rat, and it's laying by that cart, Jim is taping up the box, and there's this black rat laying on its side, like using the trap as a pillow, and you even see it move.
That's what someone wrote in and said.
Yes, and it's clearly fake. I need to know, what the heck, was there a prop guy with a string that made its head move?
I will tell you, I emailed Phil Shea. I texted Phil Shea. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. And I apologize, but I think he is on vacation. He has not gotten back to me.
It's
either that or Phil Shea now hates me.
No.
I'm trying not to take it personally.
It's not like Phil Shea would ghost you, Jenna. I think he's on vacation, and probably a much-deserved vacation. So we might have to revisit that rat question. But here's the other thing I noticed. It's a continuity error, but I also have to wonder if someone told them to get rid of the rat. Because at 13 minutes, 17 seconds, you see the rat. And then at 13 minutes, 27 seconds, there is no rat. There is no rat trap. So I kind of wonder if they got in trouble or something.
Well, maybe it was in the first take, and then they got rid of it.
Because it looked too fake?
Sure. But then that first take of Jim taping the box was the best one, so they used it, and then, it wasn't in later takes, because stuff like that would happen.
Yeah, so there's like rat, no rat.
Warren and Jorge wrote in and said, in this episode, we learn that dairy makes Meredith sick. However, in Survivor Man, Meredith said she really prefers devil's food cake. Was this a continuity miss, or was she just willing to risk it all for this cake?
I think Meredith would risk it all for her favorite cake.
I mean, I think she would risk it all on a whim, know? Especially, what's that drink with the milk in it?
The Kahlua thing?
Kahlua
She
and
would
cream.
be like, I'll pay for it tomorrow.
Yes. So I don't know if it was an intentional continuity error or not, but I feel like more likely it was a choice.
Yeah.
All right, here's our last question from Mary. Near the end of the episode, when Roy confronts Jim, it pans over to Dwight next to the plant, and above Meredith's desk is a photo on the wall. Is that a picture of feet?
Yes, Mary, it is. And that was an amazing catch. Oh my gosh, Mary, applause. At 20 minutes, 57 seconds, you have to look, because it's not just a small picture. It's a really big picture of a pair of feet. One foot is a little bit more featured than the other foot.
What?
The toenails are painted, and it's not the whole foot, you guys. It's just like the toes and like the top of the foot. It's really odd. I don't know what it means, but I thought that was amazing.
I'd like us to interview Michael Gallenberg, our set designer.
Yes.
Because they were responsible for a lot of these little choices. But I think he would be a very interesting person to speak with.
I have so many questions for him. I want to know like all the cartoons and like, is that Bob Barker like on a couch from a magazine? I'm positive.
Well, and they would rotate things, you know, it was, I love that attention to detail that things would be different each week. Ladies, should we take a break?
I think we should. You know, when you're sitting there thinking, I want to be healthier, I don't know where to start, I kind of need a plan. You guys, that's what Noom is.
Yeah. What I've found in the past is that when I decide to do this, I do it all at once. Like the first day, I'm dieting, I'm exercising, I'm all of it. With Noom, you take your path one step at a time. So you don't have to do it all at once. And that is why Noom actually worked for me.
When I think about healthier lifestyle, it's very hard for me to do someone else's rules, right? Someone else's idea of how to do that. I need to know how it works for me.
Yeah.
And I think Noom helps you build something sustainable for your own habits. Start building better habits for healthier long-term results. Sign up for your trial at Noom.com/officeladies.
That's NOOM.com/officeladies to sign up for your trial. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. You know, if you're feeling depressed or maybe even just a little bit off in your relationships, that could be a sign that you should talk to somebody.
You know, obviously this last year has been very stressful for everyone, and we're all trying to figure out how to get back in the world, and it can be a lot. Online therapy can help. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It's not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online, and they can help you as, you know, this next year, there's going to be a lot of changes and transitions, and it's going to be a lot to process.
Yeah, you know, I've talked to a lot of people. We're still, as a world, going through a lot. And for some of us, dealing with grief, for some of us, re-entering social situations, and having tools and strategies. I don't know, that stuff always helps me, Ange. It always has. I've benefited a lot from therapy in my life, and I love that there is this option that can bring affordable options for therapy right to you in your home in a secure way.
You can get affordable professional help when you want it, wherever you are. BetterHelp is an affordable option, and our listeners get 10% off your first month with the discount code OfficeLadies.
Get started today at betterhelp.com/officeladies. Talk to a therapist online and get help.
And we're back.
So we'll start with sexual harassment. Mandy Lanay,
Mandy_Lene.
that's right, said in the talking head that Toby has after his conversation with Dwight, why is everything turned around backward in the vending machine?
Oh, good catch. Good catch, Mandy. Well, you know, probably we didn't have the licensing to feature those items, and you have to sometimes have companies agree to be featured on your show.
Yeah, sometimes companies will even pay you to be featured on a show, but more than that, if you do see a logo or something, it has to be cleared because maybe they don't want to be associated with you.
Yeah, it's kind of a legal issue. So there were things in that vending machine, and maybe we were like, oh, wait, you can see all of that. Let's turn it around.
Yeah, isn't that? But what an odd thing. But I thought that was a really, really good catch.
That's a good catch. All right, we have a question from, it looks like Ramon_23_2016. In the episode, they say Meredith has 2 kids, but as the seasons go on, it drops down to her just having 1 son. Am I right or am I crazy?
I checked the Bible.
Ooh, the show Bible?
I checked the show Bible, and this is crazy. This is a crazy, crazy observation. Okay, in the show Bible, it lists both of these things. So on the Meredith page, first it says she is divorced twice, and has 2 kids. And Dwight says this fact in the Dundies as well. But then it has another reference from season 2, episode 11. The Bible says she has 1 kid and no husband. Then in season 5, episode 18, there is a reference in the show Bible that says she had her 2nd kid for the vacation time.
That sounds like Meredith.
Yes.
That is crazy.
That is crazy. So what is it? It's a mystery. I mean, Meredith's whole life is a mystery, truly.
A little bit. And I think maybe the writers, sometimes just for the purpose of a joke, might have changed things.
Yeah, that's right. I think that did happen sometimes. Sometimes a joke was just too good. For example, with Pam's mom, how we recast Pam's mom because they had a storyline that was just too good.
Right. So sometimes it's out of your hands. Sometimes it might just be like a writer continuity error.
Maybe they just didn't check the Bible.
Or they did and didn't care because they loved the joke too much.
It could be any of those things. But yes, good catch. Sent me down to the show Bible. I had to find out. I guess we didn't miss very much in sexual harassment, Angela. I went through all the emails and all the comments.
I would not put that out there.
Oh, well, these were the 2. These were the 2 things.
Okay.
All right, here is a fun fact from Patty Schuffner 76. I loved this. She wrote in to say, SAS shoes are made in San Antonio, Texas. SAS stands for San Antonio Shoemakers, and you can go visit the factory.
Boy, we should. You would love that.
We should go, Ange.
Oh my gosh. My grandmother, God rest her soul, is moving to the SAS factory. She loved her SAS shoes.
I would love it. I went to that shoe factory in Key West, Florida.
What?
Yeah.
What?
There are these leather sandals that are only made in Key West, Florida. And I went on a family vacation when I was a teenager with my mom, and I got a pair of these sandals. They're like $8. And I loved them so much. And they eventually opened an online store, but the only way you could get them is if you sent them like a certified check from the bank. But it was like for $15. It was like $8 for the sandals and then shipping. And I did it for years. For years, I would go into a bank and I would get a certified check and I would send it off to this Key West because they were the most comfortable.
Were they the ones like your navy ones?
Yes, the blue
Yes!
ones. Yes.
Jenna, I have such a strong memory of you wearing those shoes every day in summer.
Yes.
Every day.
Angela, I still wear them. You can order them now without a certified check. I'm disappointed I can't remember the name of them. I'm sorry, everyone. This is not an ad for them.
No.
This is just, I really love these sandals. I'm sure you could find them if you Google, like, Key West, Florida sandals.
Listen, that's what happens. My grandmother wore SAS shoes her whole life. You find a shoe you love, you stick with it.
That's right.
I would go to the SAS shoe store with you. That would be fun. All right. Steph Thomas writes in and says, there was a continuity error during the game. One shot showed Phyllis sitting on the bench with Pam and Angela. And when the camera switched to the game, Phyllis was playing. Then she was back on the bench.
Yeah.
I caught this too, actually. I caught a few times when she was like sitting next to us and then it would cut back and she wasn't there. So Steph, great catch. That did happen. I think we shot a little bit out of order and that was a continuity error. So great catch.
I remember Phyllis was sometimes on the bench with us sometimes. And Kate was always on the bench with us, but she was kind of sitting up on the table, remember?
Yeah.
This is our last catch. Tom underscore AV8R. I guess he's Tom underscore Aviator.
Well,
Aviator. Aviator.
That's the abbreviation.
Yeah.
It would seem.
Okay, and I do want to say he was not the only person to point this out, but he says, at 22 minutes, 25 seconds of our podcast, you said Michael's book is called How I Manage, and it is actually called Somehow I Manage by Michael G. Scott, over 1 million sold, more than the Bible, not surprised. Guys, yes, I apologize. Much better title, Somehow I Manage. I think Greg and Steve should get together and write Somehow I Manage.
Wait,
They need to write a management...
As Michael Scott?
As Michael Scott. I think Greg and Steve could get together and they could write this business management textbook. I think it would be amazing.
That would be hilarious. That would sell like hotcakes.
Yes. Can we start an online campaign to make this happen? I now no longer care if we have an office reunion. I just want the book. Somehow I manage. Oh my gosh, this is my new
We're
pursuit.
gonna get a phone call from Greg and he's like, guys, people are telling me that, like, you want me to write a book? What is this about?
I know.
Moving on to Hot Girl, we got a fan question. Hal wrote in and he says, I noticed that Pam Stanley and Amy Adams all made appearances on that 70s show. I'm curious what, if any, are the connections there?
Angela, I looked this up because I was shocked by this. Here's what I found out. Leslie David Baker, who plays Stanley, myself, and Amy Adams have all had guest appearances on that 70s show in different years and different seasons, even with different casting directors. I could not find a common link, except that 70s show was on for whatever, 9 seasons.
It was a very popular show. It'd be like saying, oh my gosh, these 3 actors were all on Friends.
Yeah.
You know, it was on for a long time and they have a lot of guest stars.
And I think that we were just those working actors just pounding the pavement looking for work, and we all ended up on that 70s show. You know, Rainn Wilson and I both had recurring roles on 6 Feet Under.
Oh, I didn't know that. I knew Rain's, but I didn't know you.
Well, Rain's was very famous. He had a very long-running recurring role on that show. I did 2 episodes of that show, and that was a dream come true. You know, some of those guest spots, you know, where you get to suddenly, you're just this unknown, struggling actor, and all of a sudden you're on a set with a bunch of famous people on a hit show, and you're like, God, I hope I don't screw this up.
I was the murderer on Monk.
Oh!
Tony Shalhoub was amazing, and I'm such a fan. And Alfred Molina was in the episode, and I killed him, Betty.
Oh my gosh, Angela. I once did a guest spot on a show where my character had to die. It was a medical drama.
Aww.
And my character got such high fever that my brain melted. And it was a result of doing drugs. I was playing a teenager. And my mom said it was the only performance of mine that has ever deeply disturbed her. She did not enjoy watching my heart flatline.
Oh, no.
No. Very upsetting.
I wouldn't want to watch that either.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it, guys. I'm sorry. I wish that I had a better answer, but good observation.
Very good observation.
So William Warden 6547 wrote in, Amy Adams might be my very distant cousin if she's also related to John Quincy Adams. William Warden, I have some good news for you.
What?
According to the internet, Amy is the 13th cousin, 8 times removed from our 6th president, John Adams, and signer of the Declaration of Independence.
Does Amy know that?
I don't know if Amy knows.
Amy, I hope you know this. This is kind of amazing.
Yes, you are a very distant cousin, 8 times removed from one of our founding fathers.
Wow.
As is William Warden, 6547. All right, so those were some general hot girl comments, but let's get into the nitty-gritty of the episode. Here is something. A lot of fans had questions about the espresso machine. Angela?
Well, let me just tell you, I did a deep dive on this. Here we go. Coffee machine correction. A lot of fans said it was an espresso machine. Correction from Kelly McNeil. You ladies said you weren't sure what happened to the coffee maker at the end of Hot Girl. Doesn't it make a reappearance in the episode where Michael renovates the Michael Scott Paper Company into Cafe Disco? Well, let me tell you.
Angela.
Here I go. I went way into the internet last night, guys, and here's the thing. In Hot Girl, at 11 minutes 41 seconds, Michael says it is a Starbucks digital barista, and it costs $1,000. And you know what? I looked it up, and it looks kind of boxy. Look, Jenna.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Now, in Cafe Disco, this is not the same machine.
Oh.
In Cafe Disco, it's actually circular looking, and it is called a Espressione Cafe Nova Centro.
Oh.
It's $400.
Is it also from Starbucks?
No, you can get this, it looks like on Amazon or Costco.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, completely different machine, guys.
Completely different. One looks like a boxy square. The other is like round with levers.
Yeah, it has a sort of cylinder-esque.
Yes, I don't even want to tell you guys how long it took me to find this information out. I actually found the Cafe Disco Espresso Cafe Nova Centro on Reddit. Reddit is an interesting place. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
So anyway,
Sam is shaking his head. He's
yeah,
saying,
don't
go to Reddit.
Mom, don't go to Reddit. Well, I was looking for a coffee maker, dang it. But here's the thing, it is not the same coffee maker.
Well, I believe Phil Shea when he said we had to return it. It definitely isn't the exact same one because he returned it back to Starbucks to get his money back.
And the one that's,
I guess.
the one that's
Even though
in,
we used it.
the one that's in Cafe Disco, why did I read the reviews? But it's much cheaper.
Oh, I
And
see.
Doesn't always deliver.
Well,
apparently.
that makes sense because Michael Scott Paper Company did not have as much money as Dunder Mifflin.
They would not spend $1,000.
They would not.
Yeah.
All right, so more about the coffee maker. A lot of people would like us to answer the question, who won the coffee maker? Remember I bring up that we don't know? Well, Julia Sniffen found out something very interesting.
Julia, what?
She said at 16 minutes, 43 seconds, Dwight is asking Katie on a date. And when she says no, he moves and you can see the leaderboard for the incentive prize. It says DM Calendar Blitz. Jim is in first place with $3,500 and Dwight is in second with $3,000. She says, I like to think that Pam wrote this. Mm-hmm. So I guess at that point, Jim is the leader. So technically Jim would have won coffee maker.
Right.
If we
Michael was a little sour, though, about Katie going home with Jim, so that might not have worked out for Jim.
Yeah, I like to think that at the end of the episode, Michael is just sipping coffee. Like he kept it. Why do I feel like he kept it?
I feel like he kept it at his condo.
I do too.
That's what I think.
Well, Tyler Weirs also says, I was rewatching Hot Girl after listening to the last recap, and I noticed the name Andy written on the conference room sales board at 14 minutes, 36 seconds. Is this a complete coincidence, or was this, pointing at Andy Bernard, the character of Andy Bernard, already in the plans? This must be a coincidence.
It's a coincidence.
100%.
There's no way they knew that early on that any of those extra characters were going to be serious. There's no way.
But I feel like this is what we talked about before, Angela, about these accidents that sort of stay in the ether of the Office magic.
Hey, I will go down like a deep, deep dive on how I think there's a group mind in comedy. And it's my improv background, and that when people are all in this group mind, these wonderful accidents that aren't accidents happen,
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I geeked out for a second, guys.
I love it. Laura Sloss wrote, I loved the Hot Girl episode of the podcast. Thank you. She loved hearing about my poker tournament in Scotland. She lives in a town outside of Edinburgh and was wondering, do I remember the pub that I won the poker tournament in? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It is called the Wally Doug, and it is at 32 Northumberland Street. Laura said she's going to go by and see if my name is still on the leaderboard. Will you let me know?
Oh, that would be great. If it is, you have to take a picture.
Yes, please do.
That is so cool.
I feel like as soon as I walked out, they just erased it, and they were like,
was it like
dang American.
Was it a dry erase board?
It was.
Oh, it is gone. Who are we kidding? That's gone.
I'm trying to remember what year that was. It was before my son was born. I think it was like 2009 or 2010. So we're going on a good 9 or 10 years ago.
Here's a question from Mally Brofsky and Shelby Garrick. They both asked, Jenna, when you sing at the end of the Hot Girl podcast, did you choose On the Wings of Love? Because that's what you sang at the funeral for the bird in grief counseling.
It is.
Really?
Yes, I chose it, and I wondered if anyone would notice.
You planted a little secret?
Yeah, well, when you said sing something, I mean, we didn't plan that I was going to sing in that podcast, but when you said, why don't you sing something, I was like, the first thing that popped into my head was a song that Pam sang. So finally, guys, I can't tell you how overwhelmingly positive the response was to our interview with Phil Shea, our props master. We got so many emails, so many comments about that, and we wanted to give you a little more.
Yes, Phil actually was able to talk to us for a little bit longer than was in the actual episode, and he's just a wealth of information about the show.
He answered more questions about the basketball episode and also the healthcare episode. So we're going to play that for you now. In the basketball episode, people had two big questions. One of the questions was the face mask that Rain wears on his face. I remember that was Greg's idea and it was scripted, but we never refer to it. Do you remember that? Is that something you had to find? Is that a prop or is that a wardrobe?
It was a prop because it was basically something that would have been in Rain's personal effects. He bought that at a sporting goods store or had a ophthalmologist build it for him or a facial surgeon build it for him. So I guess Greg was enamored with Allen Iverson, who wore one of those back in 2005. So I found a couple online, and we bought all three of them, and whichever one fit Rain the most, face the most appropriately according to Greg's vision, that's the one we used.
Crazy.
So
Inspired by Allen
kind of
Iverson.
Yeah, or somebody in the NBA who had broken their nose and came back in the game with that clear plexi face mask, and it was really the rage back then. So it was very, very topical and very current and relevant, so that we kind of mimicked it, but had Ray wearing it. So it was pretty funny, yeah. It was just one of the millions of gold nuggets that Greg always drops into the scripts that made it just a little scooch funnier and a little more mysterious. So
A little bit of layers there.
Yeah, great layers, yeah. So I'm glad the fans inquire about all those little nuggets that Greg added to the show.
Another thing people wanted to know about in that episode is the cold pack that bursts open. Did you have to test cold packs? Like, how did you make sure that this cold pack would burst open
And
in
look
a
like that?
confetti-like way that Greg wanted?
Yeah, we shook a bunch of them and tried to do it realistically, and it never happened. And then we would score them. We would just take these little knives and kind of score it, which is basically weakening the fibers of the bag, and then applied the same amount of pressure. And then we let Rain practice with 3 or 4, so he could get an idea of how hard he needed to squeeze to when it would break the bag. So that was just old school special effects, or low tech, we call it, really low tech. We got different bags.
Poked a hole in them.
The material.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, not poking a hole, but more just
weakening.
like scraping, weakening. Yeah, weakening, exactly.
So, Phil, a lot of people wanted to know more about the ice cream cake in the healthcare episode. Specifically, how many ice cream cakes did you have to buy?
I think we did 30, and that was from the Baskin-Robbins store on Victory Boulevard in Burbank, and they delivered them in a refrigerated truck.
Oh my God.
Did we eat them all, or did you have any left over?
We might have had 4 or 5 left over, and I think we gave them to craft service.
Oh man.
Yes,
I'm sure. Who ate them at craft service?
Not the cast, I can tell you that much. We were all about to vomit.
I gave it to craft service, and I was just glad to be rid of them all. So the other one can know who eats them or what you do with them, but they're not my responsibility anymore. So here you go.
They're perfectly fine cakes. It's just like they turned on us after eating them for hours and hours.
You guys were troopers.
Awkwafina is Nora from Queens on Comedy Central is back, and spoiler alert, the season hits different.
Now an even later 20-something, still living with her dad and grandma, Nora is right at home and back on her hustle.
Whether she's siphoning gas, getting electrocuted, inadvertently joining a cult, or just trying to sell dank bud on the side, Nora is growing into adulthood one embarrassing misadventure at a time.
And this is why BuzzFeed calls it an absolute gem of a show, and it's 100% worth watching. So don't miss the new season starring Awkwafina, Bowen Yang, B.D. Wong, Lori Tan Chin, and guest starring Michelle Buteau, Haley Joel Osment, Fortune Feimster, Jabuki Young White, Chloe Feynman, and Jennifer Esposito, to name but a few.
Awkwafina is Nora from Queens' new season premieres Wednesday, August 18th at 10, 9 Central on Comedy Central.
Don't sleep on it, even though that's totally what Nora would do.
Well, guys, we hope you enjoyed this second drink of season 1.
Yes, and thank you so much for sending in your questions and your comments.
And I want to say one thing, and we get a lot of people asking us, what is the best way to submit a question?
Oh, well, I know that you have a certain way that you say it really helps, so let them hear it.
Okay, my favorite, because I like organization, is when people submit questions through officeladies.com. Because on our website, we have these little folders for each episode, and you just click on the folder, and then when it's time for us to prep that episode, I can go to that folder of questions.
And they're all right there.
They're all right there.
Yeah.
We also have, by the way, a general Q&A folder if your question doesn't fit into a specific episode. And, but, Lady, you get a lot of questions and comments from Office Ladies Pod, our Instagram.
Yes, I will go through Instagram comments. Jenna goes through folders, so there are multiple ways you can find us.
And our associate producer Ainsley grabs things from our email, which is officeladies@earwolf.com. So there's lots of ways. But we also get another question a lot, lady, which is how far in advance do you need to send a question?
Pretty far.
Like 4 weeks.
Yeah.
We're about 4 weeks ahead on our podcast. So hopefully that helps so you can get your question answered. We also check those folders and comments after an episode has aired for these revisited.
Yes, that's actually one of my favorite things is to see your comments. And like when Jenna got the synopsis of Look Who's Talking Wrong, the comments on Office Ladies Pod were making me laugh so hard. I like snort laugh.
Did you love that, Anne? Did you love it when I got it wrong? Everybody
Well, no, just because
you just thought that was so funny, guys. She snort laughed.
I
just
did.
Loved it.
I did.
Her favorite thing.
Hey, settle down because every week I say some very simple phrase wrong. I can't. It's like
Her latest one, by the way, is your mashup of Betty Crocker and Susie Homemaker.
that was a private mashup. I left Jenna a voicemail, and I was just saying how I'm not great in the kitchen, you know. And I was talking to my husband. I was like, "Look, I'm not Betty Homemaker.
Yeah, she's not Betty Homemaker, everybody.
Who is it? It's Susie Homemaker. Is it Betty?
It's either Susie Homemaker or Betty Crocker.
Okay.
Susie Homemaker kind of cleans the house and organizes it. I think she's sort of overall homemaker, and Betty Crocker is more kitchen-based. But I actually think you're getting it right, Angela. You are not a Betty Homemaker, okay?
Well, listen,
Neither one of those things are things you're super interested in.
My skill sets are this. If you want someone to organize your pantry, if you have like all of your sort of wrapping paper and it's all in a bin all meshed up with your ribbon, I'm going to go through. I will fold every piece of tissue paper.
You will Marie Kondo that.
But guys, I can't like make a casserole out of just like extra stuff in the fridge. You're not going to want to eat that. I don't have that in me.
I hear you. You're not a Betty Homemaker.
I'm not a Betty Homemaker. All right, you guys. Well, happy holidays. We hope you're having a safe and good one. And we just want to say we love you.
Yeah, we love you. And we'll be back next week breaking down an episode as usual.
Bye.
Bye.
That's my turkey.
I liked it.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Jenna, I really miss travel. I want to go places.
Well, when you're ready to travel again, you should check out Priceline. They know that every trip is a big deal, and that's never been more true.
Priceline can save you up to 60% off your favorite hotels, and they even have exclusive deals on flights and rental cars.
They make it easy to find a great price on your next trip.
Visit Priceline today to get a big deal on your next trip. Do amazing with Total Wireless, the no-contract wireless service with 5G from the network more Americans depend on.
With Total Wireless, you can save up to $80 a month compared to other 4-line plans from the leading carrier.
And enjoy 5G in over 2,700 cities for as little as $25 per month per line with 4 lines, all with no contract. $80 savings when compared to the monthly cost of the comparable postpaid shared data 4-line plan of the leading carrier. Excludes taxes, fees, autopay discounts, and limited time pricing.
Source: competitor websites, April 2021. Discover Total Wireless at TotalWireless.com. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. It is is season 4.
Season 4. Holy guacamole!
It's Fun Run.
It's Fun Run Part 1.
That's right, because Fun Run was an hour-long episode, so once again, we're going to break it down into 2 parts. Today is Fun Run Part 1, written by Greg Daniels, directed by Greg Daniels.
So much happens in Fun Run, it needs to be 2 episodes. It really does.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Here is a summary of just Part 1.
Yeah,
Are you
let's
ready?
hear it. Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay. Michael accidentally hits Meredith with his car and breaks her pelvis. There's so much there already. He gets the whole gang to visit her in the hospital and later discovers she may also have rabies. Angela asks Dwight to give medicine to her cat Sprinkles while she visits Meredith in the hospital, but when Dwight returns, he announces that Sprinkles is dead and he put Sprinkles in the freezer.
In the freezer!
Also, your television was on.
Yeah, my television was on, and Sprinkles is in the freezer.
Meanwhile, everyone wants to know if Jim and Pam are dating. They insist they're not, they say they're just friends, but Kevin is not convinced.
Kevin really has a bee in his bonnet about it.
Yeah, why does Kevin care so much?
I don't know. He's obsessed.
Because this episode begins so dramatically, we felt like we needed to speak with the woman at the center of this episode.
Absolutely. We need to talk to Kate Flannery about getting hit by that car.
Yes, so guys, Kate chatted with us. Sam, will you play the interview?
Kate Flannery is here today, you guys, with her tiny teacup.
Hi, Kate. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing? It's so nice to see you.
Wait, we have to get a picture of you with that teacup. Cody, will you take a picture?
It's not tiny. It's a regular sized teacup. What's tiny about that?
I don't believe you. It looks tiny.
It's regular.
Oh my gosh. And you have a little cup and saucer. Here's the thing, guys. Kate Flannery is one of the classiest gals. Her home is spectacular. It is decorated like it's out of Architectural Digest. It is, every little thing is amazing. And I am not surprised at all that you look so put together and you're having your tea in a proper cup and saucer.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wait,
now
sorry.
I gotta turn my phone
Important
off
phone
because someone's
call.
calling me.
Just getting
Sorry,
important
guys.
phone call.
Sorry.
Take it on air. Take it on air.
Yeah, who is it?
Let's talk to them.
I think it was a potential spam, so I hung up on them. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I can't
dang it.
get locked in a timeshare just for you for the bit. I'm sorry, you guys. I can't. It's so good to see you. You guys, you don't understand. We spent every day together for 9 years.
I know. Oh my God. I know.
It was so much like a real office job in that respect.
It
like
really
hours
was.
at our desks.
And the fluorescent light?
Yes.
I mean, that has a real effect on you.
And the snacks? Come on.
That was the best spread.
Oh God, we had the best food ever.
It's all my dad ever talked about. All the years that he visited, and I would pepper him with questions about, so Steve Carell ate lunch with us today. Wasn't that great? And he was like, did you see the steak they had? It was always about the food.
Bill Kinsey.
Oh, Kate. It's so good to see you.
And Jenna. You guys.
Kate, we always like to start by asking people how they came to be on The Office.
I actually auditioned for the pilot for the part of Jan. Allison Jones said, I think you're really right for this show, but I don't know if this is your part. So clearly they went a different way with Laura Harden. And lo and behold, you guys shot the pilot. I remember that summer, I was doing a sketch show once a week that was timed. It was a 2-minute sketch show. So literally at 2 minutes, the lights would go out. It was this live show in Hollywood at this theater on Melrose with one of the Sklar brothers, Randy, was doing a sketch right before me. He's like, have you been watching that British show, The Office? I'm so obsessed with it. He was like the first person to really tell me about it. I was like, yeah, I've seen a little bit. He goes, you gotta watch the whole thing. So I kind of got obsessed, and then come September, late August, early September, I had an audition. I couldn't make the first one because I was in Chicago with my aunt, and then I just came, I figured the part was gonna get taken, and they had another session a few days later, and I went in and I read, and I remember Allison Jones said no makeup. And like usually in LA, you know, that means light, mascara, some foundation.
It means something. It never really means no makeup,
No,
right?
and they're like she's literally had a box of tissue. She's like, no makeup.
Wipe it off.
Get off, right? Anyway, and then I just remember there were a few actresses that I knew from Chicago that were there, and I felt like they booked everything. I'm like, I'm never going to get this. But I just remember that room was Ken Kwapis and Greg and Allison Jones, and I'm sure Paul, the recipients, I'm sure there were, Mike Schur, I'm sure all the producers were there, the writer producers. It was like the most unique experience I think I'd ever had in an audition. And then when I came out, I got home, and then Allison told me to go to Gower and do it again, do it one more time, and do less, do less. And then by the time I got home from there, I found out that I got the part.
What? You booked it on the drive home?
Isn't that weird?
Girl, way to
And I didn't have a
go.
cell phone, so I didn't know till I got
That's
home.
every actor's dream.
You didn't have a cell phone, so you didn't know. Those were the days, man. Like, you know what? They couldn't get a hold of you. You found out at home.
I was playing hard to get on the drive home.
Wow. Well, Kate, I was so excited because when you walked on the set that day, Kate and I had been doing an improv show called Bitch Planet.
All chick improv.
All chick improv, and we've been doing that for years, and then all of a sudden my good friend was going to be sitting like right behind me for years. That was just amazing.
Who knew? When 4 people were in our audience on a Sunday night for our show.
At 10 o'clock.
Kate, do you remember what your audition scene was?
Yeah, it was from the Alliance. It was the whole reaction to the surprise party and Michael reading the birthday card and insulting Meredith like crazy.
Yes, amazing.
Yeah, it was so awesome. So awesome. So awkward. So awful.
So awful. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Well, Kate, we talked a lot on this show about how once we were filming in that bullpen, we were all in the scene. And so we were all each other's background. And that's very unique. It's not like that on a lot of shows, right?
No. Yeah.
So we sort of talked about the things we did in the background. We talked about how Phyllis looked at gates. Remember, she looked at gates for her house for years.
I remember they told me when I booked the job that I was supposed to bring paperwork because they really wanted us to be looking like we were working. And I loved that suggestion. I thought it was so, it's so method because then no one is suddenly acting like they're working. They're actually working and the camera catches them, which makes so much more sense. So I actually brought my taxes the first season.
I was going to say, Kate, I have a memory of you opening your mail and having...
I did. I brought a bag of stuff. And I think I also snuck reading a book, which is kind of like a thing that people do in an office anyway sometimes.
Well, especially Meredith. Well, I don't know. Does Meredith read a lot? Maybe not.
I got into solitaire, clearly. That was my main background choice for someone. But that was so much because the back of my head was in so much of it that my screen was caught all the time on my computer. So I would just, rather than go to some file at the last minute, I would just dump into solitaire because I knew I could just get right back into it. And I thought it was a funny thing for Meredith to be multitasking all the time with a game. It's so stupid.
Well, you became really, really good at it.
Actually, Creed and I would have many a competition, and I whooped his ass.
You did. I am still sort of hung up on the fact that they told you to come to set and bring paperwork. Did they tell you that?
They didn't tell you that?
No.
I don't remember that specifically, but I did bring some. I used to write down my grocery list a lot. I was constantly, or just general to-do lists I would journal,
oh my God.
but with a paper and pen.
It's so funny. Now, Jenna, you and I had a little system that we created. Do you remember? You remember this, right? You have to.
It's one of my fondest memories.
What?
Okay, we had specific boxes of other people's real, paperwork.
Yes.
Phil Shea bought medical records. It was bizarre. And these receipts. And I had this whole system where I was stapling, and I had a whole certain things that would match, and then I would bring them to you, and then you would approve or disapprove sign. I remember this whole, oh my God, it was fantastic.
It was amazing, and it was very specific. My favorite thing about it, Kate, was that we would do this in the deep background when no one would appreciate it. It was really just for us. And we would never break character, and we would argue not with each other, but sort of like with the system.
Yes,
we were always
yes,
like
we were,
mad
yes,
at like
it
how
was
they had
flawed.
added these alphanumeric characters that don't match any of the forms and are impossible to input into the computer.
Oh my gosh.
We had this whole like thing we were mad at corporate that we would do.
We did. Oh my gosh. This was the greatest job in the world.
This is the cutest thing that how is it that I was on set with you guys all these years? I didn't know. I didn't know you guys were doing this. Do you know what Oscar Nunez would do? With these health records, Oscar would find one that had something really peculiar, and he'd circle it and highlight it, make it very important, and he would hand it to me in the middle of a scene with great authority, and it would say something like, bulbous mass on eyelid, probably sty, recommended to drain of the pus. And I'd be like, oh my God, I'm reading this in the background of a scene.
We were so respectful, though. Obviously, we never gave away anybody's name or medical condition on the show.
I want to say I have a memory that those forms were redacted, like that the real personal info is blacked out. Did I do that to the forms, or
I
is
think
that
we
real?
did it to the forms. I literally think we did because I remember sometimes there were a little bit, but not everything. Not every. Yeah.
I do remember addresses being blacked out. But anyway, guys, it was sort of creepy to know that you could buy old medical records in those days. I'm sure now they're all computerized. And also the dates were from like 3 decades ago. It was like,
Right, there's a lot of stuff from
you
the
know,
80s.
1960s,
Yeah, the
70s,
80s was a big, yeah. So bizarre.
I love how we're trying to reassure people when the truth is we clearly had things we shouldn't have had.
Oh my God.
But you know what? Let's keep trying to justify why it was okay.
Well,
It's fine. It's fine.
what happened at Dunder Mifflin stayed at Dunder Mifflin. We did not share any
That's right.
sensitive material. But I will say, what I loved about that and the realness of the paperwork, it just kept everything. It was like a little focus for the lens.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things was they had stacks and stacks of some type of time code documentation from these offices, and they were on really thin, like almost like the pages of a Bible thin, you know?
Yes.
And then they had all the little carbon slides in them, and I would sometimes smell the carbon slides because I like the smell. It's like the smell of like a Sharpie. I like the smell.
This is the True Hollywood story right now. Angela's
What is
getting
happening
high
right
in the
now?
corner.
Angela was sniffing the carbon in the background sometimes.
This is how you got into character. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well, you know what's funny because Ken Kwapis would do that thing, you know, like the general tone at the beginning, like when he would come, and this was all part of it, just like actually, you know, filming us working, just working and being like, you know, who are you working? It's funny, people had asked me like, how did you stay in character, whatever. I feel like those were our desks, so the crew really wasn't allowed to sit at our desks, so it really did feel like an office job in that respect. Like you would literally walk in to set and just go right to your desk. It was kind of like focusing and specific and really wonderful, and it kept all of us in the game.
And
We did.
likewise, you know what? I wouldn't sit at anybody else's desk. Like, I would never just go sit down in Phyllis's chair.
No.
Right? That was like her space.
Sometimes Rain would sit at my desk to talk fantasy football with Ryan,
Right.
and I would have to come kick him out of my seat.
But I just had such respect for the process. Like I just feel like the focus was always in the right place for our show.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I feel like I didn't always have a lot of lines, obviously, but I felt like there was something that I felt like I was kind of holding the space for the reality that we were in, and that was very important to me. I was always very conscious of that.
Well, we are super excited to talk to you about this amazing stunt that you did in this episode. I mean, holy cow, Kate.
You get hit by a car.
You get hit by a car.
What was your first thought when you read this episode?
Okay, I literally said, does she live? I literally said, does Meredith live? I said it right away. And then, like, I've been reading later that, like, there's been articles saying that one of the writers decided that, you know, they wanted to pitch that Meredith didn't live. And then they thought that was too dark. Greg thought it was too dark for Michael to have killed one of the employees of Dunder
Oh my
Mifflin.
God, yeah. How do you come back from that?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I was like, but I remember, like, I was so conscious of it because I was like, I know this isn't a soap opera, like, this could be it. But the first time we shot it, literally they played it almost like Meredith was a speed bump that he just like went over. Because
Like you were laying on the ground and he rolled over you?
I was underneath
Okay.
the wheel, literally. We finished shooting the episode, and then I think 2 weeks later, Dave Rogers, our Emmy-winning editor, had an idea for an insert shot that he thought was so much more interesting than what we shot, which was Meredith hitting the glass. And he asked our UPM Kent Zabornak to try it out and show it to me. He's like, Kent did it. Do you think he'd do it? I mean, he obviously did not know me because I would have said yes anyway. I totally would have said yes.
I was going to say, you would say yes.
I would have, but season 1, I remember Greg, there was a shot of Dwight and Michael dressed like Crockett and Tubbs from Miami Vice, from the Halloween party. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they had me dress up like Madonna. And I remember it was like maybe my second week there, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll be Madonna, whatever. And like, they really went for it. I mean, I was like 1987 Madonna. I was wearing like a bustier. It was nuts. I was just in the background. And I thought, there was something about that. It was like my responsibility to do whatever as full out as possible. I don't know. I was like kind of up for anything. Because I remember Greg saying, is it okay if you do this? And I was like, sure. Like, of course.
So that started the whole Meredith saga. Being full Madonna started it all.
Sort of, right. But I actually felt like it was so much fun to do the physical comedy because I have such a good time doing. I mean, I've always had a good time doing that my whole career, but like this was so up another level for sure. So literally, when we went to shoot it, we had to shoot it again, and Steve wasn't available. So Dan Beals, who was our PA, who was so young at the time, he had Steve's jacket on and shirt, so it was his hand that they would cut from, and it's such a quick swipe, like it you know.
So wait, Dan was driving?
Well, he was
And
just in the car. The
in the
car was
car.
stationary. I started in the center of the hood. I had to roll up to the glass and then roll off the car onto a giant mat. And
So you sort of had to, like, with force,
Yes.
roll into that windshield on your own. You sort of slammed your body into the windshield and then slowly rolled off of it onto a mat in the parking lot?
Yes, and I remember after
Wow.
like the 4th take or 5th take, Greg took me aside and we went to the back where the warehouse entrance is, in that alley where we shot, like where the bird, you know, where they had the bird funeral, you know, the alley.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, come with me and do some jumping jacks. He was like doing jumping jacks with me just to get me really loose. I love Greg so much. I mean,
That's so Greg, by the way.
he's the greatest. It's funny. I just recently saw Dave Rogers sent me an outtake, another take that they didn't use, and I actually did an extra spin in there, which I actually thought was a little funnier. But I'm just so used to watching the one thing. I think it just caught me by surprise.
So wait, there is a take of you out in the universe where you flip forward twice into the windshield?
No, once in the windshield, but then I flipped twice off the car.
Oh,
So it's like it's insane. It's insane.
well, guys, at 53 seconds, you can see Kate's face up against the windshield.
And I'm telling you, after we shot that, I remember they were using it in the promos for the episode because it was the first episode of season 4, Fun Run. I remember Joaquin Phoenix canceled at the last minute for the Tonight Show, so they asked me, basically because of the promo. It was so much fun, like they actually wanted me on the Tonight Show. So that was the first time I did that. That was so awesome.
Well, Kate, you're just like a rock star. I mean, I have to ask you though, if you're rolling with force into a windshield over and over and rolling off, were you sore? Did you like?
We had to match what we shot before because they weren't sure about the before, if they were going to see us before. So I had to match the clothes, and I was wearing short sleeves and like a denim jumper.
Yeah.
Like a kindergarten teacher. And I remember the Emmys were like the next week, and I was so bruised. I had to use like body makeup.
Yeah, because I think if they knew they were going to do the stunt that way, they probably would have padded you up and
Totally.
dressed you
Yes,
accordingly,
Totally.
right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Well, Kate, you did so many stunts on the show. Was this your favorite? Do you
I
even
think
have
so.
a favorite?
This was my favorite. I also love being on. This is so weird. I was on top of the men's room stall when Dwight comes. Where I was planking. Meredith is planking.
Yes.
Dwight comes in with a fire extinguisher and just blows her off into the stall.
Yes.
We used the real men's room where Video Village, where the guests were. Those 2 bathrooms.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they put like this weird flim-flam mattress on top. And I was like, fingers crossed I don't go the other way, because there was nothing on the other side. because I had to balance. It was so crazy. But yeah, and it was really the men's room. I'm like, okay, this. Hopefully, I don't land too hard because then I'm going to hit the toilet. And it's so bizarre, but it was really fun.
I want to give some props to your athleticism. I know that Angela has often chided me for my athleticism.
Here we go.
No, it's okay. I'm not going back to that any more than I just did. But Kate,
Too late.
You are amazingly athletic. I mean, in doing all these stunts, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, we know that you were on Dancing with the Stars and you were amazing, but you also did your lounge show, The Lampshades, for years and years and years. And I remember coming to see you in that, and you do this deep squat
Repeatedly.
over again. And you pick your leg up, and I was like, oh my gosh, I feel like they got so lucky with you as Meredith because you were qualified for these stunts.
That's so sweet. I feel like for me too, it was empowering. Like, I did not do the stunt with my hair on fire. I did do all the stuff in the parking lot of Moroccan Christmas. I just didn't do the hair on fire.
You did the bat. That was crazy, and you really sold it.
So crazy. And then I didn't actually shave my head. I had a bald cap for that. So I feel like those are the two. I'm like, okay. But
I think it's okay that you let your hair be. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Like,
I think Greg was
it's
disappointed though. It was like the first time I was like, nope, not doing that. Like.
Well, can we talk a little bit about the moment in this episode where we're all in the hospital? We've all come to see you. My memory of this was it was so hard to get through those scenes without laughing. In fact, you see us break.
Totally.
I fully break in the episode.
That was during Fun Run, yeah.
What are your memories of shooting in the hospital?
I remember there was one scene where Dwight talks about the fact that if they pulled the plug, you know, basically the energy, like they were
wasting money keeping you going.
Right.
I loved it when you were like, do not pull the plug. Don't pull any plug.
Oh my God, it's so good. And I remember the take when Steve just, as an apology, he's trying to get an apology out of me, and I won't apologize. And so he just decides to climb into the bed with me. And I feel like I had a slight delayed reaction, but I'm like, ah! I just started screaming because I'm like.
Well, we were also surprised because he improvised that, and you even see all of us, we sort of like freeze, and then we're like, Michael, stop!
Yes! It really took us by surprise.
Totally.
Well, Kate, another question we like to ask our guests is if they took anything with them when the show wrapped.
How dare you?
What do you have it?
What do you have it?
Well, first of all, I have Meredith's purse. Which I don't know if I always wore it like a, like a
side
cross
saddle. Yeah.
You satcheled it.
And I left everything in it that was still in there. So this is why I still had the marriage union of Pamela Morgan Beasley and James Duncan Halpert.
Is that our wedding?
Yes, it's the program. So this is what I did.
It's our wedding
The wedding
program.
party and the wedding party. Yes, this is what I showed on Some Good News with John Krasinski when we did our wedding dance.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that crazy?
That is so, that you had just tucked it in your purse and you still have it.
I did.
We would do that though. We would get prop purses, and like if we had props, we would just put them in our purse.
Totally. And I have, oh my gosh, what else do I have in here? I think I have.
Do you have some old sides? I would always
I do
put
have
my
sides. Yes,
in my
I do have
purse.
sides. But I also have Sweeney Todd from when Andy was performing in that theater.
Wow.
And I have Church of Angels, Cecilia Marie Halpert, when she got christened, Cece's christening.
Oh my gosh, Kate, these are amazing.
I know.
Well, Kate, fans love Meredith, and you know we're going to be hitting you up. We've got a few more episodes to cover before we're done here. Before we say goodbye, is there anything we can share with everyone? Like where to find you, what you're up to?
Yes. Well, on Instagram at The Real Kate Flannery, on Twitter at Kate Flannery. I go to a little ramen place once a week in K-Town.
Don't say that.
But I'm actually doing some charity work for Phil Abundance, which is the biggest food bank in Philadelphia. That's my hometown. I'm working with WMMR, which is the big radio station. They always have the big morning show with Preston and Steve, and I've been doing their show for years. And it's literally like 5 minutes from my dad's house. Like I will roll out of bed, and if I'm in town, I occasionally sometimes let a 4-letter word slip. So they literally have a button on their panel that says the Flannery button. There's a 4-second, 5-second rule. Like they had, those FCC. Gosh, it's crazy. But anyway, I love these guys so much, and they're making such a difference. Phil Abundance is. They're doing a huge push. They always do it right before Thanksgiving, but this year is even bigger because of the pandemic and because so many families are in need and there's so many businesses that are not happening and that we have to wait until we can all be together again. And we will be together again. But in the meantime, you guys can go to philabundance.org, and I'm going to be doing a little bit of press for them, and I'll be,
Kate, that is so great. And we should have mentioned that you are from Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And that your dad had a bar in Philly. What was the name of the bar?
Flannery's Tavern. He was up all night trying to figure out a name. No, I'm just kidding. My grandfather came up with the name too.
Well, Kate, we love that you are giving back to Philly like that, and we'll definitely, we'll put in our socials where people can find that.
That would be awesome. Thank you so much. You guys,
Yes.
I love you. So great to see you.
Love you too. Thank you so much, Kate.
It was amazing. You have to come back.
I would love to.
I always feel like summer just flies by. Like it feels like the shortest season. But you know what? We really need to make the most of it and just chill out.
Well, as the beer that's made to chill, Coors Light wants you to savor every second of summer, Ange. They really want you to rediscover and enjoy what makes summer awesome.
I think they're the official beer of slowing down summer.
I think that's true. It's as crisp and refreshing as the Colorado Rockies. And the Colorado Rockies are very crisp. I've never licked the Colorado
I
Rockies.
hope you don't lick the Colorado Rockies.
But they are crisp.
It's crisp. What is your point?
The point is, Coors Light is perfect for a moment to unwind this summer.
Coors Light is the official beer of slowing down summer. Because as the beer that's made to chill, they want you to savor every second of summer.
Get Coors Light in the new look delivered straight to your door with Drizzly or Instacart by going to CoorsLight.com/OfficeLadies.
Celebrate responsibly. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
We are back. Angela, that was so great talking with Kate. She looks beautiful, stunning. We have been talking to a lot of people through Zoom for our podcast, and most people show up like a hot mess.
Not Kate Flannery.
No.
She looked amazing. And Kate, that was so fun, and we can't thank you enough. And we have a lot to cover. We better get into it.
Yes. Let's break down this episode, lady.
First of all, Jenna, I would like to share with you what you were doing this week that we filmed this. Are you ready?
Okay.
Someone went digging into old emails.
Oh, I'm kind of scared.
Don't be scared. Although I could burn it to the ground, but so could you.
Oh, dear.
Okay. On July 31st, 2007, the whole cast got an email from Kent Zabornak. That said, hey all, for this Friday, August 3rd, here's our schedule for the day. 8:45 a.m. Check in with the NBC Universal Studios Harassment Seminar. This will be located on stage 3. 9 a.m. Harassment Seminar. Mandatory attendance. 10 a.m. Costume fittings. Wardrobe trailer. 11 a.m. Table read episode Fun Run in the writer's trailer. Noon. Cast physicals.
Is that the end of the email?
Please call if you have any questions, Kent.
Oh, that's it?
That's it. I thought it was, first of all, I thought this was an interesting perspective that you saw what a day would be like as we prep an episode.
It is. Your build up to would you like to know what you were doing? I guess I just wasn't expecting the answer to be you attended a harassment seminar and got a physical. I mean, I just thought what was I doing? I can't wait to find out. I mean, I have to say, I wouldn't pick this day to redo if a genie in a bottle ever gave me a wish.
Okay. Well, I just thought this was a very interesting perspective. A, it shows what we had to do to start the new season. And also, B, we filmed Fun Run Part 1 and Part 2 in August. Okay, this part of the episode, we're inside. But folks, we're gonna be running outside. It's August. I think it's an interesting perspective, Jenna.
I love it. It's great. I just thought you were going to let me in on something more exciting. That's all. Than my physical. I don't know, and my wardrobe fitting.
Well, I was very excited. Clearly, I was very excited to find this email from Ken.
Well, I'm glad you saved it because that's a keeper.
Oh, shut
You're
up.
gonna wanna.
You shut
you should
it.
Scrapbook that.
You shut it. What would Dwight say? Zip your lid.
I probably deleted that email because I like to keep a tidy inbox. I love that you saved it. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to segue to the episode.
How about we get into this episode? All right, we start off with Michael eating some cereal.
Yeah.
And at 9 seconds, my background folks, you can see that red pot basket thing that fell out of Jan's box as she was leaving corporate.
No, you're kidding me.
It's sitting right there.
Oh my gosh, I love that so much.
Yeah, she's put her things around the condo.
Well, we had a big fan catch at this moment from Hannah A., Robert F., Christine J., Adrian Gibbs, Chelsea Warren, and many others who wrote in to say that Michael is eating cereal from Wegmans. And Wegmans is a local East Coast grocery store. They wanted to know whose idea was it to feature these Wegmans products. That would be Phil Shea.
Yeah, I was going to say, it had to be Phil Shea. He was so great about doing that kind of research.
But how in the world did Phil Shea get Wegmans Raisin Bran and Wegmans Soy Milk? I have no idea. I'm impressed.
Listen, Phil Shea is the guy that knows the guy. He's got a guy. Phil Shea's got a guy.
He's got a guy on the ground
In Scranton.
going to the Wegmans in Scranton, which, by the way, I looked it up, is open 7 days a week from 6 a.m. to midnight and is located at 1315 Cold Spring Road.
There you go, folks.
If you want to eat the Raisin Bran that Michael is eating, that's where you can get it.
Add it to your Dunder Mifflin Scranton tour.
Exactly. Well, then Michael enters the bedroom to reveal that Jan is still sleeping. She's probably going to sleep for another few hours, he says.
You can really see what she's doing to the condo in this. I mean, she has set up a vanity. There's a giant mirror. There's a clothes rack. I see 2 tall, enormous, like, candle things. And there's a pink chair, but guess what there's not?
Well, Michael's little bed that he sleeps on during dinner party at the end of the bed.
The bench at the foot of the bed that he
Yes.
says he sleeps on is not there yet.
I noticed that as well.
Well, maybe I'll email you about it someday.
Maybe Kent sent us
You
an
can
email.
delete
about
it. You like a tidy box.
Oh my gosh. You're so mad at me about this email thing, but I want, when you listen back, Angela, I want you to hear, like, the anticipation that you built. I'm going to do it for you. I have an email that I found that is going to tell you what you were doing this week. I have it. I'm going to tell you. And then you were like, I could burn you to the ground with some of my emails. And I'm like, what is she going to say? And then you were like,
you said,
8:45 a.m. Check in for sexual harassment seminar. And I was like, wait, what?
Hold up.
That's where this is going?
Hold up. You said, ooh, should I be scared? And I said, no. I mean, I have the ones that can burn it down. So do you, but not this one.
Clearly not this one. Clearly not this one. This week, you complied with your job and its requirements.
Well, your new nickname is Tidy Box, so enjoy
You know,
that.
box is another word for vagina.
I know! Hence the double entendre. Is that how you say that? Oh, good Lord. Tidy Box. Okay.
What's happened to us?
Whoa, we've been friends a long time. That's what's happened.
All right.
I love it. Well, Michael's in his car now. He's excited, you guys. He has a talking head. He thinks it's going to be a good year. Jan is home. Jim is back. Ryan is at corporate. Andy and Dwight are rocking the sales team. He feels blessed.
He does. He also is not paying attention.
And then, bam!
when he hits Meredith with his car. And we talked about this with Kate. What an amazing and exciting way to start the season, I have to say.
I was surprised. Even when I rewatched it, I was like, oh God.
Well, remember in her interview when Kate said that her first thought was, oh my gosh, does Meredith live? And she heard that maybe there were some writers who had pitched that they kill Meredith.
Do you know who they were?
I got to the bottom of it.
Oh no, this is probably a better email.
I was emailing with Greg Daniels and Justin Spitzer, and they told me that, yes, they spent one evening pitching on this idea that maybe Meredith died, but it's more than that. It's not just that Meredith died.
What?
Greg told me that, first of all, the idea was that they would shoot this as a spy shot. So they would not have a camera inside the car with Michael. It would just be a spy shot of him arriving at work for the day with the talking head as a voiceover.
Okay.
He said that the pitch was that Michael would accidentally hit Meredith with his car, and then thinking that no one could see him, he didn't want to leave any witnesses, and so in one pitch he backed over her to make sure she was dead.
Oh, good
and
Lord.
Then Justin told me that there was a pitch that Michael would go into his trunk and get one of those anti-theft devices called the Club, and then club her to death, and then hide her body.
Were they on drugs? Were they on drugs? I mean, seriously, that is the end of the show. There's no coming back. What were they thinking?
That's what Greg said. Greg said, of course, we could never do this, but it was a pitch that was discussed for some time, and he said there were a few writers who were fighting for it. They were fighting for Michael to accidentally and then purposely do Meredith in.
I need names.
He wouldn't give me the names.
I need names because I need to do a mental check on them. Holy cow!
So yeah, that's what I found out. There was a moment where they were pitching that maybe Meredith doesn't make it.
How?
Craziness.
Craziness. Also, I definitely don't want to know any of their late night pitches on Angela. Okay, thanks. Okay. All right. Well, let's get into this episode. There's a lot to discuss. We start out with Jim and Pam talking to the IT guy because Pam crashed the computers looking for some celebrity sex tape.
Yeah. We got a lot of mail about this.
I did a little bit of a mini deep dive.
Well, let's see. Lydia Lind, Megan Harrison, Mary Newberry, and Chris Roa all wrote in to say, it seems out of character for Pam to purchase a celebrity sex tape. Did your script say whose celebrity sex tape Pam clicked on, or did you ever come up with your own idea of who it might be?
Okay, Jenna, I think I know what the writers were hinting at here because I Googled, by the way, be careful Googling this. I Googled celebrity sex tape 2007.
Yes.
And the first thing that comes up is Kim Kardashian and her boyfriend were vacationing and made a video. And that got leaked and it was released in March of 2007. And there was a ton of like chatter, you know, just everyone was talking about it, right? And I think when the writers thought of this story idea, that's what they were thinking of. I don't have proof of that, but this was written in around June of 2007 and that had happened in March.
Yeah, so it was in the zeitgeist, but I don't think Pam would click on that. Like, is she?
I don't think Pam would click on it.
Here? Maybe she's just trying to be coy or
I don't know.
flirty or something. It definitely shocked me when she said it. And
also, she's at work. She's at front reception. She's going to watch this and shut down the whole computer grid. I don't know. It was a little bit of a stretch for me when I watched it, too.
I agree.
Okay, well, now Jim has a talking head. He talks about how he broke up with Karen, and it was really awkward because she came back, and she said she wasn't going anywhere, and you can see Karen is letting him have it. They're in the kitchen, and as they're going at it, Phyllis and Angela. Shoot, Pam, very judgy look.
Yeah.
2 minutes, 10 seconds. Judgy, Phyllis, and Angela. Oh my gosh. Phyllis, Angela, combo sass. Combo sass!
That's a lot of sass.
And, but he said, you know, Karen said she wasn't going anywhere. And the next day, her desk was cleared off, and he's single and looking.
Yeah.
He wrapped that up quickly.
You know, this was a highly anticipated episode because we had this big cliffhanger from the last season of Jim asking Pam on a date. And here now Jim's saying he's single. Pam has a talking head where she says, oh yeah, we went to dinner a few times. We talked through his breakup, but we're just good friends, and it's really nice to be friends again.
Well, I'm with Kevin. I'm with Kevin. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Kevin's not having it.
This was also a fun talking head for Kevin and Oscar because it starts with Kevin and then reveals Oscar when Kevin's like, right? And he's like, well, there's no evidence of intimacy. You know, but they are both in very good moods.
We had a couple of fan questions about this plot.
Okay.
Julia Johnson's Madeline Nelson noticed Pam has a big change to her hair and wardrobe. Is it because she's dating Jim now? And was there a lot of discussion about these changes? Oh, yes.
Well, her hair is very different.
Yes, no more clipped back hair.
Crunchy hair.
Yes, this change was a huge discussion. Pam is also not wearing her traditional button-down shirt and her little cardigan. She's wearing this cutesy little sweater with a little kind of bow that ties on the side.
A very, very flirtatious shade of beige.
Yes, I noticed that too. I was like, well, we didn't go too far.
Yeah. Get me the cutest beige sweater you can find.
Well, it was a big discussion. We couldn't have this giant transformation. Greg did not want that moment from those movies where the sort of nerdy girl with the glasses falls in love, and then after she falls in love, she's got a gorgeous blowout and doesn't need her glasses anymore. You know, that whole story that we saw a million times growing up?
It was called Kelly Kapoor.
It was called Kelly Kapoor.
You can only do that with one character. So we met our limit.
But we did imagine that this new relationship would possibly affect Pam and how she looked and her desire to make an effort that maybe she didn't have a desire to make before. I get this. I mean, don't you remember, Angela, in your young love phases with someone new that you're dating? You give a little extra zhuzh, right?
Yeah, of course.
We had a big fan text regarding this came from Megan Robinson, Steph Baldwin, Laura Roldan, Haley McMurdy, and Kelly Ann Mim. They all noticed that Pam's necklace changes in this episode. You know what it is now? She's a butterfly.
Fly, butterfly! You're not that worm anymore. Fly.
No. I think you mean caterpillar.
Caterpillar. Squishy thing. You're not that squishy. You're a beautiful flying in the wind.
Yes, she has metamorphosized into a beautiful butterfly.
That's right. No longer the unicorn, now the butterfly. Jim and Pam at 3 minutes are discussing their separate from Kevin. It's making him crazy, right? He's not buying it.
Yep.
Pam says, you know, maybe she'll go to the flea market at the drive-in. Guys, I looked this up. There is a flea market at an old drive-in, and it was actually the Reader's Choice Award for Best Flea Market. It's located at the famous Circle Drive-In in the Circle Flea Fair. It's the largest flea market and farmers market in northeastern Pennsylvania. So that is 100% believable that Pam would be going.
Yes.
And Jim says he's going to go mountain biking at Montage Mountain. Well, I looked that up. And correct me if I'm wrong, folks in Pennsylvania, but Montage Mountain has, you know, ski runs, but you can't mountain bike on it unless there's some trails I don't know about. I actually found an online petition from April of 2019 of folks wanting to mountain bike on Montage Mountain, but you can't. And there's an online petition because people want to.
Wow.
Sorry. Had to do a local deep dive.
Well, you know what? Perhaps that's the evidence that Jim and Pam are not actually having separate plans that weekend.
Because he would know.
If Kevin knew that there was no mountain biking on Montage Mountain, he would know.
Kevin doesn't know that because he's not athletic.
Doesn't know. No.
But Jim knows that.
That's right.
Jim got it wrong.
Well, now Michael arrives and he breaks the news that Meredith has been hit by a car.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, luckily he was there.
Yeah.
And he drove her to the hospital. He said the doctors did the best they could. They did everything they could to save her life.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to be okay.
Yeah. And Stanley's like, why the hell would you say it like that? Who talks like that?
It's so good. I love that line from Stanley so much. Leslie is so good in that delivery.
He's so good. And I loved it when Andy's like, well, who hit her? And then Michael's like, kind of good news, bad news there. I was able to be on the scene so quickly because I was in the car that hit her. And Jim's like, oh no.
Yeah, Jim's like, who was driving the car? And that's when Pam is like, oh, Michael.
Oh, Michael. At 4 minutes, 4 seconds, there's a reaction shot of everyone. And the accountants are all sort of standing together. Guys, the return of the floofy blouse.
Ooh, is it a floofy blouse in an accountant stack?
It's a floofy blouse and an accountant clump. This is more of a clump than a stack.
All right.
But over the summer, I got bangs.
Oh.
Yes. And Gary had to try to style my hair. But I think I have sort of stylish bangs.
Oh, yeah. There you go. I know. Well, now we are moving into Michael's office. Dwight is trying to make Michael feel better by explaining it's going to be fine. I mean, it's only Meredith. But Michael is upset because he thinks everyone thinks he might be a murderer. Or they were looking at him like he was a murderer.
Can you imagine if some of the writers had had their way?
I know. No kidding.
Gosh. Well, now Pam is going to go around the office. She thinks everyone should visit Meredith, and she's collecting money so they can buy her flowers.
Yes, but Angela says she can't go because Sprinkles is sick.
Mm-hmm.
And Angela needs to go home at lunch to give Sprinkles some medicine and eat lunch with her cat.
Yeah. And you guys, there are wonderful deleted talking heads from this episode. So many characters have great talking heads. But this is a talking head that would have happened right before Pam walked over to Angela. And I have to read it to you because it's so fun to me. Angela has a talking head that says, I've had Sprinkles for 16 years. I adopted her when I graduated from accounting school. I knew the kind of life I wanted. One with the companionship and unpredictable good times only a cat offers. The unpredictable good times a cat offers.
You know, cats really do offer unpredictable good times.
Creed Bratton has texted me this sentence. An unpredictable good time only a cat offers. Creed texted me that the other day.
I love that.
So, yes. So Angela has that talking head and that you didn't get to see. And it really sort of builds up like, this is like more than a cat to her. I mean, we already know that. But when Pam suggests that Angela should go and that she's ditching on her party planning committee duties, Angela's ticked.
Sam, can I get a Pam sass?
Pam sass.
Yeah. We had some people write in, Paige Banker, Lauren Corwin. They just wrote in all caps, major Pam sass at 5 minutes, 35 seconds.
Yeah, I agree, you guys. Pam says, can't your other cats keep her company? And Angela's like, there's bad blood, jealousies, cliques. What's happening at this woman's house?
I have to tell you something about this scene. This was what I thought you were going to tell me when you said that I had written you an email about this episode.
Why?
And about what I was doing this week.
Why?
Lady, I was really, really hungover when we shot this scene. Like, super hungover. And if you look at me in this scene compared to every other scene, you can see it on my face. I am gray. I'm kind of green.
Why?
My eyes are puffy. I will never forget it. So, the night before this shoot, I went to a Mexican restaurant and I was with a friend who ordered a margarita.
Okay.
I had never had a margarita before.
No way.
Yes, it's true. We've talked about this. I did not have a lot of experience with drinking. I just, I had a Cosmopolitan. I had to research drinking in order to play Drunk Pam. So I took a sip of it.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is delicious. I love this drink.
Uh-oh.
And then I had 3.
3?
3 over the course of this dinner.
Jenna.
Ladies, this scene was the first scene of the next day. We had a super early call time, and I was really feeling it. Like, I had not had enough time to recover from my 3 margaritas.
Oh, yeah. My call times were routinely like 5 a.m., 5:30. So you were sweating tequila.
I was. And so I thought when you said earlier that you had an email from me about what I was doing this week, I was like, oh my gosh, did I write Angela about those margaritas?
Sorry to disappoint. You had a mandatory physical, table read, and a sexual harassment seminar.
Exactly. Anyway, that's my little tidbit. Every time I see this scene, I'm reminded of the night that I first drank 3 margaritas.
Well, now I'll always remember it. So now Michael has to call Ryan, because Ryan is his boss, and tell him to put Meredith on company property. And
with his company car.
Yeah. And Ryan is such a badass boss in this. He's liking being the boss and talking to Michael this way.
Well, and then we go to the Ryan talking head, and Ryan has a new look.
Oh,
He's got his what do you call that? It's not a beard. It's like the permanent stubble.
yeah, it's like a 5 o'clock shadow, but it's a choice. It's a choice. Yeah.
Yeah, and his hair's all slicked back. He's got like kind of a Gordon Gekko thing going on.
Yeah, he looks like he should be in the show Succession. That's what he looks like.
Yes.
Right? And he has the same kind of like cheesy attitude. He's like, some people keep calling me, Wonder Kid, not really sure what that means. Well, I guess I do know what it means. It's so cringy.
Yeah, it's great. We're gonna get a glimpse now of what this new dynamic is gonna be like. Well, then we have a scene that I love, Angela, because it's a Dwight and Angela secret scene. Remember, the people in the office, we don't know you're dating, right? So you guys are still kind of like a secret couple. Whenever you want to talk to each other, you have to go be like weirdly secretive about it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess only Jim knows, right?
And Pam.
And Pam.
Have Jim and Pam hopefully talked about it at this point? We still don't know.
You would think. So, lady, I had a long speech where I talked about all of Sprinkle's medications, and I did that thing like you did on Beach Games. I learned it backwards and forwards so that I could say it just effortlessly, But here it is. Sam, can you play that clip?
So what do you need me to do?
I wrote it out. There's a diabetes shot. Roll the insulin in your hand. Don't shake it. She gets an ACE inhibitor with her meal. You have to put her right in front of the dish or she won't see it because of the cataracts. Mix 1 capsule of omega fatty acid in with her kidney medicine. And you want to give that to her 15 minutes after she's eaten. And, there's a fungal cream because she has this infection under her tail. So you're going to have to lift her tail and put the cream right in the base of her tail.
I love that you memorized it, Angela, because when I watched that, I wondered. I thought the answer was yes, because you delivered it Like you knew. And if you had a cat that was sick, you would know, right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be searching for that information. You would know it.
Oh, yeah. And they had, the props department had given me this blue notepad with all of the different steps written out, but not in the same order, not exactly. So, like, actually, if I looked at the notepad, it would have messed me up. But I saved the notepad with all of Sprinkle's medications. And it's the one I hand Dwight in the scene. He's holding it. I saved it. I never tore off that first page, and I still have it. And the whole notepad is unused. And that first page just has all of Sprinkle's, like, medicines and how to care for her.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, look. Oh, wait. Oh, I took a picture of it. Do you want to see?
Yeah.
Okay, here.
That is amazing. But that's not your handwriting.
No. It's not my handwriting. Someone in the props department wrote that out.
Wow. We have to post that on the pod. We'll post it on the pod.
Okay.
Sprinkles medication going on the pod. Well, we got a fan question from Tracy Prescott, who said this. I am a cat-focused veterinarian in Atlanta, and I was wondering if an actual doctor of veterinary medicine was consulted about Sprinkle's medical needs, because Angela's list of medications and treatments she gave to Dwight were very realistic.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Well, Greg told me that he had the writer's assistants Nate Fetterman and Jonathan Hughes do research into the accurate cat medicines, and that is why that list of medicines is so realistic.
Well, good job, writer's assistants.
That's right. Well, listen, before we go on, maybe we should take a break, because coming up, Michael is going to try to, I don't know, right this wrong.
He's gonna try. It's not gonna go well.
It never does.
No. All right, we'll be back. Jenna, you know we love our Simply Safe home security system.
Yes.
Well, I have a little backstory for you. The founders of Simply Safe, Chad and Eleanor Lawrence, designed their first security system in their own kitchen. And they did it for a very personal reason. Their friends had just had their home broken into. And they were struggling to find a security system that was simple to set up and would make them feel safe again. And that's what they did. I love this. Chad and Eleanor, way to go. Because making people feel safe is what Simply Safe does, and it's been doing a great job for 15 years.
And you have one.
And I have one, and it was very simple to set up.
And you feel safe.
And I feel safe.
Well, as one of our listeners, you can save 20% off your Simply Safe security system and get your first month free when you sign up for interactive monitoring service. Just visit simplysafe.com/officeladies to customize your system and start protecting your home and family today.
Again, that's simplysafe.com/officeladies today.
Do you know when the perfect time is to turn your cool idea into a new website?
How about right now?
Right now, and you can do it with Squarespace.
You'll find what you need, whether you're showcasing your work, blogging, or publishing content, selling products and services, or announcing upcoming events. Anything you can dream of.
If you've ever gone to the Office Ladies website, and if you haven't, please go check it out, officeladies.com. Our podcasts are there, our merch is there.
Anything Office Ladies related is on our website, and we use Squarespace.
We sure did.
Buying a domain from Squarespace is easy, and there are no hidden fees or price hikes.
And all websites are optimized for mobile, so your site looks great on any device.
Head to squarespace.com/officeladies for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the offer code OFFICELADIES to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
That's squarespace.com/officeladies with code OFFICELADIES for 10% off your first purchase. All right, we are back, and Angela, Michael has gone into the break room in an attempt to rally everyone to plant a tree in honor of Meredith. But do you know what I titled this scene? You are always titling scenes, and I have titled the scene.
What?
John eats popcorn.
Oh my gosh.
Did you notice he is eating popcorn through this whole scene? Not carrots, not baby carrots, but popcorn. And the way he's eating it is so delicate.
Was he trying not to crunch too loudly?
I think he was trying not to be a problem for sound, but he was clearly hungry because he eats it through the whole scene.
Oh my God, was this the year we got that little popcorn maker by Craft Services?
It must have been. This must have been the first week with the popcorn maker.
We went a little crazy for popcorn, and then the sound department, I think, said, okay, guys.
I remember it went away.
Yeah, but we were excited about it.
Well, he's eating popcorn in this whole scene, and it's also in this scene that Pam explains to Michael, you know, we're just going to go visit Meredith. We're going to go in shifts so we don't overwhelm her. But Michael is like, no, we're all going together. At the same time, I'll drive.
So Jim and Pam are like, well, we can each take people in our separate cars. And Oscar's like, separate cars. And Kevin's like, I don't believe it.
I know.
Well, then Michael has a talking head, and he says, you know, I have flaws, you know, what? So sue me. And he's like, no, don't sue me. But Jenna, there was an alt to this talking head, and it's in the deleted scenes, and it made me laugh so hard, and it's also in the bloopers, and Steve couldn't get through it. He kept laughing.
What is it?
Okay, this is it. There's one take, clearly he got through it, because it's in the deleted scenes. He says, I am not a bad guy. I am a good guy who runs over women with his car. Why am I having such a hard time getting my message across? Oh my gosh, that is funny. And the way Steve does it is so good.
That's good. I have to go watch that.
Yeah, you have to.
Well, we don't find out exactly how they get there, but the entire gang does arrive at the hospital. Michael has a whole bunch of balloons.
And the entire gang minus Dwight.
That's right, because Dwight has gone to take care of Sprinkles.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone gathers around Meredith's bed, and we talked about this scene with Kate about how Steve improvised crawling on top of her in that one moment. He's like trying to give her a hug. It's pretty amazing.
It's pretty great. There is a deleted scene from this moment where Creed, as they're exiting, just grabs all her meds out of the little plastic cups. They're sitting on her tray.
Oh.
And Creed just pockets all her meds.
Of course he does. Well, I had a favorite moment from this scene, and I wanted to ask you about it because I think maybe you improvised it. When Michael is trying to get Meredith to forgive him, he says that she should think about the Bible because it says that forgiveness is next to godliness. And you mutter, that's cleanliness.
I did improvise that.
Oh, I also wanted to mention in this scene the nurse, who is an improv person from I.O. Her name is Sylvia McClure. Well, I looked at her IMDb and I found this very interesting. In addition to playing a nurse on The Office, she has also played a doctor on Young and the Restless, Dexter, and Intelligence, a nurse in Night of the Dead, and a receptionist nurse on The Unit. So she's played a lot of nurses and doctors, and incidentally, she's also twice been cast as a nun.
That is very interesting, like sort of it's like a weird typecasting.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I used to get a lot of auditions for school teachers and nurses.
Have you ever played a nurse or doctor?
Yes, actually. I played a pediatric nurse in this movie called The Promotion.
I played a doctor on an episode of Monk. And I played a sexy nurse briefly in one of our Halloween episodes of The Office.
What were you most often typecast as for auditions?
Before The Office?
Before The Office.
Quirky gal. What's up?
Like quirky fun neighbor?
Quirky neighbor.
Yeah. Yeah. I got a lot of just the school teachers, waitresses, and nurses.
Well, I will tell you, we talked about how hard we laughed in this scene, but 11 minutes, 22 seconds is when you can see us breaking. If you're looking for it, that's when Michael falls on top of Meredith.
Well, now we can go back to the office, and we are going to find Dwight telling Angela some bad news.
And she's anxious to see him. She wants to know how it went. You can just tell. And then he's like, hey, monkey. And she's like, any problems? Well, you left the TV on and your cat is dead. And my character's like, what? And he's like, Sparkles, the white one, is dead.
Yeah, he gets the name wrong. It's bad.
It is bad. This will not end well.
Angela, you get so very immediately emotional and not in a funny way. Like, this is one of the ways that our show allowed characters to be real people, because Angela, the character, really loved her cat, and she is heartbroken, and you see that real pain here from your character. How did you gear up for this scene?
Well, Greg told me, he said, you know, Angela Martin, hearing this news, will be devastated. And I need you to play out the beat of hearing news that kind of destroys you in the moment. You know, and I feel like we've all had moments in our lives where we've gotten that phone call with some bad news, you know, unfortunately. And I just sort of thought about a few of those moments where, you know, at first you're just in total shock, where you're not really sure what you heard.
Yeah.
And then it's like someone slaps you in the face with the information. And then you're trying to make sense of it, but you can't make sense of it. It's the unthinkable, and it doesn't make sense. And your body is doing all of that. You're in shock, you're sad, your mind is trying to make it right, but you can't make it right. You can't figure it out. You don't understand why it happened. And I was just trying to process through all of that. And yeah, that's what I did.
Did you have to do a lot of takes of that scene? Do you remember?
No, I didn't. I was thankful for that.
In the next scene, your character is still crying.
Mhm.
She's standing at reception with Pam, and you look like you've been crying for a long time. What did you do to get there, to start the scene in a place like that?
You know, I'm chatty, so my instinct would be, I'm standing by reception with you, would be to be hanging out, you know, being part of the bullpen. So one of the things I did was I went around the corner by the elevators by myself in between takes, and I did not hang out. And I just tried to stay in sort of that sad space. And also the makeup department, they wanted my eyes to really look like I had bawled my eyes out.
And they did.
So I had to get myself back in that emotional place and get sad again. And also the makeup department, Kenneth Paul, who did my makeup, did like this type of eyeliner that really made the inside, it was like in the inside of your eye, reddish pink. So my eyes looked the part, and then emotionally I got there.
Your eyes looked like you had 3 margaritas yesterday.
Maybe
That's what you look
maybe
like.
that's what that should have been my prep instead of eyeliner and sad thoughts.
Yeah. No, what happened was Laverne just showed Kenneth Paul a picture of me from the previous day and was like, make her look like that. No, but in all seriousness, Angela, when I was watching these series of scenes where your character is really, really devastated over the death of Sprinkles, I was just so beyond impressed with your performance and your range and your believability. It was just, this is just great, great work.
Aw, thanks. I appreciate that. I really appreciated Greg writing the storyline for me, and I got to do all these things, you know, and you know, his take as a director was always to try to keep it as honest as possible.
Yeah. Well, there's another really great moment in this scene, and we actually had a fan write in. Katie Harwick said, I think we need to give a shout out to Michael when Angela's cat dies. Not only did he know her name, but he was overcome with grief. He cares so much for his employees, and it was just such a sweet moment to me. But I do have to ask, do you think he was truly sad, or did he just see this as a distraction from hitting Meredith that everyone could talk about instead? I personally think he was very distraught about Sprinkles.
Well, I agree. This happens at 12 minutes, 41 seconds, and it is one of my favorite endearing moments of Michael. Now, maybe because it's personal for me, because, you know, I played Angela Martin, I knew how much she loved her cats. But Michael, it's like that moment when the trick-or-treaters come to his house and you see his joy. It's like that moment when he shows up to Pam's art show
Yeah.
Michael really saw these people as his family. So Michael knew Angela's love of Sprinkles. Of course he did. And
Yeah.
he was gutted to hear that Sprinkles died. The way he puts his hand up to his face and he kind of collapses into the wall and he's like, oh, shoot. I'm sorry, Angela. I mean, could it get any worse? He's feeling all of that. He really feels bad. And now he gets Sprinkles' name right the first time. And then he makes a big speech and calls her Prinkles. So, you know.
He does. That's right. He says, so many bad things have happened today. The computer crashes from porn, Meredith's accident, and now Prinkles.
We're cursed. He seals the deal. To him, that's it. The office is cursed. And now he's got to figure out how to break this curse.
Yes, but he does say, I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious.
It's like he thinks they're two separate words.
Well, we had a fan question about that line from Jessica Williard and Lauren Corwin. They said, that line makes me laugh every time. Who wrote this joke?
I was curious too. Did you find out?
I did. It was Gene Stupnitsky.
Gene, hilarious.
Yeah, I asked Greg, and he said, I'm pretty sure it was Gene or Lee. I reached out to those guys. Gene said, yes, it was me. He remembers. They were in a group, and this talking head leads to a commercial break. And they needed a button. They needed a little button at the end of this talking head so that they could go to commercial. And he said they were just trying to come up with something, and all of a sudden he said he shouted out, I've got it! This might be stupid, but how about this? And he pitched that line, and it is so genius. It is such a good line, and I hear that line quoted all the time.
It is a Michael Scott classic line.
It is. It's true. Well, speaking of classic Michael Scott, we're now going to move into one of Michael's conference room meetings.
This is an epic conference room meeting. We were in this conference room all freaking day. We got loopy, we got punchy. I'm going to tell you where we flat out lost it. It's so good.
Yeah. I also remember that they very specifically did not seat Jim and Pam next to one another.
Mm-hmm.
This was part of Jim and Pam's supposed, way of deflecting that we're dating.
Yeah.
And I remember that you have to just be sad and kind of cry through this scene, and that I didn't want to chat you up too much because I knew you had to stay in that space.
And I did. I really stayed sad until the end when Steve made me break into laughter. So Michael in the scene is questioning his employees. He feels like someone must have done something to get this curse, right? Have they violated an ancient Indian burial ground? And then, he wants to know what everyone's religious beliefs are.
Which Toby says, Michael, you can't do that. You can't discuss that.
Michael calls Toby Satan repeatedly in this scene. One, because he won a week of free pizza. So he's like, I don't think there's a curse. And Michael's like, okay, Satan. So he goes around the room. Pam and Daryl are both Presbyterians. They high five. Phyllis has this great line where she says, I'm a Lutheran and Bob is a Unitarian. Keeps things spicy. Creed said he's been a follower in a cult and a leader in a cult. Followers have more fun, but the leaders make more money. But Michael has decided he thinks maybe we should do an animal sacrifice.
Yes. That's going to do it.
Maybe that would help.
Yeah. And then he starts naming animals, but they don't exist. I wrote them down. He suggests that we sacrifice an animal that has the body of a walrus and the head of a sea lion, or the body of an egret with the head of a meerkat, or maybe one that has the head of a monkey with the antlers of a reindeer and the body of...
Okay, Jenna, when Steve started this runner, they just let him go. Do you remember this?
Yes.
He just started improvising different animal combinations. We didn't know what was going to come out of the guy's mouth. We all started dropping like flies, cracking up. And the other thing is, he would say it with such seriousness. And this was the comedy killer. The long pauses. He takes such a long pause before he says, body of a porcupine?
Yes.
We were on the floor. We were on the floor. I am not in any background shots while he's doing these animal combinations because I couldn't keep it together. And at 18 minutes, 11 seconds, you can see Craig Robinson covering his face.
I saw it. I remember that.
We were losing it.
It was so funny. And they let him go for a long time.
I mean, you are not seeing all of it. He went for so long. And I remember we were cracking up and we were just like, get it, like as a group, we were like, no, get it together. These are too good. We can't ruin these.
Well, while all this is happening at the office, Dwight has gone to visit Meredith. And he has this talking head where he's saying, as he's sitting next to her, that sometimes the best thing to do is to put the animal out of its misery.
He's a farmer. Yeah.
You could power a small fan for 2 days with the amount of electricity Meredith is hooked up to. I have to say, please, if you go back to rewatch this episode, during this speech by Dwight next to Meredith's bedside, please look at the woman in the bed on the other side.
Yes.
Okay? Over Dwight's shoulder. That's all I'm going to say. Just enjoy that performance the next time you watch this scene. It's wonderful.
Oh my God, Jenna. When we were all crammed around Kate's bed, that woman was there.
I swear, that woman, it was like she was a real patient.
She let out some kind of noise, and I thought we were all going to shit our pants.
She was a background actor, but she was so real.
She literally, while we were standing there one time, went, like, I think they told her to maybe make a moaning sound.
Yeah.
In her interpretation of that, we went loopy.
Well, watch her in the background of the scene because she's excellent.
So now the doctor comes in, and Dwight has some questions for him. And you and I both know that this is our writer, Justin Spitzer.
Yes, creator of some of your favorite Dwightisms, Justin Spitzer.
And the creator of the show, Superstore.
Well, I reached out to Justin, and he told me that he got this role after reading the part in the table read. That he made Greg laugh.
Which Paul Lieberstein has shared that this would happen. They wouldn't have some of the roles cast, and they would have writers read them. And if a writer read a part, get ready, because Greg, there was a good chance Greg was going to put you in the show.
Well, he also told me that the look he gives to camera was actually him misunderstanding a piece of direction from Greg. That Greg did not intend him to, like, perform that line to the camera as, like, a little joke. Like, oh, so that's where it went. He's talking about Meredith's uterus.
Yeah.
But Greg left it in.
I liked it.
I liked it too, but he said that was not the intention. That was a mistake.
Well, we learn in this scene that Meredith has been bitten by a bat, which we knew. But not only by a bat, but recently by a raccoon and a rat. What the hell, Meredith?
What is she doing?
Honestly, a few of those animals couldn't just live in her van.
Meredith's van. Well, when Dwight comes back from the hospital, he fills Michael in on all of this. He says, you know, it turns out Meredith had been exposed to rabies.
Michael's like, ding, 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 ding.
And that going to the hospital might have saved her life because she got a rabies vaccine.
That is all Michael needed to hear. He hit her with a car and saved her life.
Yes. Now, he also says in this scene, Dwight says the only way to treat rabies is to start treatment before the symptoms start. Well, I looked it up. This is true. Did you know, Angela, that nearly 100% of people who develop symptoms die from rabies? Die. It cannot be cured once you get it.
I did not know that.
Yes, so this is why you have to seek treatment immediately if you are ever bitten by an animal. And a lot of animals can carry rabies, but since I looked it up, I'll let you know that in the United States, the most likely way to transmit rabies is through bats, coyotes, foxes, raccoons, and skunks. In Africa and Southeast Asia, it is stray dogs.
I mean, what about monkeys? There's parts of like Indonesia, like if you go up to Ubud, like there's monkeys, like all over the place.
Any animal bite. If you get bitten by any animal, just go get a rabies vaccine. It also
What about squirrels?
said, yes, any animal. If any animal bites you, I'm just telling you the animals that are most likely to carry rabies in these locations. But any animal can give it to you.
Is a mongoose on the list?
Is a mongoose any animal?
I'm just messing with you, but it's been really fun.
Well, listen. Here is the thing that I found most interesting. This is from the Mayo Clinic website. Here's what it says.
Okay.
If you wake up in the morning
Okay.
and there's a bat in your room,
Okay.
you should assume you've been bitten because a bat can bite you without waking you up. It also said if you find a bat by a person who can't tell you that they've been bitten, like a child or an impaired adult, assume they have also been bitten and go get a rabies vaccine. Because once you show symptoms, there is no cure.
Well, I was watching an episode of Our Planet, and they were talking about these baby seals, and there are vampire bats that go and try to just suck their blood. And they can hop. They hop around.
The seals or the bats?
The bats! They jump. I'm going to send you a video. They hop. And they are bloodsuckers.
They hop and bite.
They hop and bite.
Yeah.
Well,
there you go, guys.
there you go.
That's your rabies
cheat sheet.
That's everything you ever wanted to know about rabies.
Basically, if you get bit by an animal, that's what I learned. Get that rabies shot.
Good. Oh, yes, that was the takeaway I was hoping for.
Well, there you go.
Well, Michael is thrilled to find out that he has saved Meredith's life.
Oh, yeah.
He walks into the bullpen. He declares that the curse has been broken. Turns out there is a God. Everything is great.
But who is Jesus' dad?
Yeah, he's not sure, I guess.
And meanwhile, Kevin, has been on the case this whole episode trying to figure out if Jim and Pam are dating. He's positive that they are. But it's the end of the day, and he's like, you know what? I guess they're not together. And now they probably never will be. And it's too bad because they're like PB and J. Pam Beasley and Jim.
Yeah, and that was an inside joke because at this point, fans of the show had started calling Jim and Pam Jam.
Yes.
They had matched our names as Jam. And so it was this funny thing that Kevin would call us PB and J and not Jam.
A little nod to the fans.
A little nod. Well, you know what? We see Pam leave for the day. She gets in her car, she drives away, she's by herself. Clearly, the documentary crew is as suspicious as Kevin because they follow her as she drives off. It made me wonder, my gosh, how long do they follow us after we leave work?
Well, I don't think you should be that worried because Pam doesn't drive very far. I was like, Pam, do better. You drove like 4 car lengths and then you pulled over. And then what? Are you going to just leave your car there? Does your car is not that far from work and you're just going to leave it?
No, I'm not going to leave it. I'm going to pick up Jim.
I think they could have done better.
Well, you know what? This is the street we could get a permit for, and we couldn't block off the whole street. This is as far as I was allowed to drive.
Well,
but it's true. I pull over, and then Greg wanted to kind of further the misdirect, so he directed me to put my head down on the steering wheel. Like maybe Pam pulled off the side of the road because she was just having kind of an emotional moment, and maybe you'd find out what that was or why that was, that she was sad or something like that. But of course what happens is Jim comes over, he gets in the car, they share a kiss, and then they drive away.
Well, I loved this little moment that we got to see. I will say this. The way you slumped on the steering wheel, I did not think you were overcome with emotion. I thought you were awkwardly trying to hide.
I'm gonna say when I watched that back, it's one of my worst acting moments on the show.
I thought you were trying to hide.
The idea was that I was sort of like, oh, what a day. I needed to pull over because, oh, what a day this has been. I need a moment to collect myself. I mean, it didn't work. I don't think it worked. You thought I was trying to hide the steering wheel.
I thought it worked because I thought Pam was trying to possibly cover her face from any one of her coworkers who might be leaving since she didn't pull very far away from the building.
Well,
that's what I thought.
It was strange. It was strange. But there you go.
And on the DVDs, guys, there is a very interesting extra feature. There is a rabies PSA. It is Steve, looking like Steve. Cute jeans, button down. He has normal Steve hair. But he's sort of delivering it more like Michael, but he's Steve. I don't know. It's like it was written for Michael, but it's delivered by Steve. It's a rabies PSA. Remember those things on NBC?
Yes.
Like the more
yes.
you know, bing, bing, bong, bing, or whatever.
Yes.
And he's giving a few like tips about rabies, and then he says, rabies kills nearly 4,000 Americans every 1,000 years.
Well, here's an interesting fact that I found. Which is that the day after this episode aired on September 27th, 2007. The next day was the first annual World Rabies Day. It was a global health day to raise awareness of rabies.
So do you think NBC had Steve do a PSA?
I don't know. I don't know. But what a weird, crazy thing.
Yes. And guys, if you get bit, get that rabies shot.
I hope I made that clear in today's episode.
I got it.
I hope you also learned maybe don't drink 3 margaritas before you have a real early call time. Aspiring actors, maybe you can learn that from me today as well.
Jenna, you're giving all kinds of gems today. So many gems.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Here's the takeaway from me today. Save the boring emails and then no one will hack you.
That's right. Oh, there we go. Guys, that was Fun Run Part 1. We'll be back next week with Fun Run Part 2, where we actually run.
Oh, man, do we? All right, guys, have a great week. Bye.
Bye.
Are you still here? Bye.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Jenna, I really miss travel. I want to go places.
Well, when you're ready to travel again, you should check out Priceline. They know that every trip is a big deal, and that's never been more true.
Priceline can save you up to 60% off your favorite hotels, and they even have exclusive deals on flights and rental cars.
They make it easy to find a great price on your next trip.
Visit Priceline today to get a big deal on your next trip.
When I say that I love every part of being a cat mom to my little Sunny cat, I really mean every part, even the litter box experience.
What?
Because of the Tidy Cats Breeze litter system. It is a game changer. It changes the litter for you.
Tidy Cats Breeze litter system is available nationwide at Petco, PetSmart, Pet Supplies Plus, Amazon and Chewy, and Walmart.com.
And get a $7 coupon at tidycatsbreeze.com.
Your purchase is backed by the Tidy Cats Satisfaction Guarantee.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. On your mark, get set, go. Angela, it's a fun run.
Wait, I got a carb load, a bunch of fettuccine 3 seconds before I run.
Good idea. That's not going to turn on you.
Give me the creamy carbs seconds before I take off on a huge adventure.
Guys, it is Fun Run Part 2. This is the very beginning of Season 4, written by Greg Daniels, directed by Greg Daniels. Let me hit you up with a summary. Last week, Michael hit Meredith with his car, breaking her pelvis. And we discovered, though, that Meredith's trip to the hospital may have saved her life, since it was revealed she had possibly been exposed to rabies and has now received a vaccine. We also found out that Sprinkles died on Dwight's watch.
On Dwight's watch?
Well, this week, Michael organizes a fun run to raise money for rabies in honor of Meredith, and we find out what really happened to Sprinkles.
Do you see what I'm wearing in honor of this episode?
You're wearing your Office Lady Sprinkles sweatshirt.
I am wearing my Sprinkles sweatshirt.
Well, lady, I did not wear anything in honor of Sprinkles today.
Well, you know
I'm sorry.
what? That tracks for Pam in this episode because she helps, like Angela, let's see, zero amount.
Sorry.
It's okay.
She's distracted because in this episode, it's also going to be revealed that Jim and Pam are dating.
Listen, one thing I thought of when I watched this episode was, wow, Happy Pam is a sassy Pam. She gives 0 Fs about what's going on around her. She's a totally different person.
Happy sass.
Happy
Is that
sass.
a thing?
Happy Pam sass.
Happy Pam sass. Well, let's get into these fast facts. Fast fact number 1. You know, this episode is technically the second part of the episode that we broke down last week, right? Because these episodes were an hour long. But if you notice, I feel like these episodes really stand on their own. They kind of both had their own little plots, right?
For sure.
Well, I talked to Greg about that, and he told me that Kevin Riley requested 4 hour-long episodes to kick off Season 4. So the first 4 episodes of this season are all an hour long.
Kevin loved our show, but was there any other reason besides he was like, I want more Office?
I think it was just that would be a big announcement in the press. The return of The Office, 4 hour-long episodes. Maybe also they didn't have something for the other time slot, so we were filling 2 time slots. I'm speculating, I don't know.
I like your speculating face and tone. My husband does this sometimes when he wants to let the kids down easy. Like, it's like, hey guys, so about those pumpkins that we were gonna get, they exploded from the heat, but...
Yeah.
Well, I was excited that we got these big supersized episodes. It meant that for the supporting cast, some of our storylines would definitely stay in, and that was exciting.
Yes. Well, Greg also told me that Kevin Riley told him they're only going to run in this hour-long length once at the beginning of the season. Then we're going to have to rerun them later as half hours. And that's really why they stand alone. Greg said it was a challenge because he had to wrap up the first episode in a way that would make it satisfying for a future viewer to watch it in a half-hour form, but he couldn't wrap it up too much for the people who were watching it as a 1-hour episode. He said it was kind of a writing challenge.
That sounds like a challenge.
I think he did it, though.
I think he crushed it. Greg Daniels, you crushed it.
Fast fact number 2, lady, is a wardrobe breakdown with Carrie Bennett.
I love me some Carrie Bennett. Let's hear it.
We got so much mail about the wardrobe in this episode, which makes sense because we're seeing everybody out of their office attire, which Carrie said was always a challenge because she had created these office uniforms for people. So anytime we wore our quote unquote street clothes, she was like, who are these people in their street clothes? Here's some of the mail we got. Alicia W. and Amanda Mitchenfelder said, did you get to keep your shirts from Fun Run? And Emily Thomas wants to know, did you get to keep a Support the Rabid wristband? Yeah, I kept both. I kept my shirt and I kept my wristband.
I had my wristband for a long time. It's probably somewhere in my scrapbook bin. My t-shirt I did not keep. Carrie kept it in case we ever needed Angela Martin to wear it again, because we weren't sure how long this mourning process was going to go, you know?
Well, we should remind people, Angela, you did not wear one of the famous blue Fun Run t-shirts. You wore a shirt with a picture of sprinkles on it.
Yeah.
Because people wrote in about this shirt too, Angela. Molly C. and Isaiah Johnson asked, where did Angela's sprinkle shirt come from, and did you get to keep it? You said you did not keep it.
I did not keep it, and Carrie made that shirt. She had that shirt made, and also when I had my wardrobe fitting for this, Carrie and I talked, and Angela would not be in shorts. She would not wear shorts, so that's why I have sort of those little crop pants. And then at first, they had Keds for me, and I was like, I can't run in Keds, and I have to actually run. So
Yeah.
I need an actual sneaker. There you go. There you go.
Well, Carrie told me about those blue shirts, the famous blue shirts with all the writing on them.
Mm-hmm.
So she designed those. We made them ourselves. She said that she just tried to imagine Michael getting on the phone and ordering those t-shirts with the ridiculously long name and insisting that all the words be on the shirt, which I think is a very funny way to approach that design.
I mean, I thought it was perfect. And honestly, while we're talking about the shirt, what the heck kind of budget did they have for this? Not only did they have bracelets and those t-shirts, they had flyers and banners. They had a giant Meredith photo poster and a giant check. What was their budget?
I mean, we're going to see when we get to that scene in the conference room that we spend quite a bit of our donation money just throwing the Fun Run. Carrie also told me that she chose the color blue for the shirts because everybody had to wear it and blue looks good on everyone. She said she always applies the same logic for photo shoots and promo shoots. Blue just looks best.
That's right.
Well, let's talk about Dwight. Fan question from Ella Lewis. Why isn't Dwight wearing a Fun Run shirt? I feel like he would have been the most likely to support Michael's ideas, yet he's wearing a Schrute Farms shirt instead. I think it makes perfect sense that he would self-advertise.
I agree with Ella. I was surprised that Dwight would not just champion Michael the way he does.
Carrie told me that she made this shirt. She literally just used a standard stencil and she spray painted it in that parking lot right before we started shooting. But after the episode aired, NBC marketing department got so many requests for that shirt that they called her and asked her for her art files so that they could mass produce it and sell it. And Carrie was like, don't have an art file.
Have a spray painty thing that I made in the parking lot. You want to come get my spray paint stencil?
Yeah. She was like, okay. All right, well, our final question about the clothing comes from Ian MP and Marina Blank. They're asking, is Michael wearing women's shorts for Fun Run?
Oh man, they're definitely some kind of like biker short with like the little windbreaker short over it.
Yeah. Carrie says no. They were not women's shorts. She said the thing with Steve was that he's actually really fit. And Angela, you and I know this. He was really into fitness.
Well, he got into great shape. We've talked about that for 40-Year-Old Virgin, and then he has just made that part of his lifestyle. And I think in this episode, when he gets in his shorts and his t-shirt, you can see how fit he is. There's no hiding how fit he is.
He has like 0% body fat, and it's very clear. Carrie said it was really a challenge to make him look like Michael anytime he was out of his sort of frumpy Michael suit because he just was in such great shape. She said it was just kind of difficult. So there you go.
Yeah.
That is a costume breakdown.
I like
Thank you
it.
so much.
I like it.
All right, fast fact number 3. As you know, in this episode, Jim and Pam do not run. A lot of people run, but Jim and Pam do not. They walk. They go to an estate sale.
Jim and Pam don't run, and Oscar and Stanley and Creed take a cab. But Jim and Pam do not run. They walk in the back, they hold hands.
Well, there was a reason for this.
I know.
The reason for this is because in May of 2007, we shot this in August. In May, I fell down a set of stairs in New York City, and I fractured 4 bones in my back, and I was not allowed to run. So the writers had to write a reason for me to only walk through this episode.
That was such a scary night. I was with you.
I know you were.
That was so scary.
Yeah, so here's what happened. It was May, and we were in New York, and we were promoting The Office. We were promoting the season finale, and they threw this big party, in quotes, party. It was a work event at this club called Budokan.
Yeah, it was our
And-
job to kind of hobnob with advertisers and stuff. We were at work, but it was a fancy work.
Yes. So we're all dressed up, and this club is 2 floors. So you enter on the upper floor. They had this little bar with drinks, and they were serving these like pineapple-y daiquiri things. And it was sweet, and I was like, this seems great. So I grabbed one, but then to get to kind of the main part of the event, you had to go down this long set of stairs that were marble.
And they were steep, you guys. They had a really deep pitch to them.
Yeah, they're still there. This club is still there. So I'm walking down these stairs. I've basically just arrived. I've taken 1 sip of my little daiquiri, and something happens. My foot slips out from underneath me, and I go crashing down on the edge of these stairs hard. To add insult to injury, I also threw my drink in my own face. So that was fun. So I'm sitting on the ground. I'm half covered in daiquiri, and I immediately start to feel like I'm gonna vomit, or everything gets dizzy. And I remember this bouncer comes over and picked me up, and he was treating me like I was like a boozy, drunken Hollywood starlet. Like, he was in no way regarding me with much care. It was like, get her out of there, get the boozer out. And I was like, but I was all disoriented, you know? So I remember they took me back to the storeroom, Angela, and you were there. And I told you I didn't feel good. And I remember you lifted up the back of my shirt and you said, call an ambulance.
Well, I was behind you on that staircase, and I saw you go down. It happened in slow motion. Someone had spilt their drink or something on those stairs, and they were marble and they were slick. And you had these wedge shoes on. You turned your ankle and you went down so hard. And you know when you're the person watching something happen, how you're like, nah, like I didn't know how to stop it. It was all in motion. And yeah, I'll never forget that night because your back it looked bad, and yeah, I was scared.
Well, I don't remember much else after that. I don't remember the ambulance ride, but I know you were with me, Ange. And I remember going in and out at the hospital, and you were by my side the whole time, lady.
I know.
You were there. And I remember they x-rayed me. I remember you told me the guy in the bed next to me was handcuffed to his bed.
There was a guy in a chair next to your bed, and they brought him in. He was real surly, and they handcuffed him to the chair. And I shut the little curtain around your head because...
Oh, dear.
And also, I was staying with you, and I was really adamant about it. You know, I was like, she has no family here. I am not, like, going anywhere. She's in an emergency room in a city that's not her own. She has no family, and you are stuck with me, buddy. So they didn't mess with me, and I stayed with you till 4 a.m. We got you a hospital room, and we knew more details then. And once we got you set up in your room, I was supposed to be on the Today Show that morning with Rainn Wilson. We were supposed to be interviewed for The Office. and they had a whole piece about Dwight and Angela. And I asked NBC, I was like, I'm supposed to be on the air in an hour, but I'm in a hospital room with my friend. I can't be there. And they said, don't worry, we'll let the Today Show know. So years later, I'm at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I'm sitting at the NBC Today Show table, and we're just talking about, oh, when was the last time we saw you? And they were like, you were supposed to do the Today Show with Rainn Wilson, and you were a no-show. And I was like, what? I wasn't a no-show. I was with Jenna in a hospital. Didn't they tell you that? They never told them.
They never told them why you didn't show up?
No.
They just thought you were like a flaky actress. This night branded me in this bouncer's eyes as some boozed up actress, and then the Today Show the next day thought you were a flake. And we were like, no, tragedy happened.
Yeah, and I've done the Today Show now since, but I was like, how many years did they just think I didn't show up?
Oh my gosh. Well, I'll never forget the doctor coming in, and he said, the good news is you're going to walk again.
Oh my God.
And I was like, that is good news, but that sounds like there's a lot of bad news coming. So, as it turns out, I had fractured 4 of the transverse vertebrae in my back. If you're going to have a back injury, I guess this is the best one because they heal on their own, similar to a broken rib, and motion is the best thing for you. So, even though walking and moving was really difficult for me, I was encouraged to do it. Here's a crazy twist to the story. NBC had put us up at the Ritz-Carlton for these 2 days that we were going to do press. They had a deal with the hotel, and the entire cast was put up at the Ritz-Carlton. And remember, lady, we asked for adjoining rooms.
And we were so excited. Talk about country mouse come to town. We're at the Ritz facing Central Park. 2 whole nights. We were so excited.
Well, I couldn't go home. I couldn't leave. So NBC had to pay for me to live at the Ritz-Carlton for 2 weeks.
And guess what?
What?
For the first week, I was with you the whole time.
I know, you didn't leave my side.
I didn't leave your side because you had family on the way, but, they needed a few days to get there, and so I was there, and I just remember that time, and, I think every friendship has these milestone moments that you're forever bonded by. And we've certainly had a few. And best friends listening to this out there, you know those moments. This was one of those moments when you're helping your friend get on the toilet.
Yep.
And Jenna, you did this for me after my C-section. You helped me. Like, I remember this. This was one of those BFF moments.
We have both been with the other while one has had a catheter.
Yeah. Do you need your friend to step out while I give you this catheter?
No, I'd actually prefer to hold her hand, please.
Yeah.
I'd like someone here with me. Yeah, so anybody out there, if you're wondering why Angela and I are best friends and will be best friends forever, friends who catheter together stay together, all right?
Oh, man.
My final piece of this story is simply that I couldn't shower for several days and my hair was so smelly. I'm sorry you had to live with that, Ange. That pineapple, it really turned real gross. And
I did wet a wash rag and try to dampen your hair with the wash rag.
You did. But anyway, guys, that's why Pam doesn't run in this episode. I was healed, but I don't think at this point I was driving myself yet, and I wasn't allowed to run.
Your doctor had you on a very specific sort of recovery plan because you do not mess with the back. You don't mess around.
But I'm fully healed now. No problems. No residual problems.
Well, I loved the storyline for Jim and Pam. I thought it made it just really sweet. Like they were just going to hang out. They weren't going to participate. And then they had this sort of lovely walk and they got to hold hands. And I thought it worked out great.
It worked. Well, guys, thanks for listening to us go down that memory lane. We'll take a break and we'll be back to really dive into this episode.
Jenna, you know we love our Simply Safe home security system.
Yes.
Well, I have a little backstory for you. The founders of Simply Safe, Chad and Eleanor Lawrence, designed their first security system in their own kitchen, and they did it for a very personal reason. Their friends had just had their home broken into, and they were struggling to find a security system that was simple to set up and would make them feel safe again. And that's what they did. I love this. Chad and Eleanor, way to go, because making people feel safe is what Simply Safe does, and it's been doing a great job for 15 years.
And you have one.
And I have one, and it was very simple to set up.
And you feel safe.
And I feel safe.
Well, as one of our listeners, you can save 20% off your Simply Safe security system and get your first month free when you sign up for interactive monitoring service. Just visit simplysafe.com/officeladies to customize your system and start protecting your home and family today.
Again, that's simplisafe.com/officeladies today.
So you guys know when Angela and I started working together on The Office, we instantly clicked. But if you're hiring, you don't have to leave that instant connection up to chance. That's what Indeed Instant Match is for.
So here's what Indeed does. It's a job site that makes hiring incredibly simple. And with Indeed, you can do all of your hiring in one place, even interviewing.
Indeed's hiring tools help you hire faster and smarter. Indeed Instant Match provides a list of quality candidates whose resumes are on Indeed the moment you post a sponsored job.
You can even invite those candidates to apply right away. According to Indeed data, candidates you invite are 3 times more likely to apply to your job than those who only see it in search alone.
According to Talent Nest, Indeed delivers 4 times more hires than all other job sites combined.
Get started right now with $75 sponsored job credit to upgrade your job post at Indeed.com/officeladies.
Get $75 credit at Indeed.com/officeladies.
Indeed.com/officeladies. Offer valid through September 30th. Terms and conditions apply.
Okay, we are back. This episode opens with Pam answering the phone. Michael Scott's Dunder Mifflin Scranton Meredith Palmer Memorial Celebrity Rabies Awareness Fun Run Race for the Cure. But it's the Pro-Am race for the cure.
My favorite thing about that whole moment was how you delivered. They hung up. It's so good. It's so good.
Well, we got some fan questions about this from Gabriel B., Frank F., Kalos D., Alberto R., and Camille Y. Jenna, did you have to memorize that long title for the Fun Run race for the cure, or did you look at a piece of paper every time you said it? No, you guys, I had to memorize that. But I did have it sitting on a piece of paper in front of me. Like, I would look at it intensely, because that is a mouthful. That is a lot to have to say.
Yeah.
But I did memorize it for that scene.
And it's a mouthful that doesn't make sense. Like, for me, I can memorize something if it makes sense. My brain will piece it together for me. But if it's just like a list, you have to work at it.
Yeah, that is more difficult, for sure.
Like, there's no way I could have ever been one of those doctors on ER or whatever, like on Grey's Anatomy, where they're running down the hallway and they got someone on the stretcher and they're like, we need 3 BPUs and get the suture, sew it up.
I think that all the time when I watch those shows. All the time. I think like they're just yelling out jargon.
They have no idea what they're saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, then Michael has an amazing talking head that I really love, where he lets us know that a woman should not have to be hit by a car to learn that she has rabies. But here we are.
Well, you know what? Michael is there fighting for women once again.
Yes, exactly. Well, then we go out into the bullpen. We're panning around. People are, I guess, on the phones, kind of phone banking, trying to get donations for this cause.
He has the whole office doing this. It's unbelievable that any of us had a job after this day. And I love that he walked up and said, "Hi, Stankley." Like, when is Michael going to learn you can't do bits with Stanley? Stanley doesn't want your bits.
He doesn't. Stanley is a bit-free person.
Yeah, don't bring your bits to Stanley.
Well, Phyllis is hard at work on the rabies quilt. She holds it up.
How many quilts does this company make? I mean, I felt like this was a callback to the depression quilt from Safety Training. Any wonder Dwight was like, should we do a depression quilt? And Michael's like, no time to sew the quilt. Because clearly it's a thing.
It's a thing.
Put Phyllis on it.
Well, we had a fan question from Mary Halsey. Who made the rabies quilt? Well, guys, it was Phil Shea. I mean, he didn't personally make it, but he had to get someone to make those squares. And if you want to buy it, there is a full-size version of the quilt online. Just Google it.
Get out.
Rabies Quilt The Office. People are making them. You can buy them.
I am going to Google that. I want to see it. You know, my mom's a quilter, you know.
Yes, Angela. In my notes for today, I literally wrote, Angela, your mom quilts. I have several pieces of your mom's quilting.
My mom is old school type of quilter where, you know, no machine. She cuts out all the pieces and then she like makes her pattern. She'll use like one of the bedrooms in the house and then she sews that all by hand. And she'll do the backing sometimes, you know, with the machine, but she actually purchased in Pennsylvania years and years ago from an Amish family a wooden quilt rack, and every peg, everything is wooden. There's no metal screws or anything. And she puts her quilt top on there and quilts, and I feel like every single one is a piece of art.
Since we're talking about quilting, I want to bring up this artist that I love, Bisa Butler. She makes these huge life-size quilted portraits that I'm slightly obsessed with. Go to her Instagram page. It's at Bisa Butler. They look like paintings, but they're not.
I'm gonna look at it right now.
Okay, look at it.
Oh my gosh, they're beautiful.
Yeah, I just love her work, lady. I love it. I can't wait to see it in person one day.
It's
I love
beautiful. It's art.
It's gorgeous. And she was featured in the New York Times as well. She had this, I mean, she's all over the place. She's a big deal. But check it out. Bisa Butler on Instagram.
Well, you know, we're about to move on to an Andy talking head here about nipple chafing. But did you notice Andy is now sitting at Karen's desk?
I did.
And also, we didn't mention this last week, but when Karen cleared out, did she take the company phone and the computer? Like, everything was gone.
Everything. It was all gone. Yeah, well, we had a fan question about Andy's nipple chafing from Lindsay L., who said, who came up with the nipple chafing idea? Was it based off of a personal experience? Well, Greg told me that this was an idea from Justin Spitzer, so I asked him about it, and he said, yes, this was his idea, and that he had once handed out waters and blankets to runners who were finishing the Chicago Marathon, and he could not believe how many men were crossing the finish line with blotches of blood on their shirts over their nipples from nipple chafing. He said it shocked him and haunted him, and he had been obsessed with it ever since, and he was finally able to write it into an episode. Well, so I think this was very healing for him.
It's a real...
He was able to take this experience and turn it into art.
Well, it's a real thing, and of course I looked it up. Jenna, it's also called jogger's nipple. Oh, I had no idea it was such a thing, and it's more common in the winter because nipples are erect then. But there's many ways to prevent it, and one of them is sort of like covering them like this, and there are all kinds of companies that make these. And now there's nipple covers for women, like when you don't want your nipples to show in clothing. You know, we've had wardrobe fittings where sometimes they're like, oh, we might need to put something there. There's a whole other industry for men, and you know, I love a good name, Jenna, for businesses. I love it. So we've got a few that I found were Nip Ease, Mr. Nip, Nip Strips.
Wow. Well, I imagine, I guess, because men have hairier chests. Like, what I noticed when Ed was, like, covering his nipples was, I just kept thinking, what happens when he tries to take that off because of the hair? Will these companies solve that problem for me, I guess, if I'm a man?
I don't know.
Mr. Nip, was that one of them?
Mr. Nip and Nip Strips, Nippies.
Maybe the Nip Strips.
Well, I remember talking to Ed about, like, those tape and cotton ball thing that he had to do, and he said it was really uncomfortable. Like, this was not a comfortable
Imagine.
episode for him.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Well, lady, now Andy is going to tell Angela how very sorry he is that her cat passed away. This might be leading her maybe toward Andy.
Yeah, you know, there's a deleted scene where Dwight and Angela are exchanging instant messages, and Dwight's trying to make amends, and Angela's not having it. She's getting fed up, and she looks over her shoulder towards Dwight, and Andy is directly behind him, and he thinks Angela is looking at him.
Oh.
So I think they're planting little seeds here.
Well, now you have a talking head, Angela, where you are crying. And you're talking about how Sprinkles was your best friend. And you're sharing pictures of Sprinkles. Because you're including one from the last Halloween, where you're just a couple of kittens out on the town.
Little kittens out on the town.
Well, lady, we got some mail about this.
Yes, about the photos.
Yes, from Kate Sieber, Mandy Pascal, and Anne Marie Morrison. Did you have to do a photo shoot, or did they just Photoshop a cat into your arms?
I did a little bit of both. So if you'll notice a few of the photos, like in particular, there's the picnic blanket one. I'm laying on a picnic blanket. There's a bowl of grapes, and I'm holding the cat. If you notice, I am wearing my outfit from Beach Games.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
there's a few photos of me in my Beach Games outfit. Well, Phil Shea pulled me aside and was like, Angela, we're going to need some photos of you with Sprinkles for an upcoming episode. So that day where we started out for Beach Games on the bus in the parking lot, Phil Shea just said, Angela, I'm going to grab you when I can, and we'll just quickly take these, okay? So the day that we started Beach Games, before we went to the beach, you know, when we were still leaving Dunder Mifflin, I snuck off with Phil Shea, and we took a bunch of those, and I walked over in my own flip-flops, and you can see them in the photo. That's why I'm barefoot. Isn't that weird? That Angela Martin would be barefoot with a pair of flip-flops, and you can see a little eagle on the flip-flops because they're American Eagle. They're my American Eagle flip-flops.
That is incredible. Well, I loved you in this talking head so much. You're so good in this whole episode, Ange.
Oh, thanks. Thanks so much. Well, up next, Jenna, we have the scene. It starts at 24:02, and I titled this scene, The Moment the Crew Turned on Us. Sam, can you play this?
I'm having relationship problems. And since you're always having relationship problems, I thought you'd be able to give me some advice. What's wrong? I have this crazy thought that I know is crazy. That maybe Dwight killed my cat. When I got home, Sprinkle's body was in the freezer where Dwight said he left her. But all my bags of frozen French fries had been clawed to shreds. Something's not right. The vet's doing an autopsy. Angela, I'm sorry. Did Roy ever kill one of your cats? I'm more of a dog person.
Jenna, do you remember us doing that scene?
Yes.
We gotta break it down for people because literally the director came over and was like, I'm just gonna stop you right now.
It was Greg.
I know. So I had to pop up over the partition and I start off with like, psst, and then you
That got me. Right there, I was done. I just started laughing. Just from your head popping over the partition, started laughing. No words have come out yet.
And every single time you started laughing, then I would start laughing. And then there were times I would get it together and I'd come up over the partition and you'd already be laughing.
Yeah. Because I knew there, Angela, you have to imagine from my point of view what it's like to have your tiny blonde head pop up suddenly. It's very funny. And we should also mention this scene was scheduled right before lunch.
Yes, and everyone was really hungry.
You're always really hungry before lunch because you get called into work at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., but lunch is not until 1. So you are hangry at 12:40. Everybody on a set is super hangry at 12:40. Even though there's snacks, you want to sit down, you want your 30-minute break, and you want to eat a hot meal. And here you have these two actresses who cannot even get one line out.
These two gals who are literally laughing so hard they can't speak. And Greg was like, why don't we take a break? Why don't we give you guys a minute to get it together? And I said, oh no, Jenna, they're turning on us. And like,
I felt so bad because normally when we would break in a scene, the crew was laughing with you.
and other actors would laugh too and be like, you guys. No
Yeah.
one was laughing.
No, it was just us. We were so tickled to have a scene together. We always were. And this was a comedic scene we got to do. This was funny.
Yeah. And I'm surprised we even have one take that's usable because we were laughing so hard. And now let's just take a minute to talk about Happy Pam sass, because Happy Pam doesn't give Angela anything. She's like, Can you imagine Angela finally reaching out to Pam and all she gets is, well, I'm more of a dog person. Are you flippin' kidding me?
Well, Angela, what do you expect? Anytime Pam has ever tried to comfort or help Angela, Angela just insults her. I think Pam is being self-protective. She's having good boundaries, in my opinion.
She's got good boundaries and she's getting laid. And she doesn't have time for anybody anymore.
Oh my God! Oh my God, that is private. Well, Angela, I will say this. We have a fan soapbox, and I think you're gonna like it.
Ooh, I want to hear it.
This is from Amy Wagner, Rivka Wasserman, Kayla Kelly, Kaylin White, and Christina Chadbourne. They all wrote in to say this. I hate to break it to you, but Pam is actually responsible for the death of Sprinkles and the breakup of Dwangela. Pam guilts Angela into seeing Meredith at lunch instead of taking care of Sprinkles, which is why Angela has to ask Dwight to do it and why Sprinkles ends up dead.
Oh my gosh. Ladies, I had never put that together. You are right. Pam killed Sprinkles.
Well, that's going a little far.
Pam killed Sprinkles.
Oh my gosh, you are so mad at Pam right now. Pam is just happy. Why when Pam gets happy does everyone turn on her? That's something I've noticed, by the way. When Pam becomes assertive, there in particular are a bunch of men on Twitter who tweet about how they don't like Pam sassy. Nobody likes assertive Pam. Well, everyone, you're gonna have to live with it.
I don't give a crap about assertive Pam. It's sassy Pam, guilt trip Pam. I don't give a shit Pam that I have issue with.
Well, I thought you'd like that fan soapbox.
I very much like it, ladies. Thank you. I feel seen.
Well, speaking of Jim and Pam, they're flirting in the break room right now.
Oh, I titled this scene. Ready?
What is it?
Part 2 of our country song. Ain't no more heartbreak in the break room, baby.
Oh, yes. Yes. Happy times in the break room,
It's
everyone.
happy times.
Well, the camera crew breaks the fourth wall and they bring Jim and Pam into the conference room and show them footage of them kissing and driving away. This is huge. Why is the documentary crew getting involved? Remember, they left Andy floating in a lake, but they pulled Jim and Pam aside to show them this footage.
They didn't say, Meredith, get out of the way.
I don't think they saw Meredith. They were focused on Michael. I don't think the documentary crew could have stopped that accident.
You know? I mean, there's been many times where they probably should have stepped in and they didn't. Why now?
I don't know, but they get Pam to admit that she and Jim are dating.
This is another Pam Sass moment where she doesn't care. She's like, you know what? We're dating.
This is such a cute scene.
It's so cute.
It has all the feels.
It's really cute. And you and John are so good in it. It's a really great jam moment.
Well, we had a fan question from Linnea B, who said, what was it like coming back from the break between season 3 and 4 to a new relationship between Jim and Pam? You guys, it was awesome. I had a great time in season 4. Pam was happy. I was happy. I just spent all day being happy in a comedy, basically. Because, I don't know about you, Angela, but I was going to ask you, you have to play this season in a lot of emotional turmoil and mourning, and it takes a toll when you have to play jealousy or you have to play sad. Like, it does take a toll.
Well, it does. Playing sad takes a toll. Playing angry is fun.
Yeah.
I'll say that because I loved the juxtaposition from this very sweet, cute moment with Jim and Pam to me body checking Dwight by the file cabinet. It's so great. And that whole scene that I have with Rain over by accounting where I'm backing my chair into him, we had such a great time with that. That was so much fun.
Well, that is a really good scene. Dwight seems to think you're going to feel better after you run the 5K because exercise helps with depression. And you're just like, you're not getting it. I'm not depressed.
I'm pissed off.
You're grieving.
I'm grieving and I'm angry.
Yes. So now we go into the conference room, Angela. Jim, Michael, Pam, and Dwight are putting sort of the finishing touches on the fun run plans. And Michael wants a giant check.
What is this thing with giant checks? He got a giant check in product recall.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think I swear, I think it goes back to when he was a little kid and that owl came to his assembly in a costume with props. This is how you get people's attention, how you get them to care about things. You have big props and costumes and outfits.
Why have we not explored Michael's feelings about Carrot Top, the most famous prop comic?
I think he loves Carrot Top, and I think he loves, who's the guy that hit all the watermelons? Gallagher.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's what he wants. He wants a giant check, even though it will eat up 25% of their funds. He wants a rabies doctor to present the check.
Yeah.
Jim suggests maybe they hire a nurse, like by the hour, like you would for a party. Michael's like, sounds great. Dwight suggests they just donate the money to Meredith's son's college fund.
Dwight is the only person making sense in this meeting.
Yes, surprisingly, Dwight has the best idea. Jim and Pam are just egging Michael on.
But Michael's like, have you seen that kid? He's not going to college.
Exactly.
Well, I think we should take a break here, Jenna, and when we come back, we might need to talk about a dangling participle.
It's an accidental flashing.
He did say come in.
I agree. Yes. All right, we'll be back. Office Ladies is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. You know, you may not feel depressed or at a total loss, but if you're feeling even a little bit off in your relationships or in your work, in your day-to-day life, it could be a sign that you should talk to somebody, and online therapy can help.
BetterHelp is professional therapy done securely online from your home. When it fits your schedule, you can really shape how you want to share, when you want to share, and get the help that you need.
You can start communicating with a therapist in under 48 hours. You can schedule weekly video, phone, or live chat appointments. And the BetterHelp therapists have a very broad range of expertise. And sometimes that is not locally available. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/officeladies.
That's better, HELP.com/officeladies. You know those folks that just always look put together?
Yes.
Like they have a whole outfit and it like works. Even if it's casual, it's like put together. It's thought out.
I love them. I wish I were them.
Me too. I am not one of those people, but I want to be. And guess what?
What?
Have you ever been to Ever Eve?
Lady.
I know you have.
You know I have.
Ever Eve is a woman's contemporary fashion retailer. They have 98 stores in a fast-growing e-commerce business with online personal styling services called Trendsend.
Yeah, you can do a Zoom and a person will style you. Let me tell you two things that I bought that I absolutely love, okay? One is the Rowan and Ryan Cruise Pant. They are a black flowy pant.
I love a flowy pant. Give me all the flowy pants.
Yeah, I got like 4 compliments when I wore those pants. I also got the mama necklace. Visit evereve.com or you can go to one of their 98 Evereve boutiques Use code OfficeLadies and get 15% off your first order.
That's evereve.com and code OfficeLadies for 15% off your first order.
All right, we are back, and Pam's about to get the shock of her life.
Jenna, how did you film this? Okay, so Pam is, like going in to tell Michael something, right? She knocks on the door.
She wants to tell him that 5K means 5 kilometers, not 5,000 miles.
Right. And he says, come in. And she opens the door, and he's decided to change into his running outfit in his office.
Yeah. And he is nude from the waist down. And Pam is shocked. Well, this was a really interesting scene to film. We had a fan question from Tara Nunez. When Pam walks in on Michael naked, what was Steve actually wearing? Steve was actually wearing like a flesh-colored Speedo.
It's still not pleasant to look at, guys. Those reactions are honest. Whenever anyone has to wear a flesh-covered anything, it's just off-putting.
Yeah, you kind of look like a Ken doll or a Barbie doll or something.
Yeah.
It's very weird. You still are seeing
outlines.
Right. Anyway, the thing that was difficult here when we were shooting it, and we shot this several times, because Pam has to get far enough into the room and open the door wide enough that the camera can see Michael. Because in my early takes of this, I can see him, but the camera wasn't catching it because I was reacting too quickly.
You're pulling the door shut too fast.
Yeah. So the first thing that we did was Greg said, why don't you be looking at the paper longer and like give a look to camera as you're opening the door? Like, can you believe he thinks it's 5,000 miles? So that I can get the door open wider for camera to see him almost before I see him. So that's how we ended up fixing that problem. But it was very, very funny. We were laughing a lot during this scene.
Lady, after this aired, a friend of mine and I were talking about this episode, and I'll never forget it because I heard a term I'd never heard before in my life. And they said this is a thing sometimes guys will do. I don't know where they do it, but it's called shirt cocking.
Oh.
And it's a thing, okay? And if you look it up, it says shirt cocking is a verb, and it's when a man wears a t-shirt but goes naked from the waist down. Oh, listen to this. This practice is a natural outgrowth of Burning Man events, which value radical self-expression, but are held in clothing optional environments.
Oh. I've never been to Burning Man.
Well, neither have I, but apparently this happens there, guys.
Well, I've never been shirt cocked either.
I've never been shirt cocked, but beware, it happens.
It's a thing.
I guess it's a thing in the desert, guys, where people get together to have radical experiences.
Well, Michael shirt cocks Pam, and Pam tells Jim that the incident is now burned into her brain.
Back in the break room, Jim and Pam don't hang out at front reception anymore. They just go to the break room to hang out and have their little conversation.
Yeah, happiness in the break room. The break room is a great place now. Well, Michael knocks on the break room door and enters. He's trying to teach Pam how to properly enter a room.
Oh, can I come in?
Yeah. And Pam is like, you said come in. You said come in.
Well, Pam has a major Pam Sass moment. She says, I didn't see where it started, but I saw where it ended. Wow. I couldn't believe that line.
Wow, Pam is really just saying anything on her mind now. You're really...
See?
You're right. Yeah. She's looking up celebrity porn on the computer. She's sassing Angela. She's sassing Michael.
She's not going to run in your stupid fun run.
It's true. Let's get to the fun run, lady.
Let's do it.
We're in the parking lot. Jan is checking people in. Creed registers. He's very disappointed there's no prize money.
We find out, by the way, that Creed's birthday is November 1st and he's going to be 82.
I know. That was so
What?
ridiculous. That was so ridiculous.
Jan tells Pam to stay away from her man. Heard she was peeping in on him.
I know. Oh, that was so fun to do. I love doing that scene with Melora where she's just putting Pam in her place, and Pam is like, But you know, guys, Jan is no longer our boss.
Yeah.
She holds no authority over us. She is just there as Michael's girlfriend.
Well, I have to tell you something. So all of this is happening while you have this scene between Pam and Jan going on. There is a scene between Bob, Vance, Phyllis, and Angela. So in the background where Toby is stretching, Angela's standing there, and Phyllis and Bob walk up, and Bob points to her shirt and says, "Oh, is that the cat?" And he turns to Phyllis and says, "Is that the one that Meredith?" And Phyllis quickly cuts him off and goes, "No, no, no." And then Angela spits on Bob.
What?
And storms off.
What is happening in that scene? Did Meredith do something to one of your other cats?
I have so many questions. What has Meredith done to one of her cats? It certainly might explain why Angela really does not like Meredith. But man, Angela is, talk about angry. She spits at Bob.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, now Michael welcomes everyone, and he gives a speech where he sort of warns everybody of the dangers of rabies. In the background, then, Daryl is feeding a peanut to a squirrel. That is such a random funny joke. That's a very Simpsons-esque joke, if you ask me.
I loved it. And I love, Michael was like, "Stop," and he's like, "But he's so happy."
Well, then we have Elizabeth the stripper is back. Jackie DeBotton, she walks in this little nurse's outfit to present Michael with the giant check made out to Science. Just Science.
Yeah.
$340 to Science.
Just a piece of cardboard that costs $200 for nothing.
And when Michael sees Elizabeth in her outfit, he's like, "Oh my gosh, you went back for your degree."
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, I have a little wardrobe tidbit.
I think I know your tidbit.
Oh, really?
Go.
All right. Carrie told me that this nurse's outfit was custom made. And if you notice, she had to make it a red circle with a white cross in the middle. And this is because the Red Cross does not like their symbol to be used for fictional content. So she could not have a red cross in a white circle. She had to invert it.
Yes, lady. Well, do you know that that is the same costume that Angela Martin wore in season 7? They saved that costume. Season 7, the Halloween episode, where we have a costume contest. I wore that outfit.
What?
Yep. I wore that outfit, the exact same one, and it was a little too big for me, so I had to wear a little lace tank top underneath it. And you know, we'll get to season 7, but they gave me the chicken cutlets to make everything a little bigger.
Yep.
Same costume.
Wow. I guess in our Dunder Mifflin world, this is like a little costume that you could buy, I guess. But Carrie Bennett told me that she made it. There it is. You're wearing it.
And you can see it's the same white cross, the same hat. I just have a tank top because it's a little big.
That is crazy.
I know, I crazy.
Well, speaking of crazy, Michael is now downing some fettuccine Alfredo. Just downing it. He's carbo loading before the run.
Oh.
Is that a thing? Do people carbo load? They do, but like not moments before they run, right?
I looked it up. There's 2 things happening in this moment. First of all, we have a fakey bag catch. Fakey bag, fakey prop bag. That bag that Dwight is holding is not a real bag. It's one of the ones that doesn't make noise. And here's the thing about carbo loading. So, guys, this is something that people will do, but it's recommended that you do it the week before a high...
A week before.
Yeah, a week before a high endurance activity. Yeah, the reason why you do this carbo load the week before is to boost the glycogen that's stored in your muscles, right? So you can sort of burn on that while you're doing your high endurance activity. You don't do it minutes before.
It's so gross.
So gross.
It's so gross. A lot of people wrote in asking how much fettuccine Steve had to eat. Pretty much none. I don't know if you noticed, but we cut away before he has to really swallow the fettuccine. They had a bucket there, so he would shove a bunch in his mouth and he would spit it out.
Thank God, because it was almost 100 degrees that week every day.
Yeah.
And we were outside. Hot, outside, eating fettuccine. Bleh.
Can we talk about the ginormous gun that Dwight shoots off to start the race? Not a starter's pistol, an actual gun with actual bullets in it. Obviously, we shot off blanks, but what the heck?
I know. So, according to Dunderpedia, Dwight uses a 6-inch Colt Anaconda, and it's the same caliber gun used by Dirty Harry.
Well, it's ridiculous.
I believe, though, that he would have some gun that Clint Eastwood fired, like a Dirty Harry gun. That tracks.
It's perfect for his character. Well, the race is underway. We fired this gun. Creed, Stanley, and Oscar immediately get into a cab.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
Brilliant.
Stanley says he will work out today. He will work out a way to avoid running for a stupid cause.
Yeah. They all three have talking heads and deleted scenes that talk about why they're not doing it. Stanley had an alt that said when he runs, his feet swell up to the size of a pot roast, and you don't want to see that.
Oh, well, Angela Martin certainly would not. She does not like gross feet.
No.
Well, we sort of see everybody's approach, right? Like Andy's gonna run, Michael's going really fast, and this is when we find out that Pam and Jim are happily in last place together, just strolling.
Andy's going to draft behind Kevin.
Well, now we have a scene that I love so much where Jan is handing out water to the runners. She's somehow moved from the starting line where she was checking people in to a new table where she's handing out waters and people haven't even gotten to her yet. I found that interesting.
Yeah,
she obviously drove, I guess,
She
to this
quickly
new
drove.
spot.
Yeah.
Well, Michael refuses to take the water. He explains that rabies victims have to live with an irrational hatred of water, so it's really the least he can do to refuse the water. Well, I looked it up, Angela. You know, last week I told you a lot about rabies and the importance of getting a shot if you're ever bitten by an animal.
Hey, I did not look it up. In fact, I wrote myself a note. Ask Jenna, rabies expert, is this true?
Oh, no, you did not. I have to say I do know a lot more about rabies than I ever thought I would thanks to this podcast. But this condition is called hydrophobia, and it is an irrational fear of water, and it does present itself in the advanced stages of the disease of rabies. But here's why. Basically, patients start to fear liquids because it is so painful to swallow.
Oh.
Like they don't want to drink or eat anything. So it's not like having water touch them would bother them, but ingesting anything becomes so painful that's why.
This is horrible. This is horrible.
Rabies is a horrible disease. I cannot stress enough how important it is to get that shot if you are bitten by an
Wow.
animal.
Well, we also didn't mention that Toby ran by and took a swig of water, but threw most of it on Jan.
Yes, this is true. Well, Toby's doing great, and we're about to find out why.
Mm-hmm.
Michael is not doing well because of the fettuccine.
Yeah.
But Dwight tells him he's going to be fine. You'll probably still win because he put Imodium in Toby's coffee.
Michael's so excited. He's like, excellent! And then goes, wait, don't you mean X-Lax?
Yes, Dwight has helped Toby.
Yeah.
I want to point something out about this scene. During this scene, I swear Michael and Dwight run past Oscar's house, or at least the location that we used for Oscar's house. So I looked it up, and yes, we are filming on the same street in Sherman Oaks that has Oscar's house. We filmed there a lot. It was really close to our set, and yeah, I think we run past the location of Oscar's house.
We filmed there a lot for all those reasons, and also this particular neighborhood in Sherman Oaks has really great old, huge trees that might resemble the East Coast more than normally what LA would look like.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Andy's nipples are starting to chafe, and Creed, Stanley, and Oscar are at like an outside cafe. They've ordered another round of drinks. I like their style.
Yes, and Pam and Jim are now going to stop at an estate sale.
I love estate sales. My mom, this makes me think of my mom. Whenever we went anywhere, any kind of road trip, if we saw a sign that said yard sale, garage sale, estate sale, my mom would literally pull off the road.
Well, in my sophomore year of college, I got my own apartment. And the summer before I went back to school, my mom took me around to estate sales and garage sales, and that's where I bought all of my dishes and my pots and pans and all the stuff I was going to need for my kitchen. And I still have some of that stuff. I still have a baking dish from one of the garage sales that we went to in order to get all my stuff for college.
I still have a little piece of like kitchen art. It's like a pear and some grapes, and it's like someone made this. Someone made the image and then got a piece of wood and then shellacked over it. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's this sort of kitschy little piece of kitchen art, and I got it at a garage sale. I love that. I did that too.
I love estate sales and garage sales because I think they're such a great way to recycle and reuse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't have to buy everything new. When someone's done with it, use it. I love that.
I love that too. I always love the idea of what that story was. Like what did that green bowl with that one little chip, what was that about? Now I'm going to have it.
Yes, I agree.
Well, now I love that Ryan in Fancy Corporate calls Dunder Mifflin and no one is answering, and he gets this message that says, "You've reached the offices of Dunder Mifflin Scranton. Currently, the entire staff is out doing the Michael Scott DMSMPMC Rabies Awareness Pro-Am Fun Run Race." And then Michael chimes in. That's all your voice. And Michael chimes in and goes, "For the cure." And then Pam says, "Leave a message." I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was so funny. And Ryan is like, oh.
Well, you know Michael was just hovering over Pam's shoulder as she created that outgoing message.
Oh my goodness. I would love to have seen how many ways that he made her say it until they got it right.
Well, now, lady, Dwight is going to try to sweet talk Angela.
He is. He runs up next to her, tells her she looks cute as a button. She's not into it. She doesn't want to hear it. And there were a lot of things that made this scene a little trickier than it looks. We had to deliver all of our dialogue while running, but we couldn't run so fast that you would never see Steve, who was positioned just behind us and between us. We couldn't run too close to one another, and we had to pace this out because the camera was getting us in the foreground and Michael in the background.
I imagine it was difficult. Also, we only had so much sidewalk.
Well, we had a specific place we had to stop, too, on the sidewalk, and we had to try to hit that same mark every time because then we see the neighbor, and we have this great moment that I love where we're like, "It's nothing," and Dwight's like, "I'm robbing her," and I'm like, "It's fine," and then at the same time we're like, "It's nothing," and then we go right back to our conversation we were having.
Well, we had a fan question from Steph Bailey and Debbie K. Kind of more of a statement. "Angela, for not being a runner, you have really great form."
Do I?
I thought so too. I thought you were a very cute runner.
Well, thank you. I mean, I ran cross country in high school, you guys. Maybe somewhere in the back of my brain it was still there.
Well, there you go. When were you running cross country while also playing basketball and trombone? I don't understand.
And tennis, and I was a cheerleader. I was busy in high school, Jenna. This was my mom's attitude was, if you're busy, you don't have time for trouble.
Well, you were busy.
I was very busy.
I also want to read you this letter from Patrick Wright.
Okay.
Because I agree with Patrick. Here's what Patrick had to say. "I really wanted to express my respect for Angela as an actress, especially in this episode. She is a mixture of tragically funny and also just heartbreaking. She gives such a fabulous, nuanced performance throughout this entire episode. We as an audience truly feel for her hurt and anger throughout the story, and my heart broke as she runs away from Dwight with her adoration of the man she loves, but at the same time shattered. The performances from everyone in the cast was brilliant as always, but I felt compelled to single out Angela for her marvelous acting.
Aw, that is so nice. Thank you. I so appreciate that.
We really feel Angela being torn here because Dwight admits he killed Sprinkles. He mercy killed Sprinkles.
And, you know, Dwight tried to do it in the kindest way and for all the right reasons in his mind, right?
Yeah.
In his perspective, and gave her antihistamines until she fell asleep. And then Angela's like, but then she threw them up and she tried to claw her way out. And she's like, why didn't you talk to me about this first? Like, how was this not a conversation? If this was the solution you thought needed to happen, why not talk to me about this? And there are sad moments to the scene, and then there's these moments where obviously there's a joke written, but I have to say it really earnestly, like the cat heaven is a beautiful place, but you don't get there if you're euthanized, you know?
Yeah.
But one of the notes Greg gave me was, as you run away, you know, Dwight's like reaching out for you, and I say, you don't understand. And I kind of start to cry as I run away. And he said, you know, what Dwight isn't getting is that this is unforgivable for you.
Yeah.
And you love this man, but he has severed this bond. You don't think you can be with him anymore. But Dwight doesn't know that yet. But you know it.
Well, I've had this happen in relationships where you're dating and you're so in love and the relationship is just all promise and optimism. And then something happens and the person reacts or acts in such a way that you realize there is a fundamental difference of values.
Yeah, and she knows it, and she knows she can't see him the same way. And it will take a very, very, very long time, as we know, for her to forgive him.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Jim and Pam bought a lamp.
Just the base of a lamp.
Yeah, it was $8, and now Jim gets to carry it.
It's an odd choice, this green lamp. It looks like two octopus tentacles are holding hands or something. I don't know what's happening with it.
How does Jim feel about Pam's taste, if this is the lamp she wanted to buy? Is he concerned about moving in together one day? Maybe sharing a house? This lamp is not great. But also, Michael is really struggling. Phyllis and Bob pass him up.
I mean, he's laying on the ground. His lips are all white. He doesn't look good.
He doesn't look like he's gonna make it.
Mm-mm.
In the meantime, Toby wins the race.
Yeah, and I thought it was so perfect that Kelly is at the finish line, like, on her phone.
Yes. And he's like, where are we? And she's like, we're about 5 kilometers from the office. And Toby's like, why didn't Michael make it a circle?
No, he couldn't have made it easy.
He made it a straight line. Well, it's interesting. So that spot where they are is pretty much right outside of our real office, actually. That was on Satakoy Street where we shot. So we actually were very, very close. Like, we just walked back to set at the end. Yeah. So we actually did end very close to our office.
You know, I guess it's interesting because Pam, like, I think she's going to give Michael a pep talk, but she's like, no, you don't got this. It's more like Pam sass of like, there's other people that are better at helping people. Why don't you just let this one go? And then Michael's like, you don't know me. You've just seen my penis. And somehow Pam not cheering him on makes him cheer himself on. And he has this talking head where he's like, finishing that 5K was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I ate more fettuccine Alfredo and drank less water than he ever has in his entire life. This was so funny to me. He slowly makes his way across the finish line, and I caught a palm tree.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. 39 minutes, 46 seconds. Palm tree alert.
We did not. I guess we didn't paint that one out.
Yeah. I'm sure there are others along the way because, you know, we're filming outside so much. But he finally makes it across the finish line, and Jim gives him the lamp as a trophy, and he pukes.
Yeah. Probably some kind of mushroom soup.
Oh, it looked gross.
It was so gross.
It looked so gross. And he let it just dribble down his chin. I'm like, wipe that off your face.
So gross. Well, this episode ends with Michael in the hospital, and Meredith has wheeled herself in to his room to visit him.
Yes, there is a deleted scene that Michael checked himself into the hospital for dehydration, and he requested his childhood pediatrician come visit him. And his pediatrician is a very elderly man. And he's saying, you know, Michael doesn't really need to be in the hospital. He got a little dehydrated. Really, this all could have been solved with a bottle of water. But, and then as he's talking, Michael's like, where's my lollipop? He like gives him a...
Oh my gosh,
Yes.
so is that why he has a lollipop in this scene with Meredith?
Yes, because his pediatrician stopped by and checked in on him and gave him a lollipop.
Well, the lollipop leads us to a very cringy final moment.
Yes.
Which is that Michael is sucking on the lollipop, and he suggests that they share it. So he hands it to Meredith, who then sort of puts it in her mouth, and then she offers it back to Michael, and he says,
Nah.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Well, we had some mail from Eliza Jarvis and Natalie Benari. Please tell me the lollipop Michael shares with Meredith is switched out before they share it. Did they really share it? Guys, I wondered the same thing. When I watched this scene, there is no cut. It's a one-er shot of Steve taking the lollipop out of his mouth and handing it to Kate. So we asked Kate about it.
We had to ask her about it.
And she said they did not rinse it off.
She also said Steve improvised that in the moment, and she just went with it.
Yeah. And I think that's why you see her pause a second. I think you are watching Kate the person decide if she's gonna do this.
Yeah.
She's like, am I gonna do this? But brilliant ending. Good for you, Kate. Way to really go for it on the show. She said she got a thrill out of doing her own sort of stunts, so.
Yeah, well, she's brave. And you know, there was a Dwight deleted talking head that I think would have come after this, where it kind of broke my heart, where he talks about forgiveness and what it is to forgive someone, and that he hopes that his friend will forgive him. Because if Meredith can forgive Michael for hitting her with the car, maybe his friend will be able to forgive him. And he's hopeful. Mm-hmm. I know. It made me sad.
Yeah. Well, I think that finishes out Fun Run. We did a fun run.
Thank you guys so much for joining us for the Michael Scott DMSMP MC Rabies Awareness Pro-Am Fun Run Mix.
For the cure. We'll be back next week.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
From websites and online stores to marketing tools and analytics, Squarespace is the all-in-one platform to build a beautiful online presence and run your business.
There are no hidden fees or price hikes, and all websites are optimized for mobile.
And it's so simple. Start with a design template and use drag and drop tools to make it your own.
Head to squarespace.com/OfficeLadies for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the offer code OfficeLadies to save 10% off your first purchase. When I say that I love every part of being a cat mom to my little Sunny cat, I really mean every part, even the litter box experience.
What?
Because of the Tidy Cats Breeze litter system. It is a game changer. It changes the litter for you.
Tidy Cats Breeze litter system is available nationwide at Petco, PetSmart, Pet Supplies Plus, Amazon and Chewy, and Walmart.com.
And get a $7 coupon at tidycatsbreeze.com.
Your purchase is backed by the Tidy Cats Satisfaction Guarantee.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, Pam Sass.
I'm wearing my Pam Sass shirt, and I'm loving it.
It is so stinking cute. I can't wait to get mine.
They're really cute, and they're a conversation starter because I parked in the parking lot here at Airwolf, and as I was walking in, a guy, by the way, it was 10:50 a.m., a guy had a cocktail in his hand and said, what party are you going to?
Okay.
I was like, he was in fluorescent yellow shorts with a white t-shirt, and I was like, I'm what? Is it because of my Pam Sass shirt? You think I'm going to a party?
I'm pretty sure it had absolutely nothing to do with your shirt, that you could have been dressed in literally anything. This is 100% about him and his shorts and his cocktail before 11.
Yeah. Well, he's doing it.
All right. Today is Dunder Mifflin Infinity Part 1. This is Season 4, Episode 3. This is another one of our 1-hour shows that was meant to kick off Season 4. We're dividing it into 2 parts. This episode was written by Michael Schur, and it was directed by Craig Zisk.
Yes. All right, Jenna, you're up. It's summary time.
Here is a summary of what we are covering today. When Ryan tries to implement new ideas, like issuing everyone a BlackBerry and announcing the new Dunder Mifflin Infinity website, Michael feels he may be a victim of ageism. Jim and Pam's relationship goes public, and they are now forced to face the scrutiny of the entire staff. Meanwhile, Angela is going to give Dwight one more chance after his mercy killing of Sprinkles.
Yeah.
All right, fast fact number 1. Like I said, this episode was directed by Craig Zisk. He had been an executive producer on Weeds, The United States of Terra, and The Larry Sanders Show, and more recently, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. He's directed a ton of television. He directed a bunch of episodes of Scrubs and movies. Do you remember Craig?
I do remember Craig, and actually, when Craig came to direct, we had a little thing in common, which is I had worked with his brother, Randy Zisk, who's also a producer and director, and he had directed me on my episode of Monk. So when I saw Craig, we sort of like had this moment. He was like, "Hey, you were on my brother's show," and I was like, "Yes, how are you?"
Well, I had a little thing, not in common with Craig, but in adoration of him, because when he was 25 years old, he was one of the producers of the television show Cop Rock. Do you remember Cop Rock, Angela?
No, I've never heard of it.
Oh my God!
What?
Oh my God! Okay, it came out in 1990.
Okay.
It was on ABC. It was, brace yourself, a musical comedy drama show about the LAPD.
Oh my gosh, there's so much happening.
Okay, it was created by Stephen Bochco, who had also created the very famous Hill Street Blues. And basically, Angela, it was a cop show, like maybe imagine Law and Order if all of a sudden in the middle of the episode, they break into song.
No.
Yeah.
No, I can't do it.
Here is an audio clip from an episode.
Oh, God.
You know when they all gather in the room and like the lieutenant is like, here's what's on the docket today.
Yeah.
We got this happening and this happening.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he's doing at the top of this scene. Sam, will you play the clip?
Item last on the teletype, we still got the Franklin Avenue flashers. Okay, that's it. And hey, let's be careful out there. Let's be careful out there. We had a 187 at the 7-Eleven on the corner of 4th and Main.
No, they did not.
They did.
No, they didn't.
It was canceled after 11 episodes.
Why?
TV Guide ranked it number 8 on its list of the 50 worst TV shows of all time in 2002.
Wow.
But it actually won 2 Emmy Awards for editing and outstanding achievement in music and lyrics. I want you to know, I loved this show. I watched every episode.
This is all we need to know about you, Jenna.
It was like Glee, but a cop show. It was brilliant. You can find it on YouTube.
It sounds like an SNL parody of like a cop show or something. That is amazing. I now have to go see just one. I mean, I have to see one where they're like, we got the perp in the cell. We're gonna frisk him now.
I think that's a song. I think there's...
I got the perp. Frisk him up.
Ooh, frisk him up.
Frisk
That's
him
a
up.
good one. Frisk him up, frisk him up, frisk him up, frisk him down. What did you find? Is there a gun? Is there a knife? You
Are you
gotta
just
frisk
happy
him up. The show really rates itself.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I want you to be
All
safe
right.
out there. You heard him. Be safe. Be safe.
This is now like a hybrid West Side Story cop rock.
That's all I could picture in my mind. Oh my lord. Okay, that's amazing. And Craig worked on it?
He was one of the producers. Well, I'll bring us back with fast fact number 2.
Okay.
This episode, Dunder Mifflin Infinity, aired in October of 2007. And also in October 2007 was a big office convention in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Yes, and a whole bunch of us went. A huge group. I mean, it was like Greg went and Mike Schur and Jen Salata, a bunch of the writers and the cast. I think the whole entire cast was there, except for you and Steve, right? And John. Everyone else went, like the whole shebang.
I was not allowed to go because remember I shared last week about how I broke my back.
Yeah.
And I was not cleared for plane travel at this time.
I was super sad you weren't there. I found some emails where we traded emails. You were like, please tell everyone I said hi. But it was a absolute blast. Scranton was so much fun. Scranton! Everyone there was great. And then me and Craig and Brian went on the Today Show with Al Roker. Al Roker came to Scranton. And we did the Today Show from there with him. And it was just a blast.
I was so jealous. That looked like so much fun. You guys did like a whole Q&A panel and like a meet and greet, right?
And we did like a concert. Like there was a concert and a bunch of people from the office performed, like Craig and Melora, and like everyone got up on stage. It was so much fun. But you know, lady, this was something you and I both share because I was able to go to this convention, but then at the end of the show, there was another one, like a big rap party convention. And it was my daughter's birthday, so you went to that one. So I found all these emails, Jenna, where we sort of bookend this experience for each other because I went to one and you got to go to the other.
Yeah, I remember that. I was so glad I got to go to that one at the end of the show because I couldn't like leave the experience of the office having never visited Scranton.
I know.
I just remember I was really jealous that you got to go and I was bummed that I had to stay home, but you know.
Well, you know, we've never gotten to go together, and that's on my bucket list. When this podcast is done, I want you and I to go to Scranton. That's on my wish list.
I want you and I to go to Scranton and just anonymously sign up for the office tour.
Oh my
and
God.
just show up and be like, take us on the tour.
Yes, to all the spots. I want to do it. Well, listen, there was something else going on during this time. I don't know if you remember, but we were on the cover of Entertainment Weekly magazine.
We were?
It came out October 5th, which was the day after this episode aired. And there were a few sets of couples. Steve and Melora, as Jan and Michael, were on one cover. And then Angela and Dwight were on one. And Jim and Pam. And then Ryan and Kelly. So you could pick which issue had the cover. But then we were all on the inside in this big group photo.
I remember doing that photo shoot.
It
was so fun.
It was such a cool day, and I couldn't believe it. Like, I'd always, picked up Entertainment Weekly. I loved television. It was like my dream to be on TV. And then to all of a sudden be on the cover and be in it with you guys. I couldn't even believe it. I have one framed.
Well, this is what was happening at this time, which was that the show was truly blowing up, and we were on covers of magazines, and it was so surreal. Early on, I tried to save every single mention of us or the show from any publication because it just felt so fleeting. And then at this time, it became impossible. It was just constant, and we were really out in the zeitgeist. Is that the right word?
Yeah, no, the show was just really catching on. I'll tell you what, between my mom and my grandmother and my cousin Carol and my Aunt Brenda, I think I have everything we were ever mentioned in. They saved everything and they would send it to me.
Well, speaking of being out in the world in a big way, fast fact number 3, we got a lot of fan mail from people about the Dunder Mifflin Infinity website. And they wanted to know if it was real. Well, it was real, and it went out into the world around this exact same time as this episode.
That is right, and we reached out to Joya Balfour. Joya, as you remember, Jenna, was part of the team at NBC.com, and you guys, networks were not doing digital content during this time. It's just something they didn't do. So NBC was really on the forefront, and I talked to Joya, and she was saying they were trying to find ways to sustain the fandom to keep fans engaged. And one of the things they did was they launched DunderMifflinInfinity.com. You could go on and play these games. There were virtual branches that fans could join. They could perform tasks where they would earn Shroot Bucks. And then they could spend their Shroot Bucks on virtual items in sort of like the office. And they went around to all of our desks. They took pictures of the set so that they could actually buy virtual items. And this site ran for 3 years on NBC.com. And fans got signed items from the show. And also, if they submitted their artwork, it would be displayed in episodes. Jenna, fan art was put around the set. So your art might make it into the show. It might end up on the refrigerator in the kitchen or on a bulletin board like by Creed and Meredith. And fans could look for their art if they won. Isn't that amazing?
It's really incredible because I just want to remind everyone, there was no Instagram. There were no apps back then. Like, this was really, really revolutionary in terms of that idea of fan engagement and getting to participate in some way actively with your favorite show.
Yes, and they even made a video, and actually I have audio of it. Sam, can you play the video of DunderMifflinInfinity.com?
Do you like paper? Well, we like you. Dunder Mifflin is looking for bright, energetic paper people to open up their own branch and become part of the Dunder Mifflin family. Interested in your own future? Go to DunderMifflinInfinity.com to find out more.
I love it.
Isn't that great? And I asked Joya who did that voiceover, and she said that's just a voiceover actor that they hired. She has a whole page on her website, joyabalfour.com, where you can look at Dunder Mifflin Infinity and what all they did with it. You can actually watch that video that we just played for you. And I told Joya over the next few episodes, the next few seasons, I'm going to reach out to her, kind of like your Kentopedia, because I really started becoming a more active participant on NBC.com. I did a thing called Adventures with Angela. We had the accountant's webisodes. There were a lot more fun things we started to do, and I'm going to hit her up along the way.
I love that. They should relaunch this. They should relaunch Dunder Mifflin Infinity as an app.
I know.
And you can do all these same things. Someone, Joya, I don't know, who does this?
Peacock, get on it.
Peacock, are you listening? Do this.
Yeah.
Well, lady, listen, I think we should take a break. Those were incredible fast facts. We are killing it today and giving us compliments. But let's take a break and then we'll come back in and get into this episode.
Okay, great, because I've got more details, lady.
More details?
I know I'm not Kintopedia, but maybe I'm Kinseypedia on this one.
Kinseypedia after the break.
Kinspedia.
This is going to be an advertisement for Kohl's, and I'm going to let Angela take it away because she's been dying to talk about it. Go, Angela.
You guys, I love Kohl's. My mother-in-law loves Kohl's. She really is who introduced me to Kohl's. I just got a Fitbit smartwatch from Kohl's, and I am so excited about it. I am so determined to get my steps every day.
Well, you wouldn't stop talking about it, so I ordered one for Lee.
Does he love
from
it?
Kohl's.
I love
Loves it.
I love
Loves
it.
And while I was there, you know what I got? I got myself one of those KitchenAid hand blenders that you put right in the pot of soup and you just blend it up.
They also have amazing stuff for your home, and you can just create the coziest space. Oh, you know what I got, Isabel? You know those triangle pillows that you put so you can read and you lean back on?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right? I got her the coziest one. It's by Kookaburra by UGG, and they also have a real cozy blanket. Clearly, we love Kohl's. And the best part is you can get everything in 1 hour or less with their fast and free store pickup.
What are you waiting for? Get shopping in-store or online at Kohls.com. With HelloFresh, you get fresh, pre-measured ingredients and mouth-watering seasonal recipes delivered right to your door.
That's right, and HelloFresh makes it so easy to cook at home, and fun, and affordable, and that's why it's America's #1 meal kit.
This summer, HelloFresh has everything you need to get grilling. They're doing grilling bundles, burger packs, surf and turf packs.
And they have calorie smart options. All of the HelloFresh recipes are designed and tested by professional chefs and nutritional experts to ensure deliciousness and simplicity.
And I will tell you, they are delicious and they are simple. We are currently obsessed with the bulgogi bowl. It's part of our weekly rotation. We shop for the ingredients, we recreate this meal.
Well, we love HelloFresh, and you can go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadies14 and use code OfficeLadies14 for up to 14 free meals, plus free shipping.
That's HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadies14 and code OfficeLadies14 for up to 14 free meals, plus free shipping. All right, we are back, and we open this episode in the break room where there is no more heartbreak. In fact, there is flirty flirt cuteness in there.
In fact, I'm pretty sure it's now called the flirt room.
I think you're right. Jim and Pam. Pam has already gotten Jim a soda. Because she knows what he likes, because she's his girlfriend.
And then she gives him a little peck, little kiss as she's leaving.
But Toby sees.
Can we talk about Paul's expression?
We can.
I froze on his face. I was laughing so hard. I don't even know what all it's conveying. It's conveying so many things at 20 seconds, Toby's face.
Well, Paul does some amazing reaction acting in this episode. If you are an actor and you would like to study great reactions, this is a real good one to study.
Yeah.
Well, what happens after this is that Toby puts out a memo regarding PDA in the workplace, and everyone's reading it. And Jim and Pam are like, what is this about?
Toby is so passive-aggressive.
He really is.
He clearly has issue, but he's going to put out a memo? Come on, Toby.
Well, Michael thinks that the memo is about that night that he and Jan did some stuff in his office. But, I mean, he says almost everyone was gone for the day. This is ridiculous, Toby.
Yeah. And then Angela thinks it might be about her and Dwight, so she yells from across the room and makes this big statement that she's never been intimate with anyone in the office.
And that is when Toby says, no, it was a complaint about Jim and Pam. And then he basically outs their relationship to the whole office.
I mean, Toby, this is twice now. Because he did this with Oscar. And
Yeah.
now with Jim and Pam, he's announced that they're dating, and everyone freaks out, but no one freaks out more than Michael.
Well, Michael is giddy. Michael doesn't even know what to do with himself. And Steve's performance is so sweet. He is so genuinely excited that Jim and Pam are together. He makes them hold hands, and he makes a big declaration. This day will go down in infamy.
He makes you guys hold hands, and then he really bear hugs Jim, and then he goes to hug you, but your phone starts ringing, and Pam's like, up, like rescued by my phone, and he's like, no, Pam, let it ring, let the bells of Dunder Mifflin chime out your love.
But then he has that really famous line that I've seen people write on their graduation hats.
I've seen it everywhere. I've seen it like stitched on a pillow, on a graduation hat. It's so good.
Say it, Ange.
My heart soars with the eagle's nest.
Incredible. Now, we said this episode was written by Mike Schur, and that has to be a Mike Schur special right there.
It has to be. Now we see a series of talking heads, and Jenna, I was very curious about this because you like to deep dive on positioning. Ooh, that sounds like that's what she said.
That sounded different than what I think you mean. But go on.
As it was coming out of my mouth, I knew it was wrong. Ah, that's what she said.
That's what she said.
So Dwight's talking head, he's like, I don't see it. I think they could do better. He is sitting in front of the wall, and off of his left shoulder is the bullpen, right?
Yep.
Then it cuts to me, and I say, I'm not surprised. Pam is the office mattress, which is such a great line. But I'm sitting in front of the window with the wall to my right shoulder.
Yeah, there's more wall and more window depending on whose talking head it is. It's not always the exact same shot. I noticed that too.
And then it cuts to Andy, and he's framed the exact same way that Dwight was. And I realize I'm becoming one of the fans of the show where I'm like, is there something there? But I'm like, this is an interesting love triangle that's about to play out, and this is a little bit of a Dwight, Angela, Andy sandwich.
I don't think you are reading into it. I noticed the same thing. I feel like they purposely didn't set all the shots the same, and they also differentiated Angela from the two men.
Yeah.
That can't be an accident.
It can't be. All right, well, now we're going to get into the episode, right? We have our opening credits, and the first scene is the party planning committee. They're setting up for Ryan's return. Phyllis and Angela are hanging a banner that says, "Welcome back, Ryan." 3 minutes, 28 seconds. Skin alert.
What's a skin alert?
Well, my sweater in this episode, I feel like the dry clean shrunk it. Like it fit one day, and then the next day it got a little tighter. And as I'm hanging the banner, you see like my midriff.
Oh my gosh, that's very out of character for Angela Martin.
Very scandalous. It's scandalous.
Well, double skin alert, Kelly arrives.
Mm-hmm.
She is all zhuzhed up. She's like, oh, is Ryan coming back today? I had no idea. She looks super cutie pie.
She looks super cutie pie. We also, in this scene, have a list of that's what she said that Michael had ready to go.
Oh, please read it.
Here it is. Can you make that straighter? That job looks hard. You should put your mouth on that. You might want to trim it a little.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I liked it when he said you might want to put your mouth on that, and Pam says, I don't understand how you were even planning to use that naturally.
Yeah.
And he was like, under his breath, he's like, if you were blowing up balloons.
I don't know.
Just balloons.
I had it ready. I was ready to go.
Well, now we have sort of an interesting little spy shot. We've got some black and white footage of the elevator bay, which is meant to be, I guess, security camera footage.
Yeah, but this is like something we don't do on the show. So it was jarring to me when I saw it again because I hadn't seen this episode in so long. And I was like, whoa, what's up with the security camera footage?
Well, what was odd is that we then switch to a spy shot from our regular documentary camera.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit, I found it a little bit odd as well, but that's what that black and white footage is supposed to be. And the reason they're showing this is because Dwight and Angela have met in this elevator vestibule so that he can present her with a new cat, a feral barn cat.
Feral?
feral.
How do you say feral?
Feral.
You say
Tomato, tomato.
You say feral?
Feral.
A feral cat?
A feral cat. Feral.
It's feral, right?
It's tomato, tomato.
Sam?
Feral.
Sam sided with me! And Dwight says feral in the episode. But anyway, Jenna, we'll just chunk that aside and let you say feral.
Listeners, do any of you say feral? Please write us.
All right, so yes, Dwight gives her garbage, and this poor cat, they put like stuff in its hair to make it look kind of grungy, like it had been eating garbage.
Well, we had a fan question from Rivka Wasserman. Did they gel the cat's hair before the shoot to make him look like more of a stray cat? Well, I reached out to Kim Ferry, and she said they did. That her memory is that the trainer had a little bit of honey. We had warned the trainer of this very well-trained, domesticated cat that we wanted it to look feral. And so they suggested something natural like honey to kind of rough up the cat's fur. And so that's what they used.
Yes, these trainers were so great with the cats, and obviously honey isn't going to do anything. You know, that's just like organic. I do have amazing memories of this scene. I want you guys to know that this cat was crawling all over Rain, all over him.
Well, you can see it in the episode. Like every shot, the cat is in a different position.
It kept jumping out of his arms, and so we really had to sort of deliver the emotion of the scene, but get our lines out quickly, because this thing was climbing off Rain and wanted to go exploring. The whole scene.
Well, my favorite is the shot where it's like clearly crawling over his shoulder, and then 1 second later, he's holding it like a baby.
Yeah.
In his arms. Because amazing. Clearly the cat was everywhere.
The cat was everywhere, and the cat wranglers were like stepping in and being like, okay, here, try holding him this way. Try this. When the cat jumps out of Rain's arms at the end, that was like the easiest moment to film, because it wanted to go explore.
Well, Ange, a lot of people asked if this was the same cat that Andy gives you later that becomes Bandit. I mean, I wouldn't think it was meant to be the same cat. Like, I think what they're thinking is, oh, Dwight lets this cat go, and then years later, Andy finds it again and calls it Bandit.
Well, that would be hilarious, but that was never conveyed to us in the script. It's just that Andy wants to give Angela a cat. What I found interesting about that, and obviously we're going to get to that episode, is that Angela accepts the cat from Andy, right?
Yeah.
But does not accept the cat from Dwight. And does it right in front of Dwight to sort of, just really drive the point home that he's not her fella anymore.
Well, as a person who worked in animal rescue for years and years, I will tell you that I don't recommend giving pets as gifts, because so many of the pets that are surrendered were gifts that people were not prepared to take care of in the long run, or they break up, or whatever happens. I just think people should pick their own pets. Or really what my mom always said is let the pet pick you. That's how you get your match.
Yeah, I like that. I definitely feel our pets picked us, for sure.
Yeah, that's how we got Sunny. We went into this rescue center because we were told that one of the volunteers was going to bring in this box of fluffy gray and white cats. They were so cute. They'd sent us pictures. My daughter was all excited. And we got there and the woman was running late, so they took us into a room with all of these adoptable cats and kittens, and this one little scrappy orange fella would not leave us alone. I always say it was like he walked up to us and he was like, hey guys, what's up? Good to see you. My name's Sunny. I'll be coming home with you. You can take a look at these other guys if you want, but I will be your cat.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how we got Sunny. He wouldn't leave us alone.
Yeah.
And we could have never been happier.
That was Biscuit. Biscuit just tried to hide in my sweatshirt, and I thought, well, you got to come home with me now.
Exactly.
My sweatshirt is your home.
Well, listen, switching gears back to the show.
Yeah, don't get us started on our rescue pets. It'll be a huge tangent.
Pam and Jim are going to go to Toby and offer to sign one of the famous love documents.
Yes, the relationship disclosure form. And Toby's like, you know what? That's only for people who are serious. And he's sort of implying this isn't serious, right? Because you know Toby has his big crush on Pam. So he's hoping this is casual. But Jenna, there's a great scene in the bloopers where at the end of the scene, Toby just tries to hold Pam's hand in front of Jim. And you guys couldn't get through it. You just start laughing.
I remember trying to shoot that. I don't think we ever got it, and that's why we never included it. But it was also just something we thought was so funny in the moment. It was like an improvisation that Toby would slowly try to hold Pam's hand during this scene and squeeze her hand.
Yeah, and Jim's like, what's happening?
Well, then Ryan returns.
Yes, Ryan with his new look and his love of blackberries walks in.
Oh my god. BJ's performance is so good when he's absorbed in his phone. And Pam's like, hey, Ryan. Well, he's like, 1 second. And then, like, after he's done typing, he puts it down and he's like, hey, Pam, how's it going? It was so good.
Well, you know, in this scene, I know what you guys are all really here to find out about is a sad plant alert.
Oh, no.
6 minutes, 7 seconds, sad plant. I think Pam now, for sure, the plants aren't going to have a chance because she's in love.
Yeah, she doesn't have time for that.
It's the tiniest little, like, 2, like, green leaves sticking out of the pot. It's, like, so tiny.
Well, the thing that I remember about this scene, Angela, is when the character of Kevin runs up to Ryan and, like, ruffles his hair.
He gives him a noogie. He, like, puts him in a headlock and gives him a noogie.
Those guys could not get through that moment. Every time it would make BJ laugh. BJ thought it was so funny, and he would break. And I remember we couldn't get through it.
And Brian, too. I loved it when he's like, fire guy, and then Andy comes over and he's like, fire guy, and Brian as Kevin's like, you weren't here for that.
I know. And then Andy says, here for what?
Yeah. So good.
It's so good. Well, we had a fan question from Lauren C. She wanted to know about Ryan's new look. You know, he's got the facial stubble, he's slicked his hair back, he's wearing a fancy suit. Lauren wants to know, was BJ told to grow facial hair for this season where he's the boss, or did he just personally decide to grow some? Well, I texted BJ about this. He said this look was definitely not a personal choice. He said he thinks it was a pitch by Gene and Lee. At first, the pitch was a goatee, but Greg said no. He said it was too on the nose.
Yeah, goatee was too much. The whole look was very kind of like Gordon Gekko, you know, the movie Wall Street. It was like, you know, Ryan thinks he's the king of New York now.
Yes. BJ said that he always just kind of rolled with pitches like this. And then he said, case in point, the upcoming blonde hair.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Ryan's going to go through a few looks before this whole thing is over.
Well, Ryan in this scene, though, really puts Michael in his place and everyone. He's like, hey, you know what? Enough. This is inappropriate, and it stops right now. And the whole bullpen, it's like you could hear a pin drop. We're like, oh, my God. And then Michael has this fantastic talking head. I just loved it so much. He's like, yeah, maybe he spoke to me like that, but there was a twinkle in his eye. And that twinkle said, dude, we're friends. And you know me, and I'd never take you for granted in a million years. I miss you. I love you. And then he's like, he goes on and on. He's like, his words, not mine.
This episode, in addition to having great facial expressions from Paul, has amazing Michael talking heads.
They're so good.
Well, now everyone's going to meet in the conference room so that Ryan can unveil his Dunder Mifflin Infinity program.
I have to point out something. First of all, where did the giant TV screen come from? It's not in there when the party planning committee is setting up. Secondly, you might notice there's no more banner on the wall because there's a deleted scene where as they all come in, on the banner, Kelly has written, she's scratched out Ryan, and it says, welcome back, asshole. And Michael runs up to it and quickly rips it down so Ryan won't see it.
That is amazing. Well, in this scene, Michael announces two pretty big things. Number one, all essential personnel will be receiving an Office BlackBerry phone. And second, We are soon to be launching the Dunder Mifflin Infinity website that is going to streamline ordering. It's going to streamline efficiency. These are his two big announcements.
Yeah, he says the company is going to get younger and sleeker. And this starts a Creed storyline that is so fantastic. Creed plays this so well. His reaction to the words younger, sleeker, he starts looking around. And then he goes up to Ryan at the end. He's like, when's this new website launch? And then he's like, cool beans. Like he's trying to be hip or something.
Well, he runs into Michael's office after the meeting. And he's like, you realize what this means, right? You, me, Sammy, Phyllis, the chick you hit with your car, we're all goners. Who is Sammy?
Who is Sammy? Who does Creed think Sammy is?
I don't know. Did he mean Stanley?
Probably. Also, he has sat across from Meredith for years and couldn't think of her name.
It's incredible. It's just great.
Well, he calls my character Andrea, the office bitch. So, Sammy is probably Stanley. So now we have a very cute scene back in the flirt room. The flirt room, break room. Jim and Pam are eating lunch together, and Jim's like, I can't believe I, didn't tell you this. This is going to blow your mind. And he tells Pam that Dwight and Angela are dating. And Pam's like, yeah, I already knew that. It's been, like, a long time.
Since before your barbecue, she says.
Yeah. And then I love this. This next moment is just titled Phyllis Sass. Phyllis walks in and says, sorry, I didn't know you guys were in here. And Jim says, oh, we're just sitting here. And Phyllis goes, couldn't see your hands. What is she implying? First of all, she knew they were in there. Okay, so she knew they were in there. She went to find Pam to tell her this information. Secondly, couldn't see your hands.
Well, and then John does this awesome move with his hands where he shows them to camera like they're so clearly right here. I loved that moment. That was a Krasinski special right there.
No, it was perfect. And then Phyllis with a smile, Sass with a smile, is like, I'm glad you guys are dating, but Pam, when we get a new client, you have to just send it to, the first available salesperson, not whoever you're sleeping with that week. That week! That week! It's like Phyllis and Angela both are in cahoots this episode because Pam is the office mattress.
Well, Angela, I'm calling this a fan sass catch from Sneha G. She points out the major Phyllis sass as well, but she added this. According to Phyllis, Pam is in charge of assigning clients to salesmen randomly. Well, according to my husband, who's in a similar kind of office, this is a lot of power given to one person. That is not how the customers are typically assigned to salespeople. The assignment is based on the client's zip code or county to ensure that there is always a clear rule regarding this assignment. Well, I have to say, after college, before I moved to Los Angeles, I was the only receptionist/administrative assistant at a small marine audio company in Missouri. Marine audio. They made water-resistant, waterproof stereo systems for boats.
Thank you. I needed clarity. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Whenever we got a cold call
for marine audio,
right? I would just transfer them randomly to an available sales associate. It was kind of my call.
Wow.
Yeah. It didn't come up very often, but every once in a while we would get a cold call.
Pam's job has this weird hierarchy. First of all, she has to ask Angela for petty cash. And then she has these sad plants and this candy that Angela expects her to put out. But now we find out she passes on clients to the sales department?
Yeah.
And she's Michael's secretary. It's very layered.
I based a lot of my Pam stuff off of this job that I had at this marine audio place. It was about the same number of people as Dunder Mifflin. There was a warehouse where we shipped all the orders. And I was literally Pam. I made the coffee in the morning. I answered the phones. I did everyone's administrative work.
Did you date anyone there?
I did not.
Smart.
Yeah, I did
Smart.
not date anyone at Marine Audio.
Okay. Well, now we have a Jim talking head, and he says that is why we waited so long to tell people. Did you notice Jim is facing the bullpen with his back to the outside?
No.
Because his future's in the bullpen.
His future is Pam, and she's out there.
Yeah.
He now has a future at Dunder Mifflin.
Yes, in his heart.
It's very interesting. I want to go back 1 second.
Okay.
Just 1 second. I have been wondering for several episodes now, out loud, when did Jim and Pam tell one another about their shared knowledge of Dwight and Angela? And it is finally revealed in this episode. It's right now at work. What? Do we believe this? This took forever.
No, I believe it because I think the beginning of them falling in love and finally getting to be together, it was so special to them. I mean, I just feel like they were really absorbed with one another. And now they're at the point, they've been dating a few months where they're like, oh, by the way, did you know? You know what I mean? I think they're at that place. I think they were sort of in that fog of love for a few weeks. I buy it. You do not buy it by your sassy.
I think it would have been the first thing I would have said on our first dinner date.
I don't think so.
Hey, by the way.
I don't think after years of loving this guy, the first time you're alone with him, he's like, wait, I'll kiss you in a second. First, we need to talk about Dwight and Angela.
You're probably right. All right. Well, now Michael and Ryan are in Michael's office. Ryan is so busy typing on his BlackBerry. Do you remember at this time, Rain and I both had BlackBerries in real life, and we were Ryan? We were constantly on our BlackBerries. We were so annoying. I think Brian Baumgartner had one too.
Excuse me, I had one.
We all had one. That's what you had. You had a BlackBerry. There were no smartphones.
You had a BlackBerry and you did not take pictures with your phone, which is why you and I have so many photos, like old-timey photos, because we would bring our cameras to the set and we would take pictures and then we would go to the mall to that kiosk and we would develop our photos.
Yep, it's true. But we could now do emails at work while we were standing between scenes because we had our BlackBerries.
Yes, and our thumbs were so fast. We got so good at it. And I was a holdout. I did not get the iPhone till way late because I was so attached to my BlackBerry.
I was the same. I really resented the smartphone screen thing where I pressed on the screen. I was real into the tangible button thing.
I kept on my phone for a long time when I finally got an iPhone. You know how you can choose the sound so it goes click, 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 click?
Yeah.
Because I was attached to the sound.
Well, Michael in this scene wants to make sure that they're on the same page. It's business as usual. And Ryan is like, no, it's the opposite of business as usual. We're literally throwing out the old playbook. We're starting over. We want a younger, faster company. Which leads us into just an incredible talking head by Michael. Just incredible.
Yeah, they had a foreign exchange student that lived with him, and he said we called him my brother because he was. And then he went back to what was formerly Yugoslavia, and he took all of Michael's blue jeans.
Yeah, Michael had to wear shorts all winter.
Why, Jenna? Why? Why couldn't his mother buy him any replacement blue jeans for the winter?
I don't know, but we had several people write in and wonder if this is why Michael covets his blue jeans today and why he dry cleans them. Because of this traumatic event where this foreign exchange student stole all his jeans.
And his mother punished him by not letting him buy any new ones. But yeah, he says that is what Ryan is like, the fake brother who steals your jeans. Well, Jenna, we should probably take a break. Before we do, I want you to know there was a deleted scene that would have happened in this area of the episode where Michael gets a message and he says, hey, Pam, hey, can you put that in my BlackBerry? I'm too busy right now to input it. Will you put that in my BlackBerry? And he makes a big speech, so it's like, I am using my BlackBerry. Pam, please enter that in my BlackBerry. And then there's a Pam talking head, and she goes, yeah, Michael doesn't know how to use his BlackBerry, and so he says for me to put it in his BlackBerry. he means for me to write it on a Post-it and stick it on top of the BlackBerry. And then you see his phone is covered, his BlackBerry is covered with all these little miniature Post-it note stickies.
You would love that.
I would love that.
That's the best way to give you a message on your BlackBerry.
I know, just put a sticky on it.
All right, well, we'll take a break and we will be back with some Kelly Ryan drama.
Oh man, Kelly's in rare form.
You know those folks that just always look put together?
Yes.
Like they have a whole outfit and it like works. Even if it's casual, it's like put together. It's thought out.
I love them. I wish I were them.
Me too. I am not one of those people, but I want to be. And guess what?
What?
Have you ever been to Ever Eve?
Lady.
You know you have.
You know I have.
Ever Eve is a woman's contemporary fashion retailer. They have 98 stores in a fast-growing e-commerce business with online personal styling services called Trendset.
Yeah, you can do a Zoom and a person will style you. Let me tell you 2 things that I bought that I absolutely love, okay? One is the Rowan and Ryan Fleece Pant. They are a black flowy pant.
I love a flowy pant. Give me all the flowy pants.
Yeah, I got like 4 compliments when I wore those pants. I also got the mama necklace. Visit evereve.com or you can go to one of their 98 Evereve boutiques. Use code OfficeLadies and get 15% off your first order.
That's evereve.com and code OfficeLadies for 15% off your first order.
So now we're in the annex, and Kelly is telling Ryan, you know what? I am doing great. In fact, I am dating a lot of guys. And he's like, Kelly, and she's like, what? She's like so pissed. And of course, Toby is listening to the whole conversation.
Well, then Kelly says she's pregnant.
Yeah. And then she has a talking head where she just shakes her head no.
It made me laugh out loud. It was so funny.
And then this is how she gets Ryan to go to dinner with her. He's like, okay. She's like, I'm keeping the baby. And he's like, I can't talk about this now. Let's go to dinner. And then she has a talking head where she's like, we have a date.
Yes. Well, also in this conversation, Ryan says, I did take our relationship seriously. Karen asked me out 6 months ago and I said no.
Oh, he's such a liar. He's such a liar.
Well, this was a fan question from Hannah Carlson. Do we think Karen really asked Ryan out or was he just saying that to make Kelly jealous?
No, he was trying to show Kelly how committed he was. The truth is, he hit on Karen and asked her out, and they talked about it in the bathroom in Women's Appreciation.
That's right.
It came up. Jim was like, yeah, she told me about that. So no, Ryan's being a big old liar right here.
Well, we got a letter from Renata in Brazil about the Ryan and Kelly relationship.
Okay, Renata.
She was very passionate about it, and here's what she had to say.
Okay.
She says, I love this episode so much, but I just need to make a comment about Kelly and Ryan's relationship and how relatable it can be and how it shouldn't be. I've met a lot of Ryans in my life, and ladies, it is not worth it. I just want to send some love to all of you and say that you deserve someone who's going to put your love on top. So I hope that this crazy relationship will teach you something about what not to accept because you deserve more. I don't know, maybe someone out there needs to hear this. That's from Renata.
Renata, applause. You're right. You're absolutely right. Another thing going on during this scene is we quickly see Phyllis and Stanley trying to figure out the BlackBerry. And Jenna, if you go to 12 minutes, 41 seconds, in the deep background, you can just see me surfing the internet. You see me like scrolling through, I jot something down, I scroll through some more, I'm probably shopping.
That's amazing. Well, then we move into Angela and Dwight having another one of their back-to-back conversations in the kitchen.
Yes, but do you know who we have to thank for this moment?
Who?
Pam.
Why?
In a deleted scene that would have come right before this, Pam is going to give Angela some advice. Sam, I'm going to play the clip.
He tried to give me a new cat to replace Sprinkles. As if you could replace Sprinkles. He just has a hard time expressing himself. Well, it's really upsetting me. You probably noticed, but this last week I've been a raging bitch. What should I do?
Look, there's a lot of good parts to this relationship, right?
None of your business.
Right. Well, just try to focus on those. Why don't you guys go out to dinner tonight and talk about whatever you always talk about?
Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
I said maybe.
So yes, Angela and Pam met at the elevators, and Pam gives her this relationship advice.
I am so sad that did not make it in. That was delightful.
It was so fun. It was so fun. So Angela actually takes Pam's advice and is like, okay, there's something worth fighting for here. I'll ask him out to dinner, and, you know, maybe I'll be able to forgive him, and I'll start with this dinner.
Well, Dwight offers to make you dinner. He says he will cook you noodles and cauliflower with a side of baked potato. I want you to know, Angela.
What?
For whatever reason, this caused me to Google noodles and cauliflower.
I just saw it as like, she loves her starches and she's a vegetarian. What'd you find?
Noodles and cauliflower is a very popular vegetarian dish.
Oh.
The New York Times cooking page had a recipe that looks so good, I think I'm gonna make it.
Ooh, send it to me.
Guys, Google noodles and cauliflower.
Okay.
It's a bonanza. It's
God.
fantastic. I can't wait.
Oh, Lord, who knew? Well, now we have what I think is such a deliciously tacky scene. It is a tacky off, if you will, between Jan and Ryan. Oh, it's so good. He's like, well, you know, we should probably talk about the elephant in the room. I got your job. And she's like, didn't get my job, not my salary, but you'll get there. And it's super tacky. And then Ryan says, Scranton suits you. And Jan says, best decision I ever made. Ryan says, you were let go. And then Jan goes, and she looks maniacal. She says, you know what? Love the beard. Keep it forever. And scratches his beard.
And that makes him super insecure about his beard.
I thought it was amazing. Love the beard. Keep it forever.
Well, did you notice what she's wearing in this scene?
It's a velour jumpsuit, right?
A juicy couture velour jumpsuit,
Oh, yeah.
which were all the rage at this time.
Yeah, they said juicy across the butt. Do you remember that?
Some of them did, not all of them.
Oh.
But the zipper for the hoodie, because it was a hoodie and pants set, the zipper, it had a little J as its, what do you call that thing you hold in your thumb and finger to zipper?
The zipper toggle?
Yeah, is it called a zipper toggle?
I don't know, but that's what I call it.
Yeah, well, it was a J. I remember there was this really, really popular thing, which was that brides would change into a white, juicy couture jumpsuit after the wedding, some point during the reception, and they would get it embroidered with like just married or like Mrs. whatever their new last name is going to be. And I might have done that.
You
When Lee and I got married, I might have ordered one of these white
But you didn't
velour-
wear it. I was at your reception. You never came out in your little jogging outfit.
Well, Angela, there was like an after party for the reception for everyone who stayed at the hotel. You left at a certain point.
I left
because
early. You were annoyed with me a little bit, but
I was? I don't remember being annoyed.
Well, you just said, and you can't leave yet. And I was like, Jenna, because I had a toddler. I was like, it doesn't matter what time I go to bed. She's going to wake up at the same time.
Were you there for the miniature burgers and fries? Because
No.
those came out at midnight, and I think that might have been why I wanted you to stay. There were also miniature shakes, because you know I like miniature foods.
I know you do. No.
I like it when you take a regular burger and you just shrink it on down to baby size. Little fries, little fry containers, a little shake with a tiny straw.
I left around 10:30, and you were like,
What? You left at 10:30?
I had a young
Nothing
kid.
had happened yet.
I had a young kid. I had to get home. I had a sitter. I had a sitter who I said I'd be home by 11. And you said to me, you're like, Angela, we're going to watch the sun come up. And I don't know if you know this about yourself, but every once in a while, you're determined to party until sunrise.
Yes, and I've done it a handful of times.
Yes.
And it's always the best time. I don't do it too much. I keep it as like a special treat.
Yeah.
My wedding night was one of them, and around 2:30 in the morning, I changed into my white velour, Juicy Couture, custom embroidered, just married Mrs. Kirk jumpsuit.
Well, that's so cute. I want to see a picture of that. I did get a cute little jacket that I wore at the end of my wedding as I left that said Mrs. Snyder on the back.
I remember that.
Yeah. Okay, so I didn't know that was a thing, and I didn't even know you did it. Oh my God.
Well, now you know.
Now I know.
I'll show you pictures.
Yeah, I want to see.
Well, now Jan and Michael are having lunch, and Jan is going to explain ageism to Michael, which is just wonderful.
It's so good. And there is a deleted scene that they cut to where Michael says to Dwight, I need you to find out everything you can about something for me. Ready? It's called ageism. Write it down. He's like, I don't know what it is. I need to find all the details. I don't know if Jan is just pranking me or if it's a real thing. But I need you to find it all out. I need you to do it in an hour.
Well, Michael has this great line where he's like, wait, are you saying that old people have the same rights as young people? And Jan's like, yes.
Yeah.
So fan catch from Sadie S. in this scene. Hi, Jenna and Angela. I'm Sadie. I'm 14 and I love The Office and your podcast.
Thank you, Sadie.
At 15 minutes, 10 seconds, when Michael is having lunch with Jan, it looks like Michael has a personal homemade salad dressing. It is on his desk in a jar with his face on it, a picture of a salad, and it says, Great Scott, just like the production company of Threat Level Midnight. She said, I couldn't stop laughing when I noticed this. Who thought to make this prop?
Oh, Sadie, you and I are on the same page. I have a post-it note. 15 minutes, 10 seconds. I put salad dressing. I think it's a callback from the Fun Run episode.
But wasn't that a deleted scene?
Yes. So, guys, there's a deleted scene, and it's so good. It's in Fun Run. Michael has this talking head where he's talking about his charity for rabies, and he says, look, it's struggling. And he says, what do I look like, Paul Newman? And then he goes, actually, that's not a bad example because people have told me I look like Paul Newman. You know, it's the eyes and the face. And he said, also, I make my own salad dressing. He mixes Newman's Ranch with Newman's Italian and sells it at a flea market for a loss. He could make a profit on it if he changed one of the ingredients to Wishbone, but he won't do it.
That is incredible.
So I think that is his mixture of Newman's Ranch and Newman's Italian.
Well, what I like to think is that, you know, once something has been established on the show, we like to track it. They're eating a salad, so of course they're going to put his salad dressing out. I bet when we filmed this episode, we didn't yet know that that was going to be cut out from Fun Run because they were still in post-production on it. And that's why the salad dressing remains.
Yeah, that's right. I totally believe that. And you guys, as they continue talking and eating their salad, I want you to know at 15 minutes, 50 seconds, I think Steve, as an actor, makes a very bold choice.
The broccoli?
He eats a piece of broccoli. I mean, you can't talk after that. It's a good thing the scene ended. That would have taken a long time to chew. And I feel like I see a moment, not Michael Scott, I see Steve Carell go, oh crap, I just put this piece of broccoli in my mouth.
I think you're right. I do too. I think you see a moment of regret.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now someone enters the office with jet black hair.
We don't know who because the camera is tracking him behind his head through the office.
And it is revealed to be Creed. He wants you to know he's only 30. I mean, well, in November, he'll be 30.
He'll be 30, yeah.
Yeah, in November. We got a lot of fan questions about this. Charlia G, Catherine Otto, Callie Hendricks, Andrea V, and Julie Brown all asked, did Creed really dye his hair for this episode? Well, we texted Creed.
We did. We had a delightful text thread with him yesterday.
It was so funny.
I know.
Well, he said that it was a vegetable dye that washed out completely, no problem, but he suggested that we tell you all that it was a permanent dye that caused all of his hair to fall out so that he could possibly use this as evidence to sue Jim Ferry, who would then countersue him for libel. And I was like, you're turning our podcast into a courtroom thriller.
I think Creed yesterday was really tickled because he had a whole text thread with us where he went on and on about his different ideas of like a better story of how they dyed his hair.
Yes.
He was having a good time texting us.
But the truth was, it was just a washout vegetable dye. Sorry, Creed.
And of course we find out in this conference room scene that Creed used all the ink from the printer.
Yeah.
He put the printer ink. There is a deleted scene, Jenna, where he has a mirror and he's filling in the spots he missed with the black Sharpie.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
Oh my goodness. Well, we might have to start a different text thread with him about that black Sharpie deleted scene, because I need to know more. By the way, we not only had a text thread with Creed yesterday, just the three of us, we also had a lot of activity on our group office text thread. We were all texting each other up a storm.
Yes, and I had a separate text thread with just the accountants going.
Oh my gosh.
We were text happy as a cast yesterday.
I guess we were. Well, like Angela said, everyone is gathered in the conference room. Ryan enters to do his BlackBerry tutorial, but Michael tells Ryan, I'm sorry, this is still my office. Have a seat.
I could not believe that Ryan entertained this. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he saw the pictures on the wall,
yeah,
he was like, oh, Michael, here we go.
Here we go. It's the lady from Titanic.
Mm-hmm. The Where's the Beef lady.
Yeah, and then the picture from Big where they're dancing on the keyboard.
Yes.
And then the last one is Ben Kingsley.
Yeah. And this is when Pam is like, why did you reuse the old photos? And Michael says, because the ink ran out of the printer.
Yeah, and Creed kind of is like, there's like,
But then all of a sudden someone enters the room, just as Ryan has had enough. In walks Robert Dunder, one of the founders of Dunder Mifflin.
How fantastic was that scene with him?
It was so good.
Oh man, I rewatched it like a few times because he's so perfect. His delivery is spot on.
Well, Robert Dunder was played by this actor named John Ingle. And this is the only episode that Robert Dunder appears in. But John Ingle starred on General Hospital. He played Patriarch Edward Quartermain. From 1993 to 2012, he did 485 episodes of General Hospital.
Wow.
He also did a ton of other television work. He was also an acting teacher at Beverly Hills High School from 1964 to 1985, and listen to who he taught while he was a teacher there. He taught Nicolas Cage, Albert Brooks, Swoosie Kurtz, David Schwimmer, and Jonathan Silverman, among others. He was also an active volunteer for Habitat for Humanity. He had 5 daughters, and he passed away in 2012.
Well, we were so fortunate to have him. He was such a seasoned actor and so delightful, and I love the scene.
He goes on this very, very long, meandering story.
But the way he connects it all is so real and organic. And you guys, we have been there. We have all been there at that, family gathering where someone gets up to talk and you're like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, you ask some innocent question like, oh my gosh, where'd you get your sweater? And they're like, well, it was 3 years ago. And it was raining that day, I remember.
I remember because I just got my hair done and they gave me a plastic net to put over it.
Yes. And my friend Cynthia called and she said,
well, Cynthia, she had lived abroad. And when she came back, she divorced and married that younger guy.
Well, she did. But first, remember, she had that period of time where she went on that sex sabbatical.
She did. That's right about when she got that mole removed. Do you remember her dermatologist? He was such a nice guy. Of course,
Tall guy.
Tall. And had an accent.
Yeah, but I could never figure out where he was from.
Yeah. He made a very good dip. And you're like, what?
You're like, where's the sweater from? Where's the sweater?
What did we just... Jenna and I just completely improvised this random conversation. But you guys know you've been in this moment.
Yeah, that was Robert Dunder. And so Michael throws him out.
Wait, can we also... Sorry, this is hopping around. Can we also talk about how Michael introduces Robert to everyone?
Please.
He says, who is this worthless bag of problems? That's his introduction
to the founder of the company. Well, we also had a fan question query from Aaron Kearney, who says, Robert Dunder mentions Robert Mifflin's wife and her husband, Jerry Trupiano, a South Jersey guy who was tall. My question is, was this a reference to Jerry Trupiano, the longtime Red Sox broadcaster? I thought it might be because so many of the cast members and writers were Boston area folks.
Well, I believe it to be true because Mike Schur, who wrote this episode, is a huge baseball fan.
Yeah.
And I 100% think that's true.
I think that's a good catch.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Yeah, he snuck in a baseball player in there.
Well, as everyone is leaving the conference room, Ryan tells Michael, this day was a wash. Michael needs to embrace the new technology as the way of the future. He really needs to get behind this new way of doing things.
And Michael's like, no, you know what? I'm going to prove you wrong, that the old way is the best way. I'm going to prove you wrong. We don't know what that's going to be, but Michael says that. And Jenna, there is a deleted scene. I have to tell you, there's another department that's very stressed out about this because Ryan has a moment with the accountants where he shows them the new program they're going to use online for all of the accounting of Dunder Mifflin. And it's basically going to make them obsolete.
Wow.
So people are freaking out about this new technology that Dunder Mifflin is going to be using.
Well, we're going to get more of Michael's reaction to all of this in the next episode. We end this episode, though, with Angela and Dwight's dinner date.
Yes. Well, lady, I have some location trivia. I know you love a good location story.
I do, and I will tell you, Ivy Burke will be very excited to hear what you have to say, because Ivy would like to know where you filmed the Dwight and Angela dinner.
We filmed it in the most beautiful neighborhood. It's called the Malibu Lake Mountain Club. It's a private community, so much so that there are no signs off the freeway for it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like they don't want to be found. It's really, really beautiful. This neighborhood was created in 1924. It was just like a valley, and they made a lake, a man-made lake, and the members really wanted to keep it a secret. So they removed the highway signs that gave directions to the lake, hoping to hide it from tourists. In 1936, they built a clubhouse with a ballroom and a large patio, and it had a speakeasy poker room and a mural of the original members. And only members can use the lake and the swimming pool and the tennis court. So it's this little private community. Ronald Reagan was the honorary mayor, and technically, that's the first political office he ever held.
Wow. Now, let me ask you a question. Did you film at this location because this lake is going to feature prominently in the next episode?
Ding, 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 ding. Okay, so we had this location for one day. Dwight and Angela filmed their dinner date in the lodge at Malibu Lake, their restaurant. And then we will see what happens to Michael and Dwight with the lake in the next episode. But that was all the same day. We filmed our scene at night. So Jenna, I had a late call time.
Oh.
There was this huge moon. And after we did the scene, I walked out on this floating dock. and just watched the moon for a minute. And it was just like, one of those magical nights on set where you're like, this feels so cool, because it's really a beautiful little area. And Steve Carell has made their official website. Ready for this? It says, just a few of the famous faces that have shot here: Charlie Chaplin, W.C. Fields, Diane Lane, Lloyd Bridges, Lucille Ball, Steve Carell, Betty Davis, Henry Fonda. It goes on, but Steve Carell made the list.
I love that.
I know, right? Really fun. But this scene between Rain and I just loved doing it. We took the scene apart because Dwight is hoping that it's one thing. Angela's trying for it to be a reconciliation, and then she just can't do it.
Yeah.
And they wanted me to be able to show that emotion in my face, that I was trying, and then I just couldn't get past it. I couldn't get past it. And it's got a couplet of dialogue that I love. It's when Angela says, I heard a joke today. And Dwight says, oh, that's funny. And Angela says, yes, it was.
Yeah. Well, this scene is just beautiful. It's beautiful for all the reasons you said. It's funny, but then it breaks your heart because your performance, Angela, we really see your character's heart breaking in this moment. And it's just real. Like, you aren't playing it for comedy. It's just real. And these are the moments of The Office that I'm so proud of as a television comedy, that we took these moments to get really real.
Thanks,
I
lady.
loved it.
Thanks. I really enjoyed this storyline. I loved Dwight and Angela being together, and I loved when they were at odds. It was equally fun to play.
Yeah, it's such a good dynamic.
Well, Jenna, one of the things that got me so tickled was that during this time, the Dwight-Angela relationship was compared by a TV journalist to Hot Lips Houlihan and Frank from MASH. And that was a show I grew up watching with my dad, and I just was so tickled by that.
Oh, that's perfect. And that was Dunder Mifflin Infinity Part 1.
Yes. And I would like to say thank you to Joya Balfour for giving us the digital media inside info. And you can check out her website at joyabalfour.com for some fun stuff that they were doing at NBC.com.
Well, when we pick up this storyline, we're going to have some lovely gift baskets and a huge stunt.
Especially for our show.
I was so impressed. I can't wait to talk about it.
All right, you guys have a great week.
We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey.
Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Built on a promise of style, selection, and unmatched value, Ashley Home Store is the #1 furniture and mattress retailer in North America, offering everything from decor and accessories to outdoor furniture and even your next perfect mattress.
Ashley Home Store provides products designed to last, all at affordable prices so you can trust that you are getting the best deal without sacrificing quality.
Go visit a local Ashley Home Store near you or shop online today at ashleyhomestore.com. Anyone can be ready for back to school, but with Staples Connect, you can be more than ready.
Like, I got everything for my classroom and saved a ton ready.
They've got more backpacks, more pens, and more supplies than you ever thought possible.
So, double knot your shoes, gas up the minivan, and get your list ready. Staples has everything you need and more for the new school year.
Just visit your nearest Staples store or go to staplesconnect.com for inspiration. Hi, you guys.
Hello.
Hello. We are on our winter break, but we wanted to pop on and wish you guys a happy holidays.
Yes, happy holidays, everybody.
And Jenna,
What?
I have a little bit of a Christmas craft brag.
Are you saying brag or bag? Do you have a Christmas craft bag or?
No! Okay, first of all, listen, maybe I should have picked a better choice of words. It's kind of hard to say. A Christmas crafting brag. I have something to brag about in the crafting world that is Christmas.
Oh, begin brag. Please begin brag.
My Christmas craft brag. I made a wreath for my front door.
Of course you did.
Lady, it was so fun. It wasn't that hard. I got some old cardboard and I cut like into a circle and then I wrapped ribbon around it. And then I got some of our older ornaments. You know, you have some sad ornaments that you've held on to, but you don't want to get rid of them. Well, I glued them all in a circle and I made a wreath. It kind of looks like a third grader did it, but you know what? The kids love it. And I hung it on the front door.
That is adorable.
Thank you. You know, my secret wish is to have a really mediocre crafting show. Like anyone who's like, I can't do that. Martha Stewart, you're crazy. I'm going to go over to crappy crafting with Kinsey.
I imagine you like you've got your glass of rosé and your glue gun.
Yeah.
And you're doing like this amazing kind of like half-assed crafting job.
Oh, no, it's fully half-assed.
Am I getting it
fully
right?
half-assed. I just want friends to come over and drink wine and do crappy crafting. That's my show.
We're starting this show in the new year. 100%. Look for it on YouTube. Crappy Crafting with Kinsey. I'm there. Well, listen, lady, this makes sense because we actually come from a very long line of crafters. Your mom is amazing. I mean, we've talked about her quilting. She's incredible, but every year she sends me something homemade that she's made.
Yes, she makes homemade Christmas ornaments. She makes these little Christmas trees out of recycled denim. She's super crafty. She is not crappy crafty. She's super good crafty.
Well, and then we've talked about how my dad is an amazing builder. And this year, out of wood, he made a little Sunny Cat wearing a Santa hat.
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not kidding you.
Oh,
and he made a
come on.
Christmas tree out of wine cork.
Oh,
My dad and your mom need to start an Etsy store.
they do. And they also need to be guests on Crappy Crafting.
Well, listen, let's get to this week's episode. It is one of our very favorites. It's season 2 Christmas Party.
Yes, and we thought, you know, for some of you guys who are new to the podcast, this was one of our favorite episodes. It's got everything. It's got the party planning committee, Yankee swap, and of course, the teapot.
I do talk a lot about the teapot, don't I?
We do. Well, you guys have a wonderful holiday. We are, you know, crafting and drinking wine and eating in sweatpants.
That's right. And we will see you in the new year. But let's get to it. Christmas Party.
Let's do it.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hi, everyone.
Ho, ho, ho!
This is a big episode.
It's the Christmas episode!
It's the Christmas episode. The very first Christmas episode of The Office. Season 2, episode 10. You know, it's not, we call it the Christmas episode.
Yeah, we do.
Or Christmas episode, but it is technically called Christmas Party.
What?
Yeah, that's the name of this episode.
I don't
Christmas
believe
Party.
you. I don't believe you. No, I'm kidding. We did. We call it a Christmas episode.
We call it the Christmas episode.
Yeah.
Even though there were many more, this is the Christmas episode. I have so much to say. I have 12 typed pages today.
It
12.
looks like you're holding like a mini phone book.
I feel like I'm holding a one-act play or something. It's very large. And when I came in today, I will share that I refused to speak to anyone because I said I was saving it for the mic. And I'm saving it for the mic.
She did. I tried to make small talk with her. And she's
No.
like, I'm saving it for the mic. I was like, okay, lady, you do you. I just gonna tell you, I liked your hair.
You've got little pigtails today that are real cute.
I have plaits.
What are plaits?
That's what they say in the UK. They're like, oh, look at your plaits.
Oh, yeah, they also call bangs fringe.
I know. I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed my side of the table.
Totally filled with note cards.
By my side of the table, you guys, I've made a buffet of note cards. Like, I actually have to be aware, like Sam is saying, to stay in front of the microphone because I have so many cards. I'm going to have to slide back and forth.
Yeah.
Down my buffet of cards.
You love a buffet.
I love a buffet,
Even
baby.
if it's note cards.
Give me that Vegas buffet.
All right, Christmas Party, written by Mike Shore and directed by Charles McDougall. Here's a synopsis. It's Christmas at Dunder Mifflin. Today is the day of the office holiday party. The group originally plans to have a secret Santa gift exchange, but when Michael doesn't like his gift, he turns it into a Yankee swap. This causes a multitude of confusion and hurt feelings, and Michael's solution is then to go out and buy booze, which is against company rules, and to try to get the party back on track.
15 bottles of vodka. That'll do it.
Fast fact number 1, as I've already said, it's our very first Christmas episode, but we filmed it nowhere near Christmas.
No, you never do, because
No.
you have to stay ahead. So
Yeah.
you're always, it's like Christmas in July kind of thing.
Well, we had a fan question from Sarah McGreen. Did U.S. cast members ever have Christmas parties or do a Yankee swap? And if so, what was the best, funniest gift someone brought? A lot of people also asked if we exchanged gifts as a cast. Not at the holidays. We would do what's called a wrap gift, which happens at